What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Dawson. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fan-fucking-tastic day. It is yet another Wednesday. It's Wednesday, April 26th. 2023, and I'm actually right on time, 11:14, and I'm live, and I am alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what happened in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. This is for all my parasocialists out there, and let me tell you, I actually don't even fucking know what has really happened. I don't know. I'm a little out of it. I'll admit. I am. Oh God. This is what, day 4, I think, of being a dad. Day 4 of being a dad. And this dog is you know, killing me a little bit. You look tired. How come? Because I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm tired. I'm not getting a lot of sleep. And yeah, I don't know what else to say other than I don't think I have allergies flaring up. I don't think it's that. I hope it's not that. Because if that's the case, I'm going to be fucking constantly using Benadryl going forward in the future. Sick from Coachella again. Didn't that happen last year too? Yeah. It happened 2 weeks after Coachella. And this year I'm sick again from Coachella that I didn't go to. But I actually, but you know. COVID never left. I thank you. You're so right. Yeah, I'm sick from Coachella, and I got COVID from Coachella. Even though none of those things are real, let's fuck it, YOLO. I'm sick because I didn't go to Coachella. B Bonjik, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, loss of sleep will weaken your immune system. Same thing happened to my wife and I when we had our kid. Yeah, that's literally what it is. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, and let's do it. So, and also, obviously, because everything in my life is now a one big Pupdate where everyone just basically only tunes in to see what the fuck this little demon is doing. And like what kind of activity she's gotten herself into. Let's do it. Ended the broadcast last night. Hung out with this sweet girl. She's getting more and more comfy with everyone in the house. And the more comfortable she gets, the more she nips at my mom, and it's freaking her out because she's like not familiar with how puppies work, and she's like, what's gonna happen? What if she, like, you know, becomes larger and does the same thing? And I'm like, no, that's not how that works. But she's literally like getting extra nippy. Well, she will just like run up and try to bite you. It's just like new puppy shit, you know what I mean? It is what it is. She looks like a loaf of rye bread got possessed by a demon. She is a loaf of rye bread that got possessed by a fucking demon. But yeah, she's teething. It happens. It's normal. And they don't really have like hands, so they just use their mouth for everything. For all interactions. So, anyway, Last night was not as I mean, I guess it was still chaotic. 3-4 times I woke up to take her out of her crate and get her to poop. She pooped twice outside, which was great. But then what else did they do? What else did she do? She pooped outside, which was awesome, which was a great fucking job. I spent like, I'm not even kidding, I spent probably approximately an hour outside sitting by myself, like hoping that I can accidentally catch her pooping outside so I can give her a fucking treat. You know what I mean? Let the record show that I came up with Pupdate. Yeah. Anyway, there is no One Piece update. I've been playing a lot of Yakuza 0 and I'm like halfway through the game now. And that's it. That's all I've been doing. So apologies for all the One Piece enjoyers waiting for more. Bitter spray for the bad biting and giving her a toy right away to bite instead. Frozen toys are bomb for teething. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I just like immediately substitute for a better toy. Like every time she's like teething and tries to chomp on my hand, I immediately fucking swap it out for a toy and make her play with the toy. Bro, how you going so fast? I got like 100 hours and I'm still only chapter 7. I'm like chapter 8 or 9, I think. And how am I going so fast? Steam Deck, baby. Did she give little kisses yet? Yes. It feels dorky as fuck, but it also helps you up like a puppy to teach him it hurts. Yeah, oh, I do that already. Did you make the podcast with John you talked about? Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. I told my manager I really didn't want to do the podcast with Jon Favreau because I was like, come on, man. Like, I'm fucking sick. You know, I'm dying. I can't really leave the puppy behind. And honestly, I'm glad I did it because it was good. It was actually good. It was, tell your manager you want to go on the Center Left talk show, the Talk of the Town, the Item Friendly show. Okay, man, shut the fuck up, please. Like, how am I gonna, I have to go to New York for that, okay? Anyway, not Marvel's Jon Favreau, the other one, the one that's the speechwriter for Obama. Also, Ted Cruz tried to do a fucking coup or something, which is pretty cool. We'll look into that in a little bit. But Kaya is gonna outgrow you, and if she doesn't start just chatting, streaming in the next 6 months on unsubbing, I hope so. She's a bigger streamer than me already. But yeah, why no crate during the day? Puppyhood is the best time for crate training since they mostly sleep all day. Also, it's the meta for housebreaking. They don't like peeing in their cage. Yeah, I know. I'm more hands-on because I can be, because I'm like literally streaming. Is Kai the fastest growing streamer on the platform? Yes. Yes, she is. We're gonna do the Ron DeSantis Disney lawsuit as well. Anyway, but yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night for obvious reasons, and I'm feeling kind of sick. Also for those obvious similar reasons. So this morning I was like, maybe I shouldn't go to this fucking podcast. But I, as a podcast host myself, as one who hosts 2 podcasts, I knew the worst possible thing you can do is cancel last second. It's just like rude. It's really fucked up. You just cook their entire podcast. They have to like scrounge up for a new guest or whatever. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do it. And I did, and it was actually a really wonderful conversation, and I think you guys will like it. So anyway, that's all I got. Why'd you watch your video and called you out to play basketball? Oh, fuck yeah. Let's see what this is about.
Patches? The Muammar Gaddafi of moisture.
Look at my fucking zip patches falling off.
That's right. Moist critical.
Yo, Hasan needs his dick, gang. He needs his dick.
What? Pause.
Like, not like I need a dick on a nigga. Like basketball shit.
Bro, this is this guy. Yo, stop flirting and let's fucking go toe to toe, dude. You know what I mean? I'm sick and tired of this. YRG also talk shit about you?
I came to my conclusion. It's been 1 second I seen how my man's run. Hasan, why do you hoop so sussy? Why do you move so sussy on the court, my boy? What is
Lightfoot. That's it. They call me Lori Lightfoot. That's it. Okay? That's why. I got light feet.
What is that? What is that? What you got going on over there with the animations, bro? I came to my conclusion.
Yeah. You run like a football player? I don't know. Y'all have the best interactions? We don't, though. I wish we did. I wish we interacted more. Rage doesn't know that you're just Turkish, not sus. Bro, you can fit 3 Lori Lightfoots inside of you. Dude, I'm light-footed, dude.
It's been 1 second I seen how my man...
I like that he's analyzing, though. Is he scared? Is he worried? Is he trying to fucking scout out the competition right now? Because it seems like he's a bit scared. He's looking at my game tapes, dude, analyzing, looking at it, thinking about it. I don't know, man. The people want more. The people demand a fucking matchup. You know, you got to give them what they need, right? That's all I'm saying. Also, I got a fat ass. I got light feet and I got a fat ass, you know? That's what it is.
Hands run. Hasan, why do you...
He said no vert, he too big. That's what they're saying. Nah, he big as fuck. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I am.
So sussy. Why do you move so sussy on the court, my boy? What is this? What is that?
You know what's funny though? Look at this. Too damn big, Glenn Davis ass build. But there was a guy I saw in that chat that said he balls actually. He's the fucking Hulk. What the fuck? He's nice at b-ball. Let's go, dude. You guys see that? Dude, I'm winning over the rage. I'm winning over the rage audience, dude. Look at him, dude. Look at him talking shit. This is what their chat is calling you? Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm fucking not like peeled. I'm not in my perfect shape. Let's be real. It's the truth. It's just when you're like a big boy, that's how it works. Time to fly him out. Dude, I will fly him out, dude. I will put him at the nicest hotel. I will fucking treat him. Okay? I'll treat him better than Drake ever could. Okay? I've already said what I've said. They said your comp was Jokic. Yeah, except I'm not racist. Luka Hassan chick? Is that how you say it? I don't know. Joe kick is not racist, man. Isn't it a joke? It's like it's an NBA Twitter joke, man. It's the photo of him with a cowboy hat whipping, where everybody always, NBA Twitter is always saying he's racist. Joe chick. Am I saying it right? Joe kick. Oh, that's Luka Doncic. Joe kick isn't racist. Joe Kitch. I don't fucking know. I'm mixing him up. I mixed them up. I don't fucking know. Guys, I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. Yeah, I'm mixing up my Euro whites. Okay, my Slavs. Jokic, Doncic. Yeah, I'm mixing up my white people, and I'm also really fucking tired. Anyway, so it's okay. You can go to sleep. We'll watch Kaya. Okay, got it. Just know that Joe Kitch and Don Kick are two of the out of shape white guys that beat the shit out of the rest of the league. Are you sick? Yeah, I am sick. He's Baltic, not white, racist. Okay, shut up. As I was stating. Oh my God, look at this fucking goober, dude. Look at this fucking goober. Okay. Are you gonna do leftovers this week? I am. Anyway, where the fuck was I? What was I saying? Oh yeah. Let's blast off. But pretty much I did the podcast this morning and I got back home and she's been eating all morning, and she hasn't really taken a shit. So I can't wait for her to wake up from her wonderful slumber and immediately drop a fat fucking load right behind me and just absolutely cook my stream again like she did yesterday. And they want you to bring the dog to leftovers. I'm worried. I'm worried about, like, Ethan has his dogs over there. Because, like, Parvo is very serious. You know what I mean? Like, it's like very, very serious where you can have, like, you can have someone that literally goes to the dog park and, like, touches a sick dog and, like, tracks the virus with his shoe. Like, I literally don't take her outside on purpose. I am already, like, very, very worried about taking her, like, on my turf, on my front yard. You know what I mean? My sister's dog had it and almost died. Yeah. Puppies can't withstand parvo. It, like, just sucks them from the inside. Like, so, older dogs can, like, if treated early, can survive, but puppies can't survive it usually. But that's also part of the reason why we're doing pads right now. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get her vaccinated. I'm gonna get her vaccinated this week, and then, you know, the process is gonna start. Don't leave your dog in a cage on Amana Queen. You're right, Ali the believer. I should let my dog fucking die instead. Thank you for your wonderful insight on, you know, rearing and training and raising a puppy, from the guy who doesn't know anything to the guy who has done this already. You know what I mean? She recognizes people that aren't you yet? Yes, she recognizes people. All right, let's blast off. Ron DeSantis v. Mickey Mouse. Brandon v. Trump. Crowder v. Family Court. GOP v. Debt Ceiling. And more. Get in now. Too late. I already missed Druku's blast off. Yeah, I can't use this. Charlie commented on the game. He did? Oh my god, what did he say? I'm excited to see this.
Alright, here, I'll go to the basketball part. Oh, this is him trying to dunk on our hoop. Okay.
Uh-oh, he's already against it. He's like, oh, that's him trying to dunk on our hoop. Yeah. Trying. But succeeding, right? Not really. Let's be real. I fucking didn't actually do that. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Jake Shields like transgenocide post too, by the way. But anyway, here I blasted off. Here you go. I'm gonna cover the Pinkertons raid. Yes, of course. We're gonna do Rhonda versus Disney. Do not fucking worry about it. That shit's definitely happening. Let the people know we're live and we're fucking alive, baby. Let the people know. We're live and alive. We're live and alive. We're live and alive. We're doing the damn thing. Let them know. Line them up. Let them know. Get them in here. Oh, Jim Brewer went on fucking Rogan to talk about how welfare destroys people. Love to hear that from fucking Joe Rogan. A guy who has been on social safety nets and a beneficiary of social safety nets.
I swear to God. I hope he doesn't have any of my, like, worst moments. There's indeed no second game. That's tragic, because that's the one we won.
Yeah,
we won like
true.
11-5.
That, by the way, the funny thing about this is like it wasn't even intentional. Like we just didn't film the entire time, so we were just like, yeah, we won't film on the second game, and then we lost the second game.
Man, this editing's going kind of hard. Oh god, I can already see how this is going. He's getting our worst moments in game one immediately. Uh-oh. Hasan beefed up. Hasan's really not bad. Aaron's wet, though.
He's gonna...
So you ripped off the Mr... That not going in was tragic. You ripped off the Mr. Beast logo? No. I don't think you can really see it. We had a local graffiti artist come in and make a half-court logo for us because we thought it'd be really cool. We were going for like an NBA Street kind of vibe.
It's so sick. I love their
I usually don't miss those. Damn. Still can't really see it.
There's a good rip that
Damn, they're
Charlie.
tall. It was really just Matt, Chills, and Hasan that were tall. Everyone else was around like 6 feet.
To be fair, I think like what the fuck was I gonna say? I forgot. Never mind. He said 6 feet tall is like.
This guy right here, I think, is their trainer, Brian. He was fucking good.
Yeah.
This guy could actually ball too.
Yeah. He could. Seeing you run is traumatizing. See, Charlie Rip.
Lud and I played ball together, and I had to carry his ass. Also, I play some lockdown D, by the way.
Yeah, he did. He
like, legitimately, being low is such a benefit against a tall guy like Hasan. I could get some of the cheekiest shit on D off of him.
Yeah, he did. He fucking ripped
then
it.
just-
He got my cookies, dude. Fucked up.
Just an easy feed to Aaron. Does your hair make it harder to play? I usually tie it up, but I didn't today because I was so fucking sleep deprived it didn't even cross my mind. But yeah, to answer the question, it absolutely did make it harder to play on this day. Hey, good to see you, Lud. So you called me 4'11 today? That's fucked up, man. We played ball together, brother.
Oh my god. Everybody knows. Ludwig thinks he's so fucking sick, dude. He thinks he's so slick with it. He could just like come in here, play the fucking field, talk shit about Charlie, call him 4'11, and then fucking turn around and go into his chat and be like, lol, what's up, dude?
I carried you. And you give me that treatment? Yeah, so this is already into the third game. They don't have anything from the second game here, which is the one we won.
Yeah, it's true.
So I think the basketball section's about to end because that was the last bucket, and then Yummy put us away. Unless it's out of order. It is out of order. That's fine, though. For the sake of keeping everything flowing, I get it. You got some smooths? No, I am legitimately getting back to form.
I feel the same way.
Keep in mind, we have only been playing for the last 2 months, shaking off 8 years worth of rust. That is a lot.
Fair. Same for me as well. Like COVID. I've been running exactly like an O lineman after practice. Okay, everybody calm down. That's like we fucking played full court basketball. Those last games were 4v4 as well. And we did it under the fucking Tampa sun for like hours and hours.
It is 8 years of dust and grime. So it's just taking us a little bit to get back to it. It's so cute seeing you next to everyone.
You look so funny when you run, bro. I love the motherfuckers who like don't even do anything physical ever. That would perish if they even step foot outside, making fun of the way I run. Bro, do anything athletic for once in your life, and then we can have a conversation about my run. Everything I'm doing is for utility, okay? If you got a fucking light step like that, talk to me when you got a light-ass step, like your Lori Lightfoot, okay? Oh, man, he's not running perfectly. Like, he's not running perfectly. He's, like, too insecure as fuck, shaking my head. I love that it's not the chatter who says, like, oh, man, your run is so goofy that's insecure. It's the fucking streamer saying, like, listen, post your fucking run then. You run like a bitch. I would destroy every single person in this chat in 1v1 basketball. Any single person that talks shit about how I run, okay, can come and suck my fucking nutsack while I literally hang on top of you, okay? It's just like you literally, you could just talk all the shit. Talk all the fucking shit you want, bitch.
Yeah, I know. Thanks to Prime Peach and the recent Smokey kidding in Pokemon. That's why you have to be able to drive and create space. They didn't get a lot of it, but see, you just need to get through and then bang, it's just so free. There was also a time where I could touch rim, but those days are a little behind us. I'll get back to it though, I swear to God.
Anthony Davis watches Twitch? Yeah, I heard. First of all, of course, like anyone who's played even NCAA will fucking cook me. I've talked about that already.
Get there.
Many times.
All fundamentals. Legitimately though, like it's floaters and fundies for me.
Dude, look at that beautiful fucking swish. Look at that beautiful shot. Like, look at that movement.
Like
dude.
it's floaters and fundies for
You see that?
me. that's all and threes.
I find it odd how supposedly empathetic Chad always comments on other people's fits, physique, forms, etc. Like, who gives a fuck? All humans are unique. Who cares? I mean, look at that. I'm coming at you like a fucking freight train, okay? I'm coming at you like a fucking Mack truck. 245 pounds, like a unit, running at you. I will literally run through you. You will evaporate into a fucking cloud of mist, okay? You will turn into a goddamn pink mist by the time I run through you. And you're over here being like, lol, look at the way you're running. Yeah, I'm 245.
That's really about it. My assists are kind of rough. Oh, hold on. This one used to be my little signature. Not here. The old baseline drive, though. Not this, but after this. If you touch rim, I'll send you free feet pics. Give me 2 more months, and I think I can get back to it.
Anyway, ultimately the
Box
reason
out your man, brother.
Ultimately, the reason why I love playing basketball is not because, like, you know, I'm fucking good at it or decent at it or anything like that. The reason why I love playing basketball is because it's incredible cardio. I get to socialize with people that I otherwise normally wouldn't. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's great. Woke up a little bit. I have a decent pull-up jumper. I have a good turnaround shot. I got a decent fadeaway. I'm lethal from the fucking key, and I can play post, even though I don't do it regularly. I don't play post all that much because
Before we continue with anything else, bro.
I don't play post that much because I feel like it's fucked up for everyone else. But yeah, I love basketball for cardio. And that's it.
First of all, W thumbnail, he made Charlie taller than him. I got to see what all this Hasan hooping shit is all about, bro.
Oh my God.
I want to see what this nigga's calling me out for. Oh, okay, Hasan. Okay, chat.
Talk shit, bro.
Hold on, gang.
He can't even do that because of his knees, man. He can't even do that.
Okay. Before I say, let me see more animation. I gotta see more animations. I gotta see more animations. We gotta see more animations out of this big booty ass boy. I came to my conclusion. It's been 1 second. I seen how my man's run. Hasan, why do you hoop so sussy? Why do you move so sussy?
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's
this?
why everyone's talking about how I'm. That's why everyone's talking about the way I run, because Raid said it. That's what it is.
Maybe that's just one play. Get my boy to rock. Oh, he's playing defense. Get a ball, that's on. Oh, yeah, Hasan. Oh, fuck. Yeah, bring that ball up, Hasan. Oh, yeah. Galay! Bro. Oh, yeah, left hand. With the left hand, too.
Why is it left hand weak? What is it?
What was that looking athletic little? Hold on, Charlie. Hold on. Who you feel? Why was that little good? Hold on. Hold on, I'm sorry. I keep going back. Hasan is so funny. I was like, why you run like that?
Bro, I have good posture. I have great posture. That's it. I have great lifter posture. Okay, I want to see the fucking chat. Hasan being better than Flight can't be the same universe.
So proper and shit. Think about Charlie, what's with that swiftness? Let's find out you got something in you, Charlie. Hasan! Oh my God, Hasan all over the place. Hasan with the steal, coast to coast. Did he take it all the way? And what? What the fuck, big body ass?
Oh, dude, the fear is setting, dude. Hasan cheeked the fuck up, bro. My mouth watering. What the fuck, bro? He said Hasan cheeked the fuck up, bro. My mouth watering. What the fuck is that, bro? That is crazy.
Hell no. You grabbing boards? Yo, Hasan's so funny. Bro, are you so funny, bro? Oh yeah, Charlie. Get a rod at Charlie. Oh, good pass, boy. Oh yeah, Charlie, good steal.
Yeah,
Fuck
he
that.
stole my shit. Wow, he's a bit speechless after that, huh? Does the kid have range? What? Lol, it's heavy run. Gotta work on your agility, but you're good, lol. Yeah, I know, man. That had him speechless, dude. He's like, wait a minute. He's got lethal distance too? What's happening?
Chat, how many are you? How much you are averaging against this team, chat? Yo, yeah, Hasan plays like Jokic, bro. Oh, good step. Oh my God. So what, are the main characters just doing all the scoring? What's happening? Oh my God.
Also,
why are the main characters only scoring?
Also, look at that form. It's perfect. Look at that form. And the guy I'm playing against is like literally a dude who who got into like NCAA teams in college. Okay, I just want to make that clear. Now, obviously, he was injured and he didn't end up playing, but still. Someone said, I'm dropping 50.
Why his booty so fat? I ain't know he had all that.
Hasan's booty for sure has hair on it, right? He for sure has one of them hairy butts, right?
Yes, I do, but I shave it.
Like I told y'all before, my hair is like my butt is like smooth like a baby's bottom. Hasan for sure got a hairy butt though, right?
I do.
Same thing with Charlie. Whose butt you think is hairier, Charlie or Hasan?
Me, 100%
That is the
me.
question we all need to know.
Dude, he's not going to make fun of Brian. No way.
Who is this, chat? What is the name of this creator right there? What the fuck was that layup?
He's not a
Why did he do that? Why he just did that?
He's not a creator. He's my trainer. That's funny, though. He's actually great.
Shit like when he did a contact layup. Nigga said, what was that, my boy?
Why does it look like he's trying to figure out how to run for the first time?
Right here. Charlie. Okay, they're only showing highlights. I know they're only showing highlights, but Hasan is still scoring every single point for his team.
I mean, I did score the majority of points for my team. Yes, that did happen in the real world. Yes, in all of the 3 games. It's like, sure, these are the highlights, but also I did score most of the points. No, it's not because I'm a ball hog. It's because when you're a team, okay, your goal is to, make fucking buckets. Look at the VIP. Hasan a bucket. Low key, you're ducking. Ooh, his VIPs are calling him out. Let's go.
And Charlie damn near. Holy shit.
Big man. You gotta do a post-game interview.
Yeah, so they didn't film our second game where we took it 11 to what, 1? What?
Oh, no.
Played like absolute dog shit. That was a good series.
Yummy.
That was a good series.
Post-game interview. All right. We came, we saw, we conquered. And then in the wise words of Hillary Rodham Clinton, we came, we saw, he died, you know? We're talking about
What is them stickers on his head? Is that pimple patches?
Yeah, I have pimple patches.
the Muammar Gaddafi of moisture. That's right. Moist critical.
Yo, Hasan needs his dick, gang. He needs his dick.
Is Will good?
Okay.
Will is pretty athletic, great defender. He works the hardest. He's good when he's actually in it. Like he's good when he's like played for a while. No, so that's a no. No. Will is like hard worker, low blow. No, Will never really played basketball until like, you know, I guess 6 years ago. And he's really fucking good for like not playing basketball his whole life. And not only that, but he's like incredibly physical. He's incredibly athletic. He is great at defense. Okay, he's a real gym rat. He is a real dynamo, right? And his shots start landing if he plays a lot, but he doesn't really play a lot. So he's a lunch pail player, 100%. So basically, when he plays a lot and his shots start going in, then he's actually a great. I mean, he's always a valuable player for the team because like no one likes to do a lot of the stuff that he does in especially full court, 5-on-5 pickup basketball. Okay. He does the dirty work that like no one wants to fucking do, and it's insanely valuable. It's more valuable than like it's way more valuable than someone who's just like getting fucking easy layups or whatever, in my opinion. So blame your boy more holy? Wait, what do you mean? So he's actually pretty good. He just when he's also landing shots on top of that, he's great. Like excellent.
Not like I need a dick on that nigga. Like basketball shit, nigga. Basketball, I need a dick on this. Okay, not in the weird ass. I already know. Okay,
yo, stop flirting, dude. Stop flirting. Let's fucking do it. What is this?
Y'all are
I'm
so
waiting.
In any other
I'm
setting,
waiting.
You know what I'm talking about.
I will fly you. I will fly you out like Drake. Okay, I will fly you out like Drake. I don't have an indoor basketball court like Drake does in his house in my $10 gazillion mansion, but I love basketball. Played my whole life. When you talk about it, I really hate Chat. He's a hustle guy. I can tell. In shape dudes who don't ball always are. Will's a hustle guy. Yeah. Chat doesn't fucking know anything about basketball. Don't listen to them, especially because like their only understanding of basketball comes from. Jesus Christ, he got fucking flight, dude. Okay, that's an 8-footer. There's no way. Yeah, no, that's shorter, right? There's no fucking shot. Yeah. He's doing fucking Space Jam shit on that, dude. That's like Michael Jordan. If it's a 10-footer, if that was a 10-footer, he would be Michael Jordan, okay? It's a clone. Wait, oh, it's not even your rage? I can't tell the fucking... What the fuck? There's no way. Rage does not have a fucking left like... Does he have a left like that? Where he can do a fucking windmill dunk on a 10-foot... That's not a 10-foot rim. That's either not a 10-foot rim or he's literally fucking 6'7". Like, what are you talking about? That's not rage, that's anger. Yeah.
Basketball. Not in the way that y'all mean, bro. Not in that way. Yeah, have sex with him? Yeah, no, nigga, no. Cause he out here calling me out like, you know what I'm saying?
Hasan ran like he could be a stunt double for Will Ferrell.
For Will Ferrell.
Great game overall. LA Soft Boys.
Yep.
We throw down in the fucking paint. Shouts out to Charlie and the critical boys, the moist
You already
boys
know, dude.
for their hospitality.
Chat, who was on play like? Who was on play like?
Tampa seem a lot better than it actually is. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I hope you guys appreciate it.
Sin City wasn't made for you.
What's the last?
Angels like you.
Yo,
Sin City wasn't made for you.
Last time I-
stop ducking your boy.
Angels like
You hear me?
you.
Sick and tired of it. Sick and tired of the lies.
Well, you know it.
Sick and tired of the back and forth teasing.
Well, you know it.
It's fucking time.
Well, you know it.
Okay?
Well, you know it. 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 Well, you know it.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, you know it.
I'll fly you out like Drake. Or DreamCon. One or the other. But let's do it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not me prepare. Oh, chat, remember this? Chat, remember this?
Okay, that's not him.
remember
That's
this
not him.
shit.
That's not him. There's no way
They don't
that's
want
him.
to talk about it though.
That's not him. There's no way.
They don't want to talk about it. They ain't trying to talk about it. They ain't trying to talk about it. They ain't trying to talk about it, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why not though. Like,
I had not seen that video. That's insane.
I know y'all can't see it.
You said not you, buddy. The clone allegations have been confirmed.
All right, though, chat. Did we get off here, bro?
The rim
Did we get off
lower.
here, bro? I did
Yeah,
wanna
that's
see
either
this.
a 6-footer. That's either a 6-foot rim or that's not him.
Because I did finally watch the Attack on Titan episode. I did want to see this on some nerd shit.
Anyway, he moves on from this. Have you seen the Whatever podcast? Emergency upload is extremely transphobic and filled with the most ridiculous talking points. Yeah, I haven't, and I don't really care. Let's be real. All right. I'm gonna pee real quick. We'll react to the rest of Moist's sentiment about basketball, b-ball, and then we'll move on to the fucking news. You know what I mean? We're gonna talk about Disney, little Ron DeSantis versus Disney, and many more news of the day.
I was dying out here. This was like noon. I went to bed at 6 a.m. That right there, that used to be my signature, and even that was sloppy as shit. Take a baseline drive, bring it around town, loop-de-loop and pull, baby. Did you play in high school? Yep, I played for about 10 years. I dropped it once I got to college. I wasn't good enough. Who was the other stout lad with the short hair? You talking about Chase? This isn't my video, this is Hasan. I don't know who edited it, but they did a good job. This still frame really makes you look like a manlet. Brother, I'm 5'6". There's no such thing as a flattering angle on a basketball court when actually every single person around me is 6 foot plus. Matt is 6'5", Hasan I think is 6'6", Chase is 6'3". I don't know how tall Will is. You are your own custom character. Fucking true. Hasan's like 6'4". No, he's not. He's absolutely not. I don't know where that rumor started. Matt's 6'5", and Hasan, I think, was just a little bit taller. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was a little shorter than Matt. Same height as Spud Webb, who won a dunk contest. Could Spud Webb dunk? I don't remember him dunking. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Muggsy Bogues. I'm thinking of Muggsy. Yeah, Spud Webb and I are the same height. Because I remember Muggsy's like 5'3". I was like, there's no fucking way he was dunking. Muggsy could dunk? No shot. You know what happens to Tom Segura when he tries to dunk? Yeah, he fucking exploded. I've never seen such a display of, like, cartoonish injuries. He goes up for a dunk and, like, something in his leg buckles and he just, like, actually crumbles. I could hear, like, Ed and Eddie breaking sound effects when he went down. Yeah, it was...
No, every time Hasan stands next to someone who's 6'3", 6'4", he looks 2 to 3 inches taller. Lol. No, I'm 6'4". I'm not 6'6". I am 6'4".
Unbelievable.
He broke his arm. That's hilarious, but also kind of sad. I hate watching injury shit like that, only because I'm a big fatty, and I feel like it could happen to me. You know what I mean? He broke his arm and his leg. Jesus Christ. Anyway, the rest of this is just him talking about this stuff. All right, let's get into it. Disney files lawsuit against Florida. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Mouse rings versus Ron DeSantis, who is the can you teach the former Toy CEO what socialism is? Emmett Shear. Socialism. Everyone works for one big conglomerate, government co. Democratic socialism. And everyone is a shareholder in GovCo, voting for the board. Current system. GovCo is a giant conglomerate, employs 1 out of 3 people, but everyone is obligate shareholder and customer. Others work for much smaller orgs. What is this? He never had heart surgery. He had an elective surgery on his ribs, and he never took care of her when she was paralyzed. He probably spent a total of 1 to 2 hours in the hospital while she was there over several weeks. Wait, what? No, it's not elective surgery. Like, as much as I like dunking on my man Crowder, what the fuck is she doing? Her mouth is just like, she's doing this while she's dreaming. She's like, tongue is out too. What the fuck? Shit. Oh God. Barking in her dreams, dude. Bork, bork, bork. Yeah, like as much as I fucking hate Steven Crowder, I'm pretty sure the surgery he got was a rib remover for self-sucking, which every man has the right to get. Just kidding. He got it because he has like chest pussy, pretty sure. Anyway. Okay. Let's watch Little Rhonda take on the big Mickey Mouse. Little Rhonda losing out to Mickey Mouse. Little Rhonda's got Mickey Mouse rings. Not real, folks. Bye-bye.
Developments in the fight between Disney and the state of Florida. The Walt Disney Company has now filed a lawsuit against the state, saying a targeted campaign of government retaliation orchestrated by Governor Ron DeSantis was used as punishment for Disney's protected speech. The lawsuit says recent legislation threatens Disney's business operations, jeopardizes its economic future in the region, and violates its constitutional rights. And this all comes as the new state-appointed board meets today. News 6's Lauren Cervantes joins us now live with more on what's happened so far. Lauren.
Well, the board voted today on a number of things. The first declaring the deal that the former board struck with Disney null and void. They also passed 2 resolutions with a unanimous vote. The first is a superior authority resolution, giving the new board authority over the entire district, including over things like planning, zoning, land development. And that control would also include within the jurisdictional limits of the cities of Lake Buena Vista and Bay Lake. Now, the other resolution that they adopted prohibits COVID-19 restrictions or mandates by businesses within the district. But before the votes, board members heard from business owners, a couple of them from Disney Springs, asking for an open dialogue and expressing concerns over higher taxes that could potentially come.
There were a lot of functions that this board did that were not according to Florida law. They were not.
It's like weird because like I'm gonna let them fight pattern here because like one is a major conglomerate, like, you know, international brand, awful IP retainers, you know what I mean? Like they're fucking dog shit. And then the other is like idiotic reactionary Governor Ron DeSantis, who's just trying to make a name for himself in the national stage, only to get absolutely cumstered and dumpstered by Donald Trump when he inevitably goes up against him. So it's awesome, you know, like I'll sit back and watch them fight. I don't think Ron DeSantis has any energy, any momentum, or any like legal grounds to fucking eviscerate Disney in this way, because this entire government was built. This entire government, all the way down to like local governments, was built with protecting corporate interests in mind. So, you know, go after him if you want. Go after Disney, Ron, but Mickey Mouse is going to fuck you up, you know?
Not functioning under best practices, and we've got to bring those transparency and accountability for the benefit of all of you and to be in compliance with Florida law.
We're going to have more from the business owners this afternoon. As for the votes themselves, they actually passed fairly quickly without discussion. For now,
like I want government to regulate big corporations. So like, even if Ron DeSantis is doing this with like the worst intentions in mind and doing it purely out of spite, maybe it could set like, you know, decent precedent. I just don't believe it would though. Because, you know, let's be fucking real. There's no way he's going to be able to fucking shit on Disney, you know? I just don't see it. You know, corporate power is way too awesome in this country that is designed to protect corporate power. Like at the top of the hour, you have one level of restitution. You know what I mean? There's a 3-minute ad break. And there's something you can do to combat it, right? But even then, you're like giving money to the corporation. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. You know, but ultimately the top of the hour comes for all. At HasanAbi, too political, unsubscribing. Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. My funds better go to Kaya's existence. Well, I mean, I don't really have any other expenses, so your proceeds are going to the Kaya food fund, and the Kaya shit on another fucking new bed I got for her fund. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
County, I'm Lauren Cervantes, getting results, News 6.
Welcome back. Data download time. The feud between Ron DeSantis and Disney escalated yet again this week when the Florida governor proposed developing land near the amusement park into a state park, or even more snarkily, he suggested a state prison. It was the latest volley in a battle that began last year when Disney executive...
What the fuck? That's nasty as shit. What? Okay. See, this is what I fucking mean. Like, making it a state park is fine. But like, I didn't know that he wanted to turn it into a fucking state prison, dude. That's so fucking annoying, dude. Okay, Mr. Guantanamo, tell us more about your incredible ideas.
Criticized DeSantis' parental rights in education bill. It was dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill by many opponents. But it has turned into somewhat of an all-out personal feud between a sitting governor and a business that is very crucial to much of the state's economy. Let me just show you how important Disney is to the state of Florida. This is Disney's annual visitors to the Disney World amusement parks, over 36 million people in 2021. And just so you know, that's actually kind of low right now. Pre-pandemic, close to 60 million visitors. Just, you know, it works out to about 1 in 5 of all Americans, though, of course, there's some global visitors there. How about in tax revenue that Disney World generates? Well, Disney itself claims they collected over $1 billion in taxes in the calendar year 2022. That amount of money is more than the entire budget for many of Florida's state agencies. That's how crucial this is to the state of Florida. Let me go to a number of employees. It's the second largest private employer, over 75,000. This is Central Florida's economy, if you will. 75,000 people employed at Disney World. The only private company to employ more people in the state of Florida is the Publix grocery store chain. And then there's just the overall economic impact that it does for the entire Central Florida region. One estimate by Oxford Economics put it at over $75 billion in economic impact to the state of Florida thanks to Disney World. This isn't just a mouse that roars. Politically, it could become a mouse that bites as well.
Like, this is why I'm saying it's like weird. You have like a behemoth corporation, and like, of course, neoliberal mainstream media is going to turn around and like suck off the behemoth mega corporation as hard as they can, as they are currently. You know what I mean? But like, Disney has awesome powers in the state of Florida. Awesome powers. So I don't want them to dominate the state of Florida, but I also know that like Ron DeSantis is not like legitimately fighting against Disney for any sort of real reason. I wonder if there's, yeah, he's not even doing this because of Don't Say Gay. He's basically doing this because like Don't Say Gay is the sentiment behind why he's doing it, but it's actually just for Ron DeSantis to boost his national prominence by going up against like a corporation that the national Republicans, not even the National Republican Party, but like basically extremely online Republicans and the Republican media apparatus is considered to be woke. That's it. So it's really, really, really fucking stupid. It's like a battle being fought on the dumbest. Disney is alleging that their loss of special status is part of the political push by DeSantis. It's like weird because Ron DeSantis is doing this for like vice signaling and for clout purposes, but there is a legitimate reason to like undermine the power and authority that Disney has over this fucking state in general. It's such a weird situation, but Ron DeSantis basically did the dumbest thing he possibly could, which is stupid idiot. Culture wars are supposed to be a distraction from like a distraction that allows you not to engage in any sort of like, material change. You fucking dumbass. You're not supposed to take the culture war narrative to a point where you actually have to do material change. You absolute fucking dumbass. That's why the Republican Party very quietly backed away from shitting on Anheuser-Busch at the national level, even though the Republican media influencers were like still ripping into Anheuser-Busch for the Dylan Mulvaney thing. You know what I mean? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, here it is. Okay. You want to know why they quietly backed away from attacking Bud Light? Because it's his own major mega donor. The NRCC put out and then swiftly deleted a direct attack on Bud Light, whose parent company donated nearly $500,000 to its candidates in the most recent campaign cycle. They tweeted it and immediately took it down. You're not supposed to bite the hand that feeds you, you fucking idiot. Culture war is culture war. You're not, like, the main purpose of culture war stuff like this is to quite literally reignite some idiotic wedge issue, some fight that like doesn't need to be had, so that you don't have to do anything serious. Okay, so you don't actually have to enact any sort of material change. You don't actually like, genuinely attack corporations. Okay? You're stupid. So when you bite the hand that feeds and you actually start attacking the corporations, you forget that like the main reason for why the culture war was happening is to allow companies like Disney to do whatever the fuck they want, to have their own fiefdom. You know what I mean? It's so that you deregulate the beverage industry, so that Anheuser InBev Busch can basically have full control over the alcohol market, like for, you know, everything outside of like wine and spirits. That's the entire reason why they give your party $500,000 in one election cycle. You know what I mean?
We have this breaking news. The Walt Disney Company has sued Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, slamming what it calls his, quote, relentless campaign to weaponize.
If one more person says Erdogan's in the fucking hospital, I'm just gonna end the broadcast and check into a hospital for myself, okay? I am going to go insane. I'm going to reopen the insane asylums that Ronald Reagan closed so I could fucking be in a padded cell, because I'm about to lose my goddamn mind. Erdogan, you don't know that. You saw one random fucking blue checkmark guy on Twitter say that, and you just, you know, you're just excited. Like, what says this is a real news story to you? Is it Spriter99880 saying Erdogan is reported to have suffered a myocardial infarction? The Turkish president has been hospitalized. Infarction. Like, shut up, please, stop. It's wishful thinking. You're getting sucked into the same old narratives over and over again. It's just like you want it to be true, so you're like, oh, look at this, it's true. You know what I mean? Oh, but Putin shit his pants. That source was legit. Yeah, dude, he did. He really did. Okay, got it.
Government power. Let's bring in Washington Post Deputy National Editor Phil Rucker, co-author of the books A Very Stable Genius and
Infarction is correct. F off, chat. Infarction is correct, except he didn't have a fucking myocardial infarction. He did not have a fucking heart attack. Okay? It doesn't matter if the terminology is correct and it sounds like fart, haha, lol. Okay? It's a funny word, and the term is correct. It's just incorrect to apply in this circumstance because, like, that didn't happen.
Alone can fix it. So, Phil, Disney alleging a targeted campaign of government retaliation in Florida. Is it good business to go after the biggest employer in your state? People have been asking that question.
Like, I hate this. MSNBC being like, oh, man, wow, like, you really shouldn't go after a mega corporation. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is supposed to be the leftmost, this is supposed to be the leftmost, you know, mainstream media outlet.
Or is it good politics even? Phil?
Yeah, Andrea, well, the Disney company, their main theme park, Disney World, of course, is in Orlando, Florida. It employs 75,000 people there. It is a massive employer and economic engine for the state of Florida. And this has been a long-running feud between the company and the governor, DeSantis.
I'm super confused. Are you pro or against the Disney lawsuit? I'm pro let them fight. Like, fuck Ron DeSantis, who is a fucking uncharismatic shit stain, okay? He just absolutely fucking sucks, and he's doing this for clout purposes, and he's an idiot, and he's gonna get his shit pushed in. But also, motherfuck Disney, okay? I don't give a fuck how Mickey Mouse makes you feel. I don't care how you feel about Disneyland. I don't care how you feel about Disney World. Disney is an awful fucking company that has been a rigorous defender of patent laws that have been super damaging for artistic integrity, for creative endeavors in general. It's really awful. Disney is a mega corporation that like basically created legal corporate towns originally and like has its own fucking fiefdom. You know what I mean?
DeSantis signed into law last year that education bill known as Don't Say Gay, which Disney opposed because.
And they're like having this fight over the dumbest thing. They have this fight over the dumbest thing possible, which is like Disney lightly saying like, yeah, we oppose the Don't Say Gay bill. And then Ron DeSantis is like losing his mind and thinking he could take on this like mega corporation. And now the media is basically siding. The media is basically fucking siding with the Disney in general and saying like, how dare Ron DeSantis go after them?
Because of pressure from its employees and customers, and things escalated from there. And so DeSantis and Republicans in the state legislature of Florida have tried to chip away at Disney's special status in the state, their control of some land there, their tax status. This has been an ongoing source of tension between the company and the governor. And then just now we've learned that the company is in fact suing the governor of Florida.
And part of this is because they restructured the commission or the entity that gave special tax status or continued the special tax status to Disney. And Disney did an end run and managed to hold a vote before that change took place and to enable a new development. So now they're saying that they spent a lot of money on the plans for this development that they can't recoup if they're not allowed to do it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Disney for years has had.
It's like both sides of this equation are demons in their own right, and both sides are like greatly abusing the power that they have. Here, on Wednesday, a board appointed by Mr. DeSantis to oversee the government services at Disney World voted to nullify 2 agreements that gave Disney vast control over expansion of the 25,000-acre resort complex. Within minutes, Disney sued Mr. DeSantis, the 5-member board, and other state officials in federal court, claiming a targeted campaign of government retaliation, which, ironically, because of the way Ron DeSantis has been waging this war against Disney, they actually do have legal grounds to sue over. And the American federal court system, the American judicial process, is like incredibly favorable to corporations, and will consider this to be like massive state overreach, even if Ron DeSantis wasn't doing it with the express purpose of doing government retaliation against a major company in their fucking state. So it's like, it's so fucked up. It's almost like, if I was a conspiratorial minded person, I'd be like, Ron DeSantis is doing this so they can set a fucking legal precedent that will absolutely eviscerate any matter of like legal protections that states have within their purview, within their legal purview, to like actually control, major corporations, all the way down to like what they can do with public property, all the way down to like selling of any kind of property. And controlling whatever the fuck they can do with like acres and acres of land at the federal level, like set legal precedents for them. Obviously, I don't think that's the reason. I think it's way, way, way dumber than that. Okay. I think that, Ron DeSantis is a fucking idiot, and he's doing like culture war shit against Disney. And Disney's like, what do you mean, brother? Like, you forgot that just because you're a Republican doesn't change the reality that this country was designed by fucking, monkeys like you to basically give us full-blown protection against any kind of state, any kind of state action. Like, we are private enterprise. We are commerce. We are industry leaders. We will destroy you.
Had a real special status in the state of Florida and operated with a lot of autonomy over the land of the theme park in Orlando and that surrounding jurisdiction. And so DeSantis has tried to take that autonomy away, to lessen the power of Disney to control the land that it develops and its tax status. And, Disney is alleging that this is all part of a concerted political push by DeSantis. And in fact, DeSantis has used his feud with Disney as a rallying cry for conservatives around the country, for social conservative voters who form a...
You literally cannot, as a council, vote down a development project unless it violates a contract or your zoning laws. It's so stupid. Yeah, I mean, You think a council has like any kind of power over a company like fucking Disney, dude? That's crazy. Fuck Disney. They plugged $1.3 million in the Anaheim elections. They bought out the Anaheim council members. They literally bought land for $1 to build a fucking massive parking lot and refused to pay a gate tax that city council members refuse to advocate for. They have the city of Anaheim hostage. Fucking wild. Yeah. Remember what happened when COVID happened? They were more powerful than the governor. They were like, yeah, no, the rest of the fucking state can close down in the beginning of COVID, before vaccines, before anything, before there was any kind of protection. We're going to keep it open, actually. We're going to force our fucking workers to go to work. How insane is that?
A huge part of the Republican base, who, of course, are going to be helping select the next Republican presidential nominee. DeSantis, of course, is very likely to enter that field soon and become a candidate himself.
Phil Rucker, thanks so much for all of the context there.
Yeah. Let's hear what Legal Eagle had to say about how Disney outsmarted
Small
Ron
mom and
DeSantis.
pop business that just made a fool of Ron DeSantis. All they had in their corner was $200 billion in market cap and thousands of the world's best lawyers. But not only did they make a fool of Ron DeSantis, they did it in the most legally hilarious way possible.
Yeah, so it's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis versus Disney in a fight to the death. And they're going head to head in a
Damn, this motherfucker's got 4K.
up in the swamp, and only one will emerge victorious. And so far, well, it's Disney 1, DeSantis 0. And you'll have to stick around until the end to learn of the hilarious legal way that they actually won this one.
Now, I know what you're asking. Did Legal Eagle come to Disneyland just to film one sight gag? No, I came here for many sight gags.
The trouble all started in March of 2022 when Florida's Republican-dominated legislature passed House Bill 1557, aka the Parental Rights in Education.
I mean, it would be pretty funny if Disney just like basically found, funded, and pushed for a completely blue governor for the state of Florida. Like they found like the most, you know, anti-Cuba Cuban guy who's like a Democratic Party guy who's like maybe gay, you know what I mean? And then they propped him up and you know, they took like the Miami mayor and fucking made him like the governor of Florida, which they kind of have the power to do so. We're talking about a company that has insane amounts of money. They have ungodly amounts of money and ungodly amounts of political capital that they can expend. You know? Democrats would never let that happen. What do you mean? Democrats would absolutely let that happen. They don't give a fuck what happens in Florida. What are you talking about? And it works well for them. But they want deregulation law. You think the Democrats are going to regulate Disney? What are you, crazy? Hello, Disney is in Florida as well, and they run the state here too. They run Anaheim. You think Democrats are going to regulate Disney? What are you, crazy?
Act, aka the Don't Say Gay bill. The law bans discussion.
The mayor of Miami is a Republican, though. Yeah, like, just who cares? Put him as a Democrat. Make him run as a Democrat or some shit. Disney has the power.
Discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity for students in kindergarten through the 3rd grade in Florida public schools to protect, quote, the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children in a specified manner. And it also requires schools to out students to their parents as gay or trans, meaning that if a child of any age who is struggling with their gender identity comes to a guidance counselor or trusted teacher, the school cannot maintain confidentiality about this discussion and must disclose it to the parent as part of the child's educational record.
Somebody doesn't want to step out of the closet, we open the door for them.
And the bill creates a private right of action for parents to sue schools for violating this statute and recover monetary damages, including legal fees. Now, the law had quite a few vague terms, and when this was being debated in the legislature, State Senator Lori Berman wondered if the obligation to disclose any, quote, change in these students' services or monitoring related to these students' mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being would require schools to inform parents if a student requested a vegetarian meal for lunch. And the bill's sponsor, State Senator Dennis Baxley, agreed that it would. But if the bill's intent was to banish any mention of LGBTQ people from Florida schools as educators struggle to comply with a vaguely worded law under threat of cripplingly expensive litigation, it's been a rousing success. Teachers in Pasco and Duval County schools were ordered to remove safe space stickers from their classrooms for fear of running afoul of the Don't Say.
It's just like ruthless, cruel, and it serves no purpose other than just like literally fucking over children. It's a perfect Republican bill. You know what I mean? It serves no purpose other than to just be like, yeah, fuck you. You know what I mean? What are you going to do about it?
A gay bill. Even rainbows are being removed, lest teachers be accused of.
It's not cruel to inform parents of 7-year-olds. Y'all are crazy. It's so silly that you look through this analysis and didn't recognize like how vaguely worded it is and what the legal implications for it have been thus far. It's not about informing that your child got sick at school, dumbass. It's literally making it illegal for teachers to like have photos of themselves and their fucking families or whatever on their on their desks if they happen to be queer. It makes it illegal to be a queer presenting teacher, which is already a vague distinction, okay? And it goes all the way up to 12th grade. Like, it's just completely ridiculous. Especially, like, can you imagine, like, outing fucking children? Like, that's insane. Outing children in an area where they're supposed to be, like, possibly getting some guidance from a mental health professional.
Indoctrinating kids. The Sarasota County School District published a flowchart for staff when a student requests to change their name or pronouns, and unless and until parents give permission, the answer will be no. And Governor DeSantis' then spokesperson, Christina Pushaw, tweeted, "If you're against the anti-grooming bill, you are probably a groomer, or at least you don't denounce the grooming of 4 to 8-year-old children."
Like, they're so insane that they think that this rhetoric will stick, and I think that this kind of rhetoric is actually, like, terrifying for normies. Where they think that, like, oh, dude, if you're, like, they keep talking about, like, 4 to 8-year-old children, but it's like, you're, in this process, you have, like, a 16, 17-year-old, for example, that's, like, gay, and then you just out them to their fucking family of, like, homophobic parents. You know what I mean? Like, you think that that's valid? You think that's a good thing to do? Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing. Hasn't the rhetoric stuck already though? Fuck no, dude. No. If you think that like gays are groomers rhetoric has stuck, you're extremely and permanently fucking online. That's it. Hadi bye bye, Anne. Good luck. Yeah, it's K through 12, first of all. It's not 6-year-olds, so shut the fuck up. And secondly, if you think that like the gays are groomers, queers are groomers, trans people are groomers rhetoric is actually captivating, you're just permanently online and have no understanding of how like normal people view this thing. Yes, as far as trans people goes, one subsect of the larger LGBT community, trans people are met with a lot of apathy from the broader majority, but they just don't, like, the broader majority doesn't care. They don't think about them as like, pedophile rapists. If you ask people, I'm sure there is a larger percentage, and this is understandable, of people who recognize the entire institution of the Catholic Church as a more damaging, more anti-child fucking institution than they do about like random fucking gay people, okay? It's just that there is a hyper vocal minority, as is the case with many other Republican issues. There's a very hyper vocal minority of fucking weirdos who are running this narrative, and they think that like it's sticking, but they're just yelling super loud on the internet. That's it. It's not dissimilar. Not that I'm making a moral equivalent, but it's not dissimilar to like pro-trans activism that sometimes centers itself around decentralized boycott movements like boycotting Harry Potter, okay? The broader majority of the public doesn't know about this shit, doesn't care about this shit. Maybe we'll see it in the news and get fucking annoyed by it, but that it's not like something that is captivating for the broad majority of the public. I'm not making a moral equivalence between trans people advocating against decentralized against like, Hogwarts, the Wizard game, whatever the fuck, but I'm simply talking about the equivalence between how people receive this kind of thing, okay? Most people just don't give a shit. Do you understand? Yeah, unfortunately, gay trans people being groomers thing is absolutely part of the conservative mainstream, even offline. No. It's not. Oh no, she peed off of the fucking she has a big pee.
Children, silence is complicity. This is how it works, Democrats, and I didn't make the rules. DeSantis himself echoed this language when he signed the bill into law on March 28, 2022 at a private charter school in Tampa.
They support sexualizing kids in kindergarten.
And that, of course, put him on a direct collision course with Florida's largest employer, Disney. Because Florida's Don't Say Gay bill sparked a furious backlash. And the Walt Disney Corporation, which has long positioned itself as an LGBTQ-friendly business, brings in major tourism dollars for Florida's economy. One 2019 study found that the company was responsible for $75.2 billion in annual economic impact for Central Florida, supporting 463,000 jobs and $4.8 billion in state tax revenue. It also contributes millions of dollars in campaign contributions every election cycle.
And yes, before you write it down in the comments, I am fully aware that all this is taking place in Florida at Disney World, not in California at Disneyland, but I didn't want to go to Florida. Have you seen who they've elected there?
And as it became clear that the legislature was actually going to pass the bill, Disney's then CEO Bob Chapek faced intense criticism for not using the company's clout to fight it. His own employees staged walkouts in March of 2022 and set up a website called Where is Chapek to demand action. For his part, Chapek told shareholders he'd been working behind the scenes to fight the bill, and he apologized to Disney's LGBTQ employees, saying, quote, "I missed the mark in this case, but I am an ally you can count on, and I will be an outspoken champion for the protections, visibility, and opportunity you deserve." Chapek's allyship didn't last long, though. He was ousted in November when his predecessor, Bob Iger, came out of retirement and took the job back. On March 28th, when the bill was signed into law, the company finally put out a statement of tepid criticism, suggesting that the law, quote, should never have passed and should never have been signed into law. Quote, "Our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts, and we remain committed to supporting the national and state organizations working to achieve that. We're dedicated to standing up for the rights and safety of LGBTQ plus members of the Disney family, as well as the LGBTQ plus community in Florida and across the country." At which point Disney found itself in the middle of a Category 5 social media storm, dealing with the backlash to the backlash from the right-wing supporters of the bill itself. And as a result, Governor DeSantis and his allies vowed revenge on Disney for daring to criticize the law. At a press conference on March 29th, DeSantis branded Disney a bunch of, quote, California corporate executives. He said, quote, "I think they crossed the line. We're going to make sure we're fighting back when people are threatening our parents and threatening our kids."
And here we are at It's a Small World, which is actually the birthplace of Ron DeSantis.
Now, in a fundraising email, he threatened reprisal, tying it explicitly to the company's criticism. Quote, "If Disney wants to pick a fight, they chose the wrong guy. I will not allow a woke corporation based in California to run our state. Disney has gotten away with special deals from the state of Florida for way too long." Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez was even less subtle, likening Disney to the Chinese Communist Party and insisting the company had no right to criticize the government, which is, of course, not how this works. Or maybe that's exactly how it works in Florida, where the government just made it illegal for teachers to acknowledge their own families and ban drag shows.
Yeah, so California doesn't have those laws. California also doesn't have horrible humidity, so maybe if you're thinking about going to Florida, maybe go California and Disneyland instead.
But the Florida legislature raced back to Tallahassee to figure out some way to stick it to the state's main economic engine. And what they settled on was repealing a special tax zone for the benefit of Disney called the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Now, naturally, they also tried to draw a line between the government action and the company's protected First Amendment speech. For instance, State Senator Spencer Roach tweeted on March 30th, quote, "Yesterday was the second meeting in a week with fellow legislators to discuss a repeal of the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act, which allows Disney to act as its own government. If Disney wants to embrace woke ideology, it seems fitting that they should be regulated by Orange County." So what is the Reedy Creek Improvement Act? Well, that requires us to go back to 1965, when Florida Governor Hayden Burns welcomed a new neighbor to the Sunshine State.
Florida already has many world-famous tourist attractions, and the new Disney complex promises to complement these existing businesses and will greatly increase the magnetism of Florida's dynamic personality.
Now, the Walt Disney Company promised to do for Orlando what it had done for Anaheim, California, with the Disneyland theme park. To incentivize the company to build Walt Disney World, Florida created a special tax district for the 25,000 acres of heretofore worthless swampland the company had bought up in Orange and Osceola counties. And according to Florida's Uniform Special District Accountability Act, a special district means a unit of local government created for a special purpose, as opposed to a general purpose which has a jurisdiction to operate within within a limited geographical boundary and is created by general law, special act, local ordinance, or by rule of the governor or cabinet. So in plain English, a special district is a government-authorized regional body dedicated to a specific purpose like community development or fire or rescue, or, this being Florida, mosquito control. And truth be told, special districts aren't really all that special. The state's website lists 1,932 of them at last count, ranging from the Amax Brewer Memorial Law Library to the Zephyrillus Community Redevelopment Agency. But the Reedy Creek Improvement District was pretty special in that it was so wide-ranging. The original 1967 charter gave the Improvement District Board, which was controlled by the Walt Disney Corporation, dozens of powers. The RCID had the authority to build roads and sewage.
Disney World is better public transportation than any American city. I know. That is like the devastating reality, is that the only time you can get like a walkable city is literally Disney. Like the only time you can feel what it's like to live in a walkable city is if you go to a fucking capitalist corporations like company town. That is so terrifying when you think about it. That is so sad. It's so dystopian. Disney World's actually clean, well-kept, good transportation. Like, it's insane. I know. New York. Yeah, we just said clean and adequate public transit. So New York does not actually factor into that consideration. Someone said college towns are pretty walkable. That's true. That's actually another place where you can get like the experience of a walkable city. I mean, you look, this is the United States of America. It's massive. You have Philadelphia that has some level of walkability and also some adequate public transit opportunities. They're not exactly clean necessarily. There's Chicago as well, which is another city that has like decent walkability. But like these are all cities that pale in comparison to like the fucking shittiest European town. You know what I mean? Florida is not walkable at all. Bitch, you think I'm talking about the state of Florida? We're talking about Disney World or Disneyland, whichever one is in Florida.
Systems to contract with neighboring police departments for security, to enact a mosquito control plan, and the law exempted it from virtually all zoning laws. It even gave the RCID the right to collect taxes at triple the rate of any county or city. Essentially, the charter allowed Disney to function as its own independent municipality, an arrangement which worked out well for everyone for some 55 years until the mouse got too big for its britches and started talking back to the governor. So in 2022, after Disney criticized the Don't Say Gay law, Governor DeSantis and his allies decided to kneecap Mickey by revoking the charter of the Reedy Creek Improvement District. His buddies in the state Senate raced back to Tallahassee to enact SB 4, a bill which purported to dissolve the Reedy Creek Improvement District itself. Well, to be more accurate, it dissolved, quote, any independent special district established by a special act prior to the date of ratification of the Florida Constitution on November 5th, 1968, and which was not reestablished, re-ratified, or otherwise reconstituted by special act or general law after November 5th, 1968. But you probably saw this coming. The only district affected by this law would be Reedy Creek. And Orlando land use lawyer Jacob Schumer immediately spotted a huge problem with his plan to stick it to Disney, because a lot of special districts were empowered to issue bonds. But the RCID charter had a special provision wherein the state of Florida pledged not to impair the rights of bondholders until, quote, all such bonds together with interest thereon, and all costs and expenses in connection with any action or proceeding by or on behalf of such holders are fully met and discharged. And so dissolving the Reedy Creek district would cause the bond debt to land squarely in the lap of the local government. And while Disney can easily pay the $58 million annual debt service on the $1 billion worth of bonds, Osceola and Orange counties cannot. But DeSantis vowed to fight on, saying, quote, in the near future, we will propose additional legislation to authorize additional special districts in a manner that ensures transparency and an even playing field under the law. And his spokesperson vowed that no Florida taxpayer would see their rates go up as a result of the governor's mission to punish Disney for standing up for LGBTQ kids. Now, in the event that the legislature passed a substitute statute for SB 4, the bill also
like a Republican trying to get more fucking taxes out of Disney is such a laughable concept. Republicans literally forget who they're going up against. You know what I mean? This is like the perfect representation of that. You know how like Republicans could get away? Like Donald Trump could get away with saying like, you know, John McCain is, you know, not a real war hero because he got fucking caught. Like, and people still won't be like, wow, that's really fucked up that you said that. You can do that. You can say, like, you know, mega corporations are fucking lame. You can say Jeff Bezos is a socialist, but you're not supposed to actually touch. Oh shit. I don't think I have allergies. I hope it's not allergies. That'd be really sad. Are you allergic to dogs, bro? No, I mean, I wasn't. I had a dog for many, many years, and I've also taken care of a dog for many, many years. I don't think it's an allergy. Everybody shut the fuck up. I hate the back seating. It's like, I hate the fucking back seating. Like killing me. You're not only are you backseating the way I'm being a dad to this puppy, but also you're backseating me like you're my fucking dad and I'm the puppy, dude. They're like backseating my goddamn immune system. Oh, please stop. Anyway, this is the season for allergies, not for dogs, Lamau. Okay. I've never actually had any kind of like serious seasonal allergies, but I am 31, about to be 32 years old, so maybe it's like a late in life type thing that's happening. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying about little Rhonda. Oh, the point is, you can say Jeff Bezos is a socialist all day, every day, but you're not supposed to deregulate Amazon's monopoly on e-commerce, because when you do that, you actually, you know, you lose sight of why you were doing the culture war shit to begin with. The culture war shit is done so you never have to actually deregulate corporations. Stupid. Or so you never have to actually regulate corporations. Sorry. The moment that you actually start hurting a corporation's bottom line is the moment that you lost track of like what you were there to put, you know, why you were put in a position of power.
Renamed the Reedy Creek District the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District and created a new board filled with DeSantis appointees. The panel includes several DeSantis donors with strong ties to the Republican Party. For instance, DeSantis also named Bridget Ziegler, a co-founder of Moms for Liberty, a group of self-described joyful warriors in the culture who fight mask mandates and transgender students going to the bathroom. Her husband is co-chair of the Florida GOP, who donated $1.75 million to DeSantis. She's joined on the board by Pastor Ron Perry, who once described homosexuality as evil and shared a conspiracy theory that tap water might be making people gay, basically sending a message that if Disney ever got any bright ideas about speaking up against the governor again, the board would ensure that the company would deeply regret it. Or as DeSantis put it, quote, when you lose your way, you gotta have people that are going to tell you the truth. All these board members very much would like to see the type of entertainment that all families can appreciate. Jacob Schumer, the lawyer who spotted the bond problem with the first bill, told the Washington Post, quote, the district is basically exactly the same, but now Disney World will go from being abnormally independent to being abnormally controlled. They still get their special little district with taxes that can pay for lavish roads and luxury projects, but they're no longer pulling the strings. In February, DeSantis signed the new bill into law, congratulating himself for a flawless victory over the woke corporation, but it turned out the mouse still had a couple of tricks up its sleeve. So because DeSantis' people hadn't been paying a lot of attention to the board, they failed to notice the legally mandated notice posted in the Orlando Sentinel on January 27th, advertising a board meeting on February 8th, 2023 in the boardroom of the RCID administration building. At that meeting, the outgoing board members voted to adopt a new declaration of restrictive covenants. And buried in a lot of legalese, the document ceded most of the board's powers to Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, which meant that the new board wouldn't be able to withhold approval for most of the things that Disney wanted to do. Now, it took the incoming board members almost 2 months to work out exactly what had happened. In fact, it wasn't until their second meeting that they realized that they'd been outfoxed by Disney.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe the original problem here is that the state of Florida ceded basically unfettered government-like power to a huge corporation, and now they're reaping the repercussions of that. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. Who knows? I'm just a lawyer.
Ron Perry, the anti-gay water pastor, complained, quote, I cannot tell you the level of my disappointment in Disney. I thought so much better of them. This essentially makes Disney—
It's just like, it's so frustrating because like Disney deserves some state regulation. Like they have been asking for it. And it sucks that the only people that are like doing it are doing it in the dumbest way possible with the dumbest motherfuckers possible. And it's like kind of cooking the entire, like, it's absolutely eviscerating any kind of like real shot that any, you know, actual leftist leader could have in the future to instill some level of regulation, some level of state regulation against this massive fucking company.
The government. This board loses, for practical purposes, the majority of its ability to do anything beyond maintain the roads and maintain basic infrastructure. New board member Bridget Siegler tweeted, quote, "The arrogance of @Disney continues, from ignoring parents and allowing radicals to sexualize our children, to now ignoring Florida taxpayers by sneaking in a last-minute sweetheart development agreement. Disney has once again overplayed their hand in Florida. We won't stand for this, and we won't back down. If unlawful actions were taken, this development agreement will be nullified." For his part, DeSantis vowed revenge. Rest assured, you ain't seen nothing yet. There's more to come in that regard. And the governor immediately dispatched.
What aspect of Disney needs more regulation? Wonderful question. Thank you for asking. One, they should not be able to control all of the fucking land like it's their own personal fiefdom. Two, labor protection should be immediately implemented on every level of Disney employee down to the fucking janitors. You should not have actual fucking Disney employees sleeping in their goddamn cars as they work at Disney for such low pay. Yeah, labor regulations, zoning regulations, safety regulations, environmental regulations, and last but not least, their patent extensions should be eviscerated. I think that is completely ridiculous. Okay, can I ask a question? What's up, Lud? Go ahead. How many 3 points do you think I make out of 10? That's the question you have? But I will fucking train you, okay? I will train you to become a lights out shooter, okay? I think currently 0, maybe 1. I would break up their entertainment. Okay, going back to the thing that I was talking about, I would break up their entertainment monopoly as well. Plenty to talk about here with respect to Disney's wrongdoings, I think.
An army of taxpayer-funded attorneys to attempt to unwind the deal. A statement attributed to 4 separate law firms reads, quote, "The lack of consideration, the delegation of legislative authority to a private corporation, restriction of the board's ability to make legislative decisions, and giving away public rights without compensation for a private purpose, among other issues, warrant the new board's actions and direction to evaluate these overreaching documents and determine how best the new board can protect the public's interest in compliance with Florida law." Then the state's top lawyer, Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody, sent a public records request to the Reedy Creek board members demanding all communications, quote, "discussing an intention or goal of circumventing, avoiding, frustrating, mitigating, or otherwise attempting to avoid the effects of anticipated actions by the Florida governor and the Florida legislature." In the meantime, DeSantis sent a letter to the state's chief inspector general, Melinda Miguel, demanding that she investigate the board for, quote, "collusive and self-dealing arrangements aiming to nullify the recently passed legislation, undercut Florida's legislative process, and defy the will of Floridians." Apparently, he believes that it would be unethical or even criminal for the RCID board members to consult with Disney executives on the RCID contract, despite the company being a party to the RCID contract.
But the counterpoint here is well taken. There are those that argue that Disney is trying to frustrate the democratic process. People elected their leaders in Florida. The leaders in Florida have enacted several laws that seek to revoke the special district that Disney was benefiting. And by trying to frustrate that special district and those laws, Disney is being anti-democratic. And it's hard to argue against that. It's just that it happens to be on a backdrop of potentially protected First Amendment rights and this whole culture war.
New Disney CEO Bob Iger called out DeSantis at a recent Disney shareholder meeting saying, quote, "The governor got very angry about the position Disney took, and it seems like he's decided to retaliate against us, including the naming of a new board to oversee the property and the business. In effect, it seems to punish a company for its exercise of constitutional right. And that just seems really wrong to me." Iger went on to accuse the governor of being anti-business, Fighting words in today's GOP. And now we get to the extremely wonky but extremely juicy legal details of how Disney actually pulled this off. Because Disney's lawyers say that everything they did was strictly in accordance with the law. And if they're right, it will be thanks in part to an ancient legal principle which has bedeviled law students for generations. How many generations? Well, a lot. In fact, we have to go all the way back to the 17th century in England to the very real and very much less woke kingdom of Charles I, who reigned until 1649 when he literally lost his head. Literally. But in 1647, Henry Frederick Howard, the Earl of Arundel and Surrey, was faced with a problem. By law, the eldest of his 4 sons was supposed to inherit his estate. Unfortunately, that son, Thomas, was legally insane and incapable of managing the Earl's vast landholdings. Furthermore, it was unlikely, although not impossible, that Thomas would produce a son of his own to inherit the estate. And so the Earl and his esteemed lawyer, Sir Orlando Bridgeman, devised a complicated plan to divide the land and accompanying titles among the 4 sons upon the Earl's death. The will took into account multiple contingencies, with clauses shifting assets around at some undetermined future date if Thomas should die without an heir. And furthermore, the Earl liked this crazy contraption so much that his will imposed this plan to rotate assets among multiple future generations. But by 1682, the Earl had died, although not at the guillotine, and his second and third sons, Henry and Charles, were locked in an epic legal dispute which came to be known as the Duke of Gloucester's case. Henry argued that the complex scheme of shifting ownership dictated by his father's will was illegal because it tied up property for too long. And the court agreed, thus creating what became known as the rule against perpetuities, a legal concept so famously complicated that it has been included on every bar exam for decades as a kind of hazing ritual for the legal profession. In essence, the court held that it was bad public policy to allow landowners to lock up property forever, i.e. in perpetuity.
Wow, woke judges, folks. We gotta stop them.
And at the time, England was rapidly transitioning from a feudal society to one based on capitalism and trade, and so it made sense that the court decided that allowing landowners to wall off great swaths of the country's assets from sale would be a hindrance to the new mercantile economy. And this has become a foundational principle of English and American common law. We don't like rules that say things can't be sold, and we really don't like imposing restrictions on land sale or use by future owners. So over the years, this rule against perpetuities has been reduced to a simple axiom. No interest is good unless it must vest, if at all, no later than 21 years after some life and being at the creation of the interest. Okay, so maybe that's not particularly that simple, but in plain interest, the law will not allow you to dictate the ownership of property forever. The best you can do is pick someone who is alive at the time that the document is signed.
God, I fucking hate law so much. Like, Legal Eagle, very handsome boy, very handsome man, does a great job of like covering this stuff, but oh my God, every time I look at these things, I'm like, this is like making me want to fucking die, okay? It's like the fact that Disney is able to, the fact that we don't have any kind of like common sense applied in this circumstance, and you can like utilize a 16th century like legal precedent from a time when like kings existed makes me want to fucking die, dude. I don't know if it's because I'm sick, but you know, no matter how sick I get, I can never be as sick in the head as these fucking freaks. It's just so weird. Kings still exist. Yeah, I meant like in that country. I guess they still do in that country too. They don't really have the same legal jurisdictions that they once had. Disney used the rule against perpetuities, which is defined as the rule against perpetuities stipulates that it will. Okay, see, I can't even read that. Like, just like it fries my brain as I'm trying to fucking read it. You know what I mean? I'm like, legal perpetuities. The only perpetuity is the top of the hour ad break, which comes in perpetuity. Okay, but you have some legal recourse against the top of the hour ad break. You can just subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. All right, that's it. That's all you need to know. You can subscribe. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Anti-Materia, thank you for the 10 gifted. HasanAbi's Nibble, thank you for the 5 gifted. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
And peg your instructions to that person's lifespan plus a maximum of 21 years after they die. That person is known
Law
as...
is when manga-only weebs fuse with debate lords. Yeah. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10. Preston, 4 to win. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
quote, life and being, commonly referred to as a measuring life, and that person doesn't have to be a party to the contract. You can make a measuring life Miley Cyrus, or Barack Obama, or your brother's new baby. It doesn't matter. It just has to be someone alive at the time of the contract. All right, so how does this work in practice? Well, let's say that Scrooge McDuck wants to leave his mansion to Huey, Dewey, and Louie. In his will, he writes, "I leave my home to my beloved nephews for life, and then to their children when the last of them reaches the age of 25. Now, in theory, Huey, Dewey, and Louie could father children, or ducklings, on the last day of their lives. So this will violates the rule against perpetuities because it exceeds the measuring lives, that's Huey, Dewey, and Louie, by more than 21 years. But change 25 to 21 and say my nephew's lives plus 21 years, and it's probably all good. So what does this have to do with Ron DeSantis trying to burn down Mickey's clubhouse? Well, Florida, like most states, has modified its rule against perpetuities. It's no longer 21 years. In fact, in 2022, the state changed the rule from 360 years to 1,000 years, which is pretty optimistic considering how much of the state's population lives in coastal areas, which could be affected by sea level rise. But Disney and the RCID board—
Do you get a better understanding of why this shit's fucking wild?
knew that DeSantis and his allies in Tallahassee would be on the hunt for any possible way to void the declaration that strips his appointees of power over the company. Remember, the RCID board and Disney just watched the legislature pass multiple laws aimed directly at them, and they know that he's not above enacting a 17-minute rule against perpetuities that only applies to special districts established in 1967. So to protect the company from that eventuality, they inserted this clause, quote, "If the perpetual term of this declaration is deemed to violate the rule against perpetuities or any similar law or rule, this declaration shall continue in effect until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles III, King of England, living as of the date of this declaration." And you should know, in May, King Charles will be officially inaugurated as King of England. He has 2 sons, 5 grandchildren who are living as of the date of this declaration. So for the purposes of this contract, they are the measuring lives. Prince William's children are Prince George, age 9, Princess Charlotte, age 7, and Prince Louis, who is 4. Prince Harry's children with his wife Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, are Prince Archie, who is 3, his baby sister, Princess Lilibet Diana Mountbatten Windsor, born June 4th, 2021 in Santa Barbara, California. As the youngest of King Charles's descendants living at the time of this contract, she is statistically the likeliest to be the ultimate measuring life of this contract.
Behind me is the Matterhorn, and a fun bit of trivia is that in order to extend the contractual period even further, Disney has actually purchased the rights to King Charles III. He will be cryogenically frozen so that he will actually never die and be interned in the Matterhorn, so that all of the contractual obligations will go on basically forever.
That's a joke.
So kids, that's how Mickey Mouse—
That's a joke. That's a joke. I have to check that. What? No, that's a joke. Okay, I think my brain is not working because I literally thought maybe it's real. It's a joke. It's a joke. He should have said like that's a joke because he's too serious. He's too serious, and also it's Disney, so like it does feel like it might not be. You know what I mean? I mean, the part about the 1,000-year extension is not a joke. You know what I mean? Which is why, like, the fact that you thought Disney could do that is insane. Bitch, did you not hear the other very real parts about this process where they have, like, extended the rule of perpetuity to, like, thousands of years at this point? That's not a joke. That's what they actually did. That's Disney, bro.
It listed a real-life American princess to protect the fake Magic Kingdom in a real-life battle to protect the First Amendment. Yes, because Floridians love it when you antagonize the state's largest employer.
I have to admit, Coming to Disneyland alone as an adult is a very strange experience. The things I do for this channel.
Meanwhile, the new board vows to fake until they make it, passing a resolution restoring their power. But for now, they are pretty much out of a job. And if DeSantis keeps going, the 460,000 people that Disney employs in Florida will be out of a job as well. So they could really benefit from today's sponsor, 80,000 Hours. They're a nonprofit that helps people find impactful and fulfilling careers that aim at solving the problem. So this one is a no-brainer if you're based on what you've learned. And high.
Oh. Yes, chatters, as the #1 like trans news coverer on the internet, I am going to talk about it, okay? I'm going to talk about it. Anytime, like, the only place where, like, trans people can't fucking sneeze without my know-how is this community. I swear to God. Like, it's either the Ben Shapiro side of things where the Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro cannot let trans people live without, like, literally... without, like, you know, trans people can't have a conversation in private without them knowing about it and immediately covering it in the most negative way possible. The same goes for this community, where you guys are literally just like, yo, dude, this censure, it happened. Like, stop. I know. I'm going to talk about it. I know. Yeah, there's a bunch of cop shit that I want to watch. This is interesting. Peter Thiel, Republican mega donor, won't fund candidates in 2024. Maybe because he's like really sad about his boyfriend's untimely demise. I don't know what the reason for that is. Who knows? We're gonna cover the Republican attacks, and then we'll get to Representative Zephyr.
We're going to begin with this because just hours after launching his re-election campaign, President Biden is already hammering home his pitch for a second term. The president made it very clear he's keeping Vice President Kamala Harris as his running mate, and both of them gave major speeches yesterday warning against right-wing extremism. Now, if the current polling holds, the president could be headed for a rematch against Donald Trump, though it's still very early to call that. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with more. Nancy, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gail. The first Biden campaign ads start airing today. They're not wasting any time. The party is quickly closing ranks behind the Biden-Harris ticket with hopes that a key endorsement will help boost enthusiasm about a second term. Speaking before a supportive union crowd blocks from the White House Tuesday, President Biden made the case for another 4 years.
We're on the cusp of major change. We're creating jobs again. Manufacturing has come alive again.
Early campaign themes already emerging: abortion rights, LGBTQ rights, and access to the voting booth.
So many of our hard-won freedoms are under attack, and this is a moment for us to stand and fight.
Vermont Senator and one-time Democratic presidential rival Bernie Sanders was quick to endorse the Biden ticket yesterday, saying the, quote, last thing the country needs is a Donald Trump or some other right-wing demagogue to undermine American democracy.
Cut.
It feels like the train is coming off the track.
It's Jover. It's fucking Jover. Under Dem Senate, House, and President. It's Jover, baby.
The Republican National Committee reacted to the re-election bid by releasing this AI
Your editor did you dirty with this video. Let's get to title.
the news. There are libs in the comments who didn't watch the video being like, yay, Biden. I'm not even seeing that. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay.
Where the fuck were we? Oh, here it is. Let's keep going.
Generated video predicting a dystopian second Biden term. According to a CBS News poll, 72% of Americans feel things in the U.S. are out of control.
You know what 72% of Americans also think? That Joe Biden shouldn't run for re-election, including 51% of Democrats. Oh, yeah. It's pretty funny. I mean, we have no control over what happens in politics, so fuck it, YOLO, why not? You know what I'm saying?
The Republican frontrunner quickly weighed in, too.
With such a calamitous and failed presidency, it is almost inconceivable that Biden would even think of running for re-election.
Nearly half of all Democrats say they don't think Mr. Biden should run again, most of them citing his age. He would be 86 at the end of a second term.
Does the president plan to serve all 8 years?
I'm just not going to get ahead of the president. That's something for him to decide.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre later clarified those comments, tweeting, "I can confirm that if reelected, the president would serve all 8 years."
One of the benefits of running for the White House from the White House is the many opportunities to appear presidential. Today, Mr. Biden is hosting the South Korean president, a key ally as tensions rise with China. There's going to be a rare state dinner here tonight. Meanwhile, another Republican hopeful is making it official today. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson is formally announcing his presidential bid. He's one of the few GOP candidates who has been willing to openly criticize Donald Trump. Nate?
Wow, so brave. Yeah, he's going to kill it, dude. All right.
Now to...
Let's get the fucking anti-trans mania in the country. Of course, we're going to be talking about Montana. Okay. A state. For those of you who don't know, this is a state. It's not just a rapper, French Montana. It's actually literally a fucking state. It's not Hannah Montana. It's not the Disney show. It is actually a fucking real state. No, it's not in Canada. It's in the United States of America. You might not have known about this. But yeah, there's like 500 people there, and anyway, let's talk about what Montana is doing.
Montana and the growing outrage over the treatment of a transgender lawmaker. Public protests in the legislature were met with police in riot gear.
Look at these fucking hogs, dude.
Here on Monday. This was the third straight session that Democratic State Representative Zoe Zephyr was barred from speaking over a comment she made about a bill to ban gender-affirming care. She now says she could face censure or expulsion from the chamber later today at the hands of the Republican majority. Meg Oliver has more on this story.
Standing defiantly Monday, Montana House Representative Zoe Zephyr raised her arm holding a microphone to amplify the voices of her supporters, demanding she no longer be silenced. The freshman lawmaker, who is transgender, tweeted last night that she faces expulsion or censured later today. That's after Republican House leaders announced they would vote whether her actions...
It's cool that, like, for Republican-dominated state legislatures, like, it's not enough that, you know, they already, like, gerrymandered it to hell. So, like, even if your state has, like, 60% Democratic swing, you still have, like, a Republican dominant state house and state senate. Is fucking super sick. And like they can just do their bidding regardless. But now they're also like, hey, we don't really like you because you're trans. We don't really like you because you're black. We don't like you because you're gay. We're just gonna fucking expel you. We're just gonna censure you. Super sweet stuff happening. Once again, Republicans, in my opinion, are getting ahead of themselves and getting entirely too fucking horny with the undemocratic powers that they routinely exercise. Will that actually come back and bite them in the ass? Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know at this point. Like, who has any power in this country? This is awesome. Look at this. What is this? How society accepts transgender people doesn't go far enough, says 76% Democrats. Republicans say goes too far, 79%. Nice. Culture war is so awesome. Culture war is so awesome. We just like make busy work for these fucking weirdos. You know what I mean? What the fuck is this? I don't even know what's happening here in like the replies. Are they posting the shooting victims in Tennessee? Like, what does that mean? These people are literally mentally unwell. So Zendaya is actually a man and Tom Holland is actually a woman. Oh yeah, we have the transvestigators. We're gonna talk about them in a second.
Safety, dignity, or decorum of the House of Representatives.
No representative is above our House rules.
For over a week, Zephyr has been barred from speaking on the House floor until she apologized for her comments opposing a Republican bill banning gender-affirming care for minors.
If you vote yes on this bill and yes on these amendments, I hope the next time there's an invocation, when you bow your heads in prayer, you see the blood on your hands.
Montana's Republican House Speaker deemed those comments out of line and that they broke House decorum.
We're elected to have the hard conversations.
Speaking to John Dickerson last night on CBS News Streaming, Zephyr says she's not apologizing for what she said, and in fact, she would say it again.
When marginalized communities who are impacted the most by legislation, rise up and speak to the harm, those folks in power, particularly on the far right, do not want to be held accountable for the real harm that these bills bring.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Meg Oliver.
President Joe Biden.
Awesome. Great stuff. Yeah, so they did that. They did. The motion passed, and Representative Zephyr will be censured for the rest of the session across the party line. The House is now adjourning. They're taking the disciplinary actions proposed to ensure the safety of the body. They're literally kicking out the trans woman they hate and silencing her for the rest of the year. They're just not letting her speak. The right to protest is clearly upheld right in the state U.S. Constitution, and we took oaths to protect that Constitution. Though I love my job, I face a series of deeply offensive behaviors. There's been a pattern of unwillingness to listen to a diverse set of opinions in front of us. Once again, no matter what happens, Republicans don't care about the Constitution. They just want the rules to only apply to defend them. Hello. They are literally utilizing bullshit fucking decorum to unfairly and unjustly punish a trans lawmaker that was duly elected and is doing the fucking job that she was elected to do. It's just so insane. I don't know what else to say about it. Hopefully this fucking blows up in their faces like the Tennessee thing did.
Asks Americans for another.
Meanwhile, Matt Gaetz is explaining why he's holding out on the Kevin McCarthy's debt ceiling plan. Insanity ensues with the National Republican Party, which again has decided we're gonna make it so that like you can have like a literal carcass, like not like a walking and talking carcass like last time around, where like Joe Biden is literally dead and propped up with sticks this time, and the country will still vote for him. Because what is our forward-facing national policy proposal? Oh, that's right. We're going to make it so that it's harder for people to maintain their entitlements, maintain their benefits, maintain their social safety nets, because we have this wanton, inconsiderate attitude towards the working poor. And what are we going to do about it? Oh, that's right. We are going to hold up the national debt. Like, we're going to tank the global economy so that, like, there are more fucking provisions here. You know what I mean? There are, more rules and loopholes to jump through that you have to, like, literally work to fucking survive.
For 4 years, the nation is at risk of a potential economic disaster. Thanks to partisan and intra-party politics in Washington, the U.S. is scheduled to default on its debt as early as June, something that's never happened before. And if the nation defaults, that means massive job losses, almost assures a recession. Federal benefits like Social Security are at risk. Interest rates, what you pay on your house, your car, your college loan, they all skyrocket. The stock market, it tumbles, dragging with it your 401ks. I know what you're thinking. You're saying, Michael, come on, we've seen the movie before and we know how it ends. They're going to figure it out just before the clock hits midnight. Since 1960, Congress has acted 78 separate times to permanently raise, temporarily extend, or revise the definition of the debt limit. It's all seemed to work itself out, but in life there are no guarantees. Republicans are demanding more than $4 trillion in spending cuts in exchange for lifting the debt ceiling. But President Biden insists that budget talks shouldn't be included in something this consequential, even as some in his own party are pressing him to negotiate.
This is his job. This is the responsibility of the leader of the...
Hey, fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're a fucking bitch. I hate you. Joe Biden gifted Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema fucking bills, dude. Never forget that. Never forget that this fucking decrepit old corpse gifted these two fucking vultures, one of which left the party. The other one's too much of a pussy to actually do so. Like, gifted them bills. Ay, ay, ay.
The free world and definitely the United States president. He has to negotiate.
The debt ceiling now stands at $31.4 trillion. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 potential GOP votes to pass the bill. So it leaves him trying to appeal to all of his party's factions in order to get the votes on his own plan. House GOP leaders were initially pushing for a floor vote tomorrow on their plan, which would raise the ceiling for a year in exchange for deep spending cuts. But now McCarthy's opened the door to pushing back the timeline, saying a vote will come this week.
You have to change the bill to get 218 votes. I will let you know. Do you have 218 votes on this? You're the first person I'm going to call.
A decade ago, a debt standoff did have catastrophic consequences. As the Washington Post notes, that fight in 2011 between ascendant conservative Tea Party Republicans and President Barack Obama rattled the stock market, precipitated a downgrade in U.S. credit, and ultimately cost taxpayers more than $1 billion. You know who led?
You know who didn't get fucking punishments out of that, though? Republicans.
Negotiations with Republicans back then? Joe Biden, when he was serving as vice president. He negotiated back then, so why not now? How dire are things? Well, on the day that he's announcing his re-election bid, the president cited Donald Trump.
No, I think I'd be quoting Donald Trump, but even Donald Trump said, I can't imagine anyone ever thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge. Folks, America's not a deadbeat nation.
Oh my God, this narrative is so stupid. Just talk about economic doom and gloom that Republicans are fucking using as a weapon to do what? To do what? What does Kevin McCarthy want out of these negotiations? Something that is deeply and undesirably unpopular. Something that Donald Trump knows is deeply and undesirably unpopular. That's it. What happened? Mini F there is. I'm not seeing it. It's not on my end. It's not happening. Hold on. Hold on. I'll run my Windows MTR, but just to be on the safe side. Every time there's like a mini baby hiccup, I'm like freaked out. Anyway, let's see how this works. It was 1 second. Chat is dumb. I mean, it's okay. Let's continue.
We pay our bills.
By the way, under Trump, the U.S. debt increased by nearly $8 trillion, and Congress voted to increase the debt ceiling 3 times without demands. But Republicans are now seizing on the issue as leverage. This brings me back to McCarthy and a massive leadership test. He has a caucus of 222. He needs to secure 218 votes to pass his plan and send it to a near certain defeat in the Senate. If he loses 5, he can't get it done unless...
What are they going to do? Like, you're really telling me that, like, Republicans in contested districts in the House are going to be like, yeah, we want to fucking make sure that we cut social safety nets further right now. Like, that's the reason why we are doing our very best to, like, just hold a gun to the head of the global economy, not just the American economy. It's so fucking stupid. And I don't think it's going to happen. But hey, what the fuck do I know? The Republican speaker has stuck to partisan bills that have kept his party united. That ends with a tough vote to raise the debt limit in exchange for spending cuts. Like, do you really want the entirety of the National Republican Party to be hammered with, like, they want to fucking make the old people die? Like, this is such a bad move that I'm surprised Donald Trump hasn't come out and talked about it. Like, no one is demanding this. The National Republican Party is, like, not on board with it. Most of them don't care about the optics of spending cuts. They care about being primaried from the right if they don't vote for it. Yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter because, like, I mean, I guess that they are relying on the Democratic Party's feckless ineptitude that gives them a lot of leeway to do these insane things because they won't suffer any punishments, at least on the narrative front, because the Democrats are wholly incapable of doing anything that's good. But having said that, it's still something that is so... McCarthy himself is internally weak. And also on top of that, like, there are Democrats in contested seats that are not only worried about being primaried from the right, but, like, a lot of people recognize that this concept, if they advocate for it, is going to hurt them. Conservatives, when the country's about to break... No. Conservatives would kill their voter base. That's true. Conservatives don't care about what happens to their voter base, but they do care about sitting on their fucking seats. And, like, in this day and age, spending cuts are not necessarily a narrative that actually works. I mean, Donald Trump fucking literally beefed up the economy and gave, like, direct stimmies, if you remember, during COVID. You know what I mean? It's not like a thing that Republicans... City. This is funny. Shitty. What the fuck? Kaya. President Biden has dismissed it as a MAGA economic agenda that includes spending cuts for working and middle-class folks. I mean, that's precisely what it is. God, I love this dog so much. They and other Democrats have condemned the legislation as recklessly austere, and fiscally misguided, and argued that in pushing it, Republicans are precipitating a debt crisis by tying unreasonable conditions to any vote to lift the debt ceiling. The statutory borrowing limit is expected to be reached by this summer, pushing the country into default unless Congress acts to raise it. It's such a stupid fucking tool, too. The debt ceiling, also called the debt limit, is a cap on the total amount of money that the federal government is authorized to borrow via U.S. Treasury securities, such as bills and saving bonds, to fulfill its financial obligations. Because the United States runs budget deficits, it must borrow huge sums of money to pay its bills. America hit its technical debt limit on January 19th. The Treasury Department will now begin using its extraordinary measures to continue paying the government's obligations. These measures are essentially fiscal accounting tools that curb certain government investments so that the bills continue to be paid. Those options can be exhausted by June. What's at stake? Once the government exhausts its extraordinary measures and runs out of cash, it would be unable to issue new debt and pay its bills. The government can wind up defaulting on its debt if it's unable to make required payments to its bondholders. Such a scenario would be economically devastating and could plunge the globe into a financial crisis. It could, and it would, actually. Here, let's watch like a YouTube video on what the debt ceiling is and what the fuck this means. You know what I mean? How about that? Sure, there's like a Vox explainer on it, you know? Here.
These grades aren't for students. They're for businesses, based on how likely the company is to pay its debts back.
Kaya is a hardcore
A company like
conservative, yes.
Microsoft has the best grade possible, AAA, since they have a long history of paying people on time.
The internet is about driving profitability.
But a newer company like Tesla has a BB rating.
Fundamentally change the equation. You've got to have an all-electric vehicle.
And that affects their interest rates. Microsoft pays its investors 2.5% interest. Tesla pays a bit more at 5.3%. The riskier the grade, the higher the interest rate. But it's not just companies that have grades. Countries do too. The United States, for a really long time, had a AAA rating. Until
lawmakers have just 2 more days to raise the nation's debt ceiling and avoid a catastrophic
default on its loans, which could create turmoil in the U.S. economy and worldwide.
The U.S. has a weird thing called the debt ceiling, which is just a limit on how much debt the country can take on. If the national debt reaches that limit, the U.S. might not be able to pay its investors. The U.S. regularly comes close to hitting it, but the government always ends up raising it. Until 2011, when it almost didn't. After that, the U.S. was downgraded for the first time due to, quote, political risks. Since then, Congress and the president have had to raise it 7 more times. It's becoming an almost annual task. And of course, it always goes super swell.
The entire basis of the Republican strategy is we're going to shut down the government or cause economic chaos if we don't get 100% of what we want.
This isn't some damn game.
My Republican friends need to stop playing Russian roulette.
Russian roulette with the economy.
In the last 20 years, the U.S. has borrowed more and more money. The national debt is at an all-time high. But how should we feel about this debt? And what happens if we don't pay it back? The U.S. national debt is nearing $29 trillion, with a capital T. Depending on when you watch this, it might already be there. It's best not to look at it as a number, but instead as a comparison to the size of the economy. You'll see the U.S. takes on more debt when the country spends a lot, because of wars or because of investments needed during recessions, and now pandemics. And the department in charge of all this is the U.S. Treasury. They collect taxes and spend them to fund the government. And for the record, it's Congress and the president who decide how much taxes should be and where the money should be spent. The Treasury just handles the flow of money. But for essentially ever, they approve more spending than they bring in with taxes. So the Treasury has to make up that difference by taking on debt. And it does that by selling bonds. They can vary, but generally it works like this. You buy a $1,000 30-year bond at a locked-in 2% interest rate. Every year, the Treasury sends you $20, the 2% interest you've earned. And after 30 years, you can cash out the bond and get your $1,000 back. It's a win-win situation. The U.S. gets money to fund the government, and you make some profit on a safe investment. More than a third of these bonds, and therefore the total U.S. debt, are owned by Americans and American companies. Investors, and also banks, local governments, and even pension funds, keep their money in bonds. And the largest part is owned by the federal government. The federal government owns part of the federal government's debt. The money for Social Security is actually kept in bonds. So is the money for Medicare and federal pensions. The Federal Reserve has bonds too. Foreign investors only own a quarter of the U.S. debt. And while Chinese investors used to have the largest share, Japanese investors actually own more now. They own around 4% of all U.S. debt. And it is a lot of debt. Of all the developed countries, the U.S. has the fourth largest debt compared to the size of the economy. So is this bad?
The really, really frustrating answer is we don't know.
Debt has pros and cons. One question is, what are you doing with the debt?
When you're in an economic recession or an emergency, not only should you borrow, you should borrow a lot. But what you shouldn't do is borrow when your economy is strong and the political inconvenience of paying for things is too high.
Another really important question is, what are interest rates? In recent years, interest rates have been very low. That tends to make it easier to borrow and to sustain that borrowing. Where we are now doesn't make me, as of now, very nervous.
I worry about the debt a lot more than he does.
While all countries take on debt, only these two have debt ceilings. Denmark's, however, is kept so high, they're not going to come close to hitting it. Unlike the United States, where the government is constantly having to raise the debt ceiling to pay for spending they already approved.
That's the big problem with the debt limit, is it's internally contradictory. The government passes a law that says you have to spend 10. It passes a law saying you can only collect 8 in taxes. And then it passes another law saying you're not allowed to borrow 2.
If the U.S. does hit the debt ceiling, it would mean the Treasury couldn't issue any more bonds, so no more debt revenue. Taxes would still be coming in, but that's not enough to cover all these responsibilities. So maybe they stop paying federal employees, or stop spending money for programs. But at some point, they won't be able to pay the interest to these investors or cash out Social Security bonds. That's called a default. It's never happened. Yet.
You couldn't do more to sabotage your financial system than default.
Interest rates could rise based on a reassessment that the United States was considerably riskier than people had thought before. When government bond interest rates go up, that usually means that other interest rates are going up.
If you borrow for anything, whether it's for a dishwasher, a car, college, or your credit card, that's going to become more costly. We're going to lose jobs. Wages won't go up as high.
We could be like these countries and just not have a debt limit.
Pretty much literally fucking, what do you mean? Almost all of them. Every single OECD nation.
Or have one so high it's never a threat to the economy. Because if Congress and the president really want to take on less debt, they can change the tax system or reduce spending.
The debt limit does make sense if you are a functioning Congress. You're saying we need to put in place some policy to make sure that we don't borrow more than we mean to, or we stop and we pause and we check on the borrowing.
Why?
That certainly isn't how it is working.
Why?
The simplest thing would just be to repeal it and be like almost every other country in the world.
Even if the U.S. never actually defaults on its debt, just the mere political fights and will they or won't they unease could make the United States a less desirable place to invest.
It's long been seen as this is kind of the safest asset that you can invest in. And so that's given the U.S. a lot of advantages. But the more our political system is so polarized and dysfunctional, the more that it becomes a little bit questioned of whether the U.S. should have the incredible advantage that it has.
Also, like, we constantly talk about a deficit or our debt. And what's also always hilarious about this conversation that, like, there are ways to fill up our coffers, except for some weird reason, anytime a Republican or a Democrat has any kind of fucking legislation that they can pass, it almost always revolves around not taxing the fucking wealthy. And if anything, reducing the amount of taxes, which, of course, in turn has that negative effect. There's that, too. That's the real T word out there. You know what I mean?
Thus far.
I love that. Anyway, great stuff overall. Let's hear.
Less he has Democrats on his side.
Thoughts on 2017 tax cut during the great economy? Ooh, I do have some thoughts on that. Here, let's go to 2017. What did Hasan Piker say? There was one specifically that I covered when I was talking about. Here are the proposed cuts to veterans. The 2017 tax cuts were fucking atrocious. They were awful. They were completely ridiculous. And it should not have happened, and yet it happened for no fucking reason whatsoever. And the worst part about it is all of the tax cuts that were proposed for, like, the working poor and middle class, you know, working class Americans, they've already sunsetted. The only real tax cuts that were fucking permanent, and you might have guessed it, is ones that were given to the wealthy and corporations. That's right. Thanks, Donald Trump.
Great. Again.
Our founding fathers never, ever anticipated a swamp like the one we have today. Like this guy, Steve Schwartzman, who's made over $400 million in 1 year. And percentage-wise, well, guess what? His tax bracket is actually lower than a New York City cop. How do you like that? And it's because he calls his income investment. The president promised to fix this, remember?
We will eliminate the carried interest deduction and other special interest loopholes that have been so good for Wall Street investors and for people like me.
But neither the House nor the Senate ever bothered to address this.
I love this version of American democracy where we have to literally beg our representatives not to vote on things that will kill us each week, and then they go ahead and do it anyway, and then they brag about it after. I love it almost as much as I love plugging my Instagram, which you should follow. Follow my Instagram at HasanAbi Piker.
The individual mandate is being repealed. That means Obamacare is being repealed.
Yeah, if you didn't know that Obamacare was being repealed because of this tax reform, it means that you haven't been watching my videos, but it also was deliberate. They deliberately snuck that in. Here's Trump gloating about crippling the American healthcare system.
We didn't want to bring it up. I told people specifically, be quiet with the fake news media because I don't want them talking too much about it.
It really instills confidence in the people who still want to believe that we live in a representative democracy when you brag about how you slipped in a provision that will take away healthcare from 13 million Americans. You bragged about it like you brag about grabbing pussies, especially after months of people fighting to stop you from doing just that, especially after you personally promised you wouldn't do that over and over again.
Save Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security without cuts. Have to do it.
But now we have spineless Paul Ryan drooling with ecstasy on morning talk shows discussing how he'll take away more of the already underfunded social programs from poor children and their families.
We have to address entitlements, otherwise we can't really get our handle on our future debt.
Here's a thought on how to get a handle on our future debt. Just don't cut taxes for the wealthy and corporations by $4.6 trillion. I think that's a good place to start.
There's two things you need to do to get the debt under control so that our kids and our grandkids get a debt-free nation. Number one, grow the economy.
The only future that Paul Ryan dreams about for our grandchildren is one where they have to be slaves in Amazon factories strapped to robot cyborgs that literally punish them if they are not as efficient as possible and calls them welfare queens. Go on, Paul. How will these tax cuts grow the economy exactly?
Workers benefit, wages go up, more jobs occur.
Here's another Paul Ryan pipe dream, is thinking that these companies that are already showing record high profits will all of a sudden not exploit labor when given bigger tax cuts. And since they have the most anarcho-capitalist administration in modern times, CEOs don't even feel the need to lie about it. And look, you might be thinking, oh, Hasan, you're wearing an anti-fascist t-shirt, you're a libtard cuck. Well, don't ask me. Look, here's a room full of CEOs literally telling you the truth.
If the tax reform bill goes through, do you plan to increase investment? Just a show of hands?
Why aren't the other hands up?
Why aren't the other hands up? We're gonna melt all the poor people for job creation, of course. All you MAGA dinguses who thought this administration had your best interests at heart because they let you get away with Nazi LARPing, well, joke's on you, okay? Enjoy the financial equivalent of that meaningless benefit in the form of saving $5 on your federal taxes, or in many instances, just like Sig Heiling in public will still get you punched in the face on Live Leak, after these cuts, you'll actually still end up paying more in taxes. But sleep well in your crusty MAGA embroidered clan sheet, knowing that this tax reform was crafted to only benefit people like this guy.
My father said to me, Wyatt, you can do whatever you want to in life.
Because we're billionaires, son, with a fucking B. That's why I became a sailboat enthusiast. And that's why you can become, I don't know what the fuck to call Wyatt, so I'll just let him explain. He makes these epilepsy-inducing vomit shit-stained shirts for...
I want my shirts to be able to be worn in the boardroom or in a discoteca or a nightclub or on a yacht.
This discoteca enthusiast, Wyatt Koch, is going to get every penny trickling down from his grandfather because he's a job creator. Wyatt is the ultimate failson of the lesser known and also fucked up Koch brother, Bill Koch. Now, all three of the Koch brothers initially made their money the old-fashioned way, by being born with a shitload of it. But now they make money by selling you these products and by drilling oil, and they're basically famous for destroying our economy and political process by bankrolling almost every conservative organization out there. But back to Wyatt, who made fashion his passion. He'll get every penny as long as Bill Koch...
Hasan, you bought some of these shirts, be real? I didn't, but they sent it in my P.O. box. I've worn it before.
dies after 2024 because this tax bill will abolish the estate tax by then. And to make up for those trillions of dollars that will be going in debt, Republicans made provisions that will raise healthcare premiums so the couple $100 poor households might save on these taxes each year, before they go up again in 10 years that is, will be meaningless. But be happy knowing that in 10 years, people making over $1 million annually will be saving a whopping $5.8 billion in taxes, while you will be paying $5.3 billion more in taxes to make up for that. These tax cuts are what every member of the Republican Party dreams about. They love pleasuring the rich as much as they can and fucking the poor. So wake the fuck up. Get involved and get active. Make them all pay, because we have officially entered what historians will refer to as the pre-guillotine period in American history. Do your part. Share this video. Join the activists. Vote those fucking conservatives out of Congress. I'm Hasan.
You look like a Fenerbahce player. Thanks, man. I'm so tired. You have a lot of frecklies. I don't know what was up with the weird exposure on this one.
The question is, can the speaker get this done with only Republicans? Did the deal that he cut to become speaker limit his options? One of the debt plan holdouts is Matt Gaetz. Yes, the same thorn.
Thanks for the content lately. Been helping with a bunch of shit. With some shit in life. Yeah, like being perma-stuck as HasanAbi on Twitter. Right, Carter? No, I'm just kidding. I hope everything's all right, man.
In McCarthy's side, who delayed his election as speaker. The GOP congressman from Florida, he joins me now. Congressman, welcome back. So when did Republicans find religion on spending?
Well, I think you've seen a little more than a dozen of us never vote for an increase in the debt limit. And so to do so, there has to be substantial downward pressure on spending. We're deeply concerned about a $32 trillion debt. what that means in terms of the dollar's position as the global reserve currency, and the extent to which government spending is driving the very inflation that we were elected to check. So we think Joe Biden should negotiate. That's what Democrat Joe Manchin said. That's what Democrat House member Jared Moskowitz said. And I think the American people understand that those negotiations are necessary in divided government.
My parents always said time and a place when they were raising my brother and me. Is this the time? Is this the place? And what I mean by that is we've already made these commitments. It would be like me with a spending problem. Instead of curbing my spending, now instead risking default and saying to creditors, no, I'm not going to honor the commitments that I've made.
No, I speak from personal experience when I say that when you've maxed out your credit cards, it's a pretty good time to evaluate your spending habits. And in the 7 years I've been in Congress, we haven't honored the true budget process even once. And so the debt limit presents a unique opportunity to try to put downward pressure on spending. 4 times when Joe Biden, as a United States Senator, voted to raise the debt limit, he demanded corresponding spending cuts. When Joe Biden didn't vote to raise the debt limit, he said it was because there weren't spending cuts at times. So if we had Joe Biden as president with the same perspective as Joe Biden as vice president or as senator, we'd probably...
The worst part about this is that, like, there is some truth to what he's saying, because Joe Brandon has historically been like this fucking you know, let's negotiate with the Republicans cuck. So you know, he can just point to like the many times when Joe Brandon has negotiated with the Republicans and been like, man, guess what, you know, look alive, Jack, we'll do some spending cuts for you.
Have more negotiating going on now than we do.
Are the issues that you personally are raising, are they worth delaying this whole process? My understanding is that you're fixated on work rules and whether they begin in fiscal year 2024. I don't want to lose everybody in the weeds, versus fiscal year 2025. It seems like you're tinkering at the margins.
Welfare to work should be a cornerstone of these negotiations. If Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich could make welfare to work deals, then certainly we should be able to make those with Joe Biden. And if any feature of this deal is sincere, it will start immediately. The oldest trick in Washington is to delay things 2, 3, 5 years down the road, to tell the voters that you believe in them, but to get the spending now and the cuts delayed. I'm not falling for that trick. My colleagues who put conditions on Speaker McCarthy are not going to fall for that trick. And let me answer the question you asked in your monologue. Absolutely. Features of the deal that allowed Kevin McCarthy to ascend to the speakership require him to fight on top line spending levels in this debt limit battle and to not delay that for the appropriations process that usually gets rolled up in one big omnibus bill.
Could this lead to, my recollection of the whole fight over him being elected speaker is that the resolution was that a single member could call for his ouster. You correct me if I'm wrong. Could this lead to that? Could you or one of your colleagues conceptually be calling for his ouster because of this impasse?
No one is looking to lower the sword of Damocles quite yet, Michael. Right now, we're working to get a responsible fiscal policy sent to the Senate. We believe that puts pressure on Schumer and Biden to work with us to try to avoid the catastrophic consequences you mentioned. But don't forget, there are also catastrophic consequences if we continue to drive these deficits up and this debt further and further into the future. That risks every economic opportunity for every American. And if we lose this dollar and if inflation continues, the savagery to the American family and the American economy will be severe.
The caucus is 222. You know the math. He can lose. Speaker McCarthy, can lose 4. Right now, how many holdouts are there, yourself included?
Twice that. So I do not expect that there will be a vote as planned tomorrow on the McCarthy debt limit increase. I think there are still a few details we have to work out on work requirements, on some of the Green New Deal tax credits that we would like to see repealed, and there's some disagreement in our conference about that. And if we're able to get that done, I don't think it'll be tomorrow. I think that there's still some time for the cement to dry. But it may very well be that what we send out of the House with 218 votes is the only thing we can get 218 votes for. Mr. Schumer and President Biden should take note of that.
Okay, so I'm hearing Matt Gaetz say that there are 8 holdouts as of this moment in time. There won't be a vote tomorrow. Have you personally spoken to Kevin McCarthy about this?
I wasn't able to speak to him this evening, but I spoke to members of his leadership team. I made very clear where I stood, and several of my colleagues did the same, and they've been public about it. And so I think that there's still a little work to do, but I don't despair that. I think that what the American people want to see is that people putting aside partisan affiliation and working together to reduce spending and to not have the catastrophic impact of defaulting, which is not something anybody wants to see.
You heard me say at the outset, I addressed the subject with some level of trepidation because I feel like viewers across the country are saying, we've heard it all before, and they always seem to work this out. Is this going to get worked out?
I hope so. And there's a lot of momentum toward that. But ultimately, the Democrats get a vote as well. My Republican colleagues would like to see a plan that actually starts to bend that curve of exponentially increasing spending. We want to claw back some of the COVID funds that are unobligated. We want pro-growth policies like H.R. 1 on energy. We want the REINS Act to curb the administrative state. And if we do all that, there could potentially be a deal on the table. But the Democrats have to understand we control one.
I just don't. Like, this is for nobody other than like Matt Walsh and a couple people that want to gain national prominence and like supposedly liberal media giving them that national prominence that they're desperately seeking. It's not something that people are demanding. It's not something that's going to be helpful. It's not good policy. And worst of all, it's not even good politics. It's just having some level of attention placed upon you. It's like an unruly child. No question about the FBI investigating him. Remember, they dropped it, so he's of course his Venmo for the 17-year-old girl was totally valid, and his friendship with like currently in jail pedophile was just totally normal and valid, and so we just don't know.
Half of 1/3 of the government, and we are going to maximize that leverage to achieve our goals.
I get it. I would just say in closing, I've spoken to the folks at the Peterson Foundation. I'm sure the audience knows the commercials to which I refer. Peterson, I think his name, left $1 billion to focus the public's attention on this issue. And they make the point that we're in the fix we are, the $31 trillion, because of R's and D's. Both have spent too much. Final word?
I am eager to work with any Democrat who can see areas of our federal spending where we can curb and cut. Maybe we could agree to spend some less money to Ukraine. I mean, if we're at the debt limit for...
Yeah, man, that's what you actually want, truly. Yeah. It's like, dude, how about you focus on spending money at the top of the hour in the form of a $5 a month subscription, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, as many people don't, totally valid, totally normal, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account through your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You know what I mean? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yes, for the chatters who are noticing, I am sick. I'm sick. Sick and tired of you motherfuckers watching ads at the top of the hour. Subscribe so you avoid it. No. Yeah, I haven't been sleeping a lot for obvious reasons, and everything is going to be fine. Everything is, I'm going to get better. Just going to be a transition period where it's, relatively difficult to take care of a little doggo. My guy should make a shorter stream today. Stay healthy. No, I can't do that because I'm actually behind on my fucking hours. I realized, and I might not make my 180 contract stipulated hours this month.
For our country, why are we funding the government of another country? Seems like a reasonable thing that Republicans and Democrats ought to be able to work on. But I agree, both parties have contributed to this mess, and it's probably going to take both parties negotiating to get out of it.
We'll come back and discuss that later, because the answer is because they're facing a savage invasion at the hands of Vladimir Putin, and we're defending democracy.
Well, at a very high cost to Americans, and I wonder whether or not we're extending the frequency of that savagery or not.
Congressman Gaetz, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. New details in Tucker Carlson's exit from Fox News. There's two things we're going to look at. Fox News has taken a ratings hit after Tucker Carlson's exit, and also Fox apparently has a secret oppo file to keep Tucker Carlson in check, sources say. Very excited to see both of those things happen, but let's take a look at the new details.
Now to new details about Tucker Carlson's departure from Fox News and the text messages that might have led to his exit. ABC News chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has the latest. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Michael. The Wall Street Journal, which is owned by the same company that owns Fox News, is out with a detailed accounting for the reasons Tucker Carlson was fired. According to the paper, one key factor was crudely offensive language that he made towards women, language that came to light when he was forced to turn over his text messages.
Damn, bro, women defense brigade over here in both CNN and Fox News. That's crazy.
As part of the Dominion lawsuit. One particularly crude insult that he directed towards a female executive at the company was redacted before those messages were made public. Carlson, according to the paper, didn't like that. Quote, he told his colleagues that he wanted the world to know what he had said about the executive in a private message. Mr. Carlson said comments he had made about former President Donald Trump, that he hated him passionately, that were in the court documents were said during a momentary spasm of anger, while the dislike of this executive was deep and enduring. The company became concerned that if those messages, the unredacted messages, became public, it would be an embarrassment to Fox. And, Michael, there was also a financial factor. Quote, while Mr. Tucker Carlson tonight was popular, it was also repellent to blue chip advertisers, which meant it wasn't providing a huge financial windfall to the network despite those high ratings. The paper said that Carlson had also become toxic to some within the senior ranks of Fox News itself. Quote, Mr. Carlson sometimes trafficked in what critics, including some higher ups within Fox, felt was...
Bro, this is so funny. Fox News being like, yeah, honestly, I'm not going to lie, Tucker, you're taking the racism thing a little too far. At Fox News. So here's the difference, okay? Here's why there is truth to what this sentiment is. America's a very racist country. Your grandpappy and your fucking mommy and your dad, they all say a bunch of fucking shit that, you know, if you heard from like some 4chan groyper, you'd be like, oh, this is like a genuine white supremacist, right? Now, that kind of racism is just like built into the American understanding, the American mind, the American ecosystem. Problem is, Tucker Carlson is ideologically a racist, an ideological white nationalist. So what that means is he will sometimes come across like he hates capitalism because capitalism is like promoting diversity. Now, this is in some ways kind of like putting the cart before the horse in the same way that Ron DeSantis did, if you understand what I mean. Racism is supposed to be the dividing factor that allows you to continue doing capitalist pro-corporate exploitation and deregulation. You can't start shitting on corporations and genuinely demand restitution, genuinely fucking, start going crazy over corporations and corporate rule because you're too racist. The racism is supposed to be the factor that you use to dull the masses. So Tucker Carlson's big problem was that he was like an ideologically consistent fascist in the sense that like he doesn't care about corporate overreach. He doesn't care about wars. He loves that sort of shit. As long as those wars don't end up creating a process where like refugees have to come into the country, as long as that economic instability caused in Latin American countries don't What? Met a viewer at Target who was shopping with his mom. As we're talking, his mom cuts me off and says, "You don't look as fat in real life." Shout out Mason's mom. That's hilarious. But as I was saying, Tucker Carlson's problem is that like he went a little too far. Sorry, got ADHD mid fucking word, lol. I know. But yeah, Tucker Carlson, as long as he kept the racism down to a level where like corporations are comfortable with, and didn't go fucking full Nazi half the goddamn time, it would have been fine. He's never been thinly veiled. I mean, it's not like Sean Hannity has done thinly veiled racism. These guys are all very openly racist. Problem is Tucker Carlson it takes it a step beyond.
Thinly veiled racism on his show. And finally, according to the paper, one other factor was the way Carlson saw himself within Fox. Quote, concerns that the populist firebrand had come to believe himself bigger than the network, a cardinal sin in Fox Court Chair Rupert Murdoch's
I believe all
empire.
of this.
And was
I believe all of this. Plus, I think he got too big for his britches and was like demanding more money because his ratings were great, but he wasn't actually bringing in advertisement dollary dues.
Increasingly operating as his own island. Carlson has not yet commented about any of this yet, his firings, or any of this that has come to light. Lindsay?
Some fascinating revelations there, John. Thank you.
Well, hey there, Jim.
What if he cuck-pilled Murdoch? I mean, that part is really funny. I would love to see that. I wish for that to be real. All right, let's take a look. Hold on. I gotta close my door real quick. Why isn't this fucking loading? Load up, man. Load up, Hollywood Reporter.
Fox News takes ratings hit after Tucker Carlson's exit. Though it still handily led the 8 p.m. hour, the cable outlet's viewers fell off by a sizable amount Monday. Unsurprisingly, Fox News ratings suffered Monday night without its most-watched host. After the surprise of Fox News and Tucker Carlson agree, to part ways on Monday, the network's 8 p.m. hour had a significantly smaller audience Monday night. The debut of Fox News Tonight, hosted by Brian Kilmeade, the first in a series of rotating hosts, pulled in just under 2.6 million viewers, about 21% below the average for Tucker Carlson Tonight, 3.3 million viewers, over the past 8 Mondays. Fox News Tonight also took a hit in the key news demographic of adults 25 to 54. Its 0.24 rating was 37% lower than the 0.38 Carlson averaged over the prior 8 Monday shows. Those figures were still plenty to lead the 8 p.m. hour on cable news by a sizable margin. A Joe Scarborough Presents special on MSNBC came in at 1.51 million viewers, while Anderson Cooper 360 drew 728,000 people to CNN. On the plus side for Fox News, its 9 p.m. show, Hannity, didn't suffer any with the smaller lead-in. It drew 2.53 million viewers, on par with its Monday average, 2.59 million, over the past 2 months. The Ingram Angle, 1.92 million, was a bit below its recent Monday average of 2.04 million at 10 p.m., but only by about 6%. Fox News shocked the media world Monday with the ouster of Carlson, who had presided over the top primetime show in cable news for several years. Carlson's show regularly drew better than 3 million viewers nightly, often ranking as the most-watched primetime show on cable. It averaged about 3.25 million viewers per night over the first 4 months of this year. Tucker Carlson Tonight also dominated the 8 p.m. hour in cable news. The 3.25 million viewers it averaged in the first 3 months of 2023 is leagues ahead of rivals All In with Chris Hayes on MSNBC, 1.33 million, and Anderson Cooper 360, 703,000.
Okay, the last part.
Among all of cable news, only another Fox.
The last part of this article didn't have to fucking blister every other person in media at the same time slot. Look at this. Leagues ahead of rivals and All In with Chris Hayes at 1.33. mil and Anderson Cooper at 700,000. But it's important for you guys to understand how fucked up this shit is, that like Tucker Carlson has better ratings than like, you know, whatever the fuck is on at prime time. Like, think about that. Think about that, dude. Like, what he was putting on that broadcast matters. You know what I mean? What he was talking about matters. How are these ratings calculated? Well, that's a great question. So there's a Nielsen calculation system that they've been using for many, many years. There's like families that have Nielsen TVs. Off of like a representative sample, they basically draw conclusions and claim that whoever clicked in and out in a 1 hour time frame, the unique number of viewership is what you know as ratings, basically. So, for example, right now I have 33,234 concurrent viewers. That's not my rating, though. From a Nielsen structure, my ratings would be something. My Nielsen style rating would be somewhere along like 10x that, maybe more than that. Probably like around 400,000, 500,000. Still nowhere near like, you know, primetime television all in with Chris Hayes or Anderson Cooper, but that's how they work. For daytime television, it's pretty good. But yeah, here's how it works. Nielsen TV ratings, how do they work? How does Nielsen work? Nielsen works by providing devices called autometers to its panel households. These devices collect viewership data from households' televisions and send it back to Nielsen. Nielsen then used the panel viewership data to estimate overall ratings across the United States of America. Okay? So, like, Tucker Carlson's broadcast would probably be like a 300K Andy, 350K, 400K Andy, something along those lines, or 300K Andy at least. Here. That's how this shit works. Uh-oh. Is that a poopy or a pee-pee? Okay, good girl. Good girl. Look, she's coming over here for a fucking treat. She already knows. Like, yeah, I did my pee-pee. Wait, hold on. Good girl, good job. I think Nielsen is based on how many different actual devices or homes tune in over a period of time versus people at once on a given day to account for people in the same hole all watching. I could be wrong, though. Okay. Let's just watch this YouTube video and you'll understand it better.
We've all heard about TV ratings. They're just an estimate of how many people are watching a particular show at a given time, and they're a big deal. But what are these ratings anyway? Where do they come from, and why are they so important? In the United States and Canada, TV ratings are synonymous with one company, Nielsen. which was founded in 1923 by an engineer named Arthur Nielsen. The company uses a technique called statistical sampling to rate the shows. This is the same technique that pollsters use to predict the outcome of elections. To find out who's watching what, the company gets thousands of households to become part of the representative sample for the national ratings estimates. These participants are randomly selected, and they're paid a little bit, but not near enough to, quit their day jobs and just watch TV full time. To find out what these people are watching, the company installs a black box on the TVs in a home. Now, this isn't the same as a black box on a plane. No, it's just a computer and a modem. The box keeps track of when the TV is on and what it's tuned to. Every night, the box gathers up the household's viewing data and sends all this information to the company's central computer. So what do the ratings actually mean? The numbers we see in published ratings typically represent a share of total viewers. So, for example, a 1.0 Nielsen rating indicates that 1% of the 115.9 million estimated TV watching households tuned into a program. The data is also broken off into different demographic ratings, the most important being people ages 18 to 34. Make no mistake, this research is worth billions of dollars. Advertising rates are based on Nielsen's data. That's why a 30-second commercial on one show might cost twice as much as a commercial on a low-rated show. Programmers also use Nielsen's data to decide which shows to keep and which to cancel. And there's an elephant in the room here. The way people watch TV is changing. With DVR, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, other streaming services, TV viewers are more likely to customize their viewing habits, watching stuff when they want to see it rather than when it happens to be on.
This also did a terrible job of describing exactly how it works, but through polling and shit. No way this shit's accurate, plus it's increasingly unnecessary based on the fact that most shows are streamed now. Yeah. Basically, that's what it's supposed to be, though. Like, through polling and through, like, a representative sample, they look to... Oh, my God. No, I can't pet her real quick. She's crying. No petting policy for crying puppies. Sorry. That's just how we roll around these parts. A program's rating will also depend on target universe. If you want to reach A25, ages 25 to 54, you take the viewership on that demo against the total universe of A25 to 54 source. I work in media. Yeah. Uh-oh. She's trying to do a prison break again. Gonna get stuck. Look at this. Look at this dummy, dude. Hey, get out of there. Please look at this. Get out of there. Grab a toy and play with it, okay? None of this other stuff. Goofy. Yes. The fame is getting to her head, like, straight up. She thinks she's hot shit, dude. She's like, bitch, I'm famous. I do what I want. You know what I mean? She literally thinks she's like all that, you know? Kind of fucked up, honestly. Nielsen ratings probably aren't any more accurate than political polls are. The assumptions of all our modern statistical analysis are based on our need reevaluation. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, I don't think I'm hot shit. Also, I don't poop everywhere, so there's that. Even though I do recognize that Kaya made me, okay? All right, we got some crazy shit here, but let's take a look at Joseph Robinette Rogan and Jim Brewer talking about how welfare destroys communities.
That is such a purposely driven, in my opinion, government trap. And just the way he was explaining, he's like, you know, if I have a kid, they give me money. And he's like, we don't have...
Dude, one of the things that, like, frustrates me is that, you know, you got some well-spoken conservative commentators who, like, at least make an effort to come across like they're coherent, right? Like, Jim Brewer just looks like a fucking crackhead, dude. He looks and sounds like he's on crack. Why the fuck would anybody listen to this meth head? I'm sorry. Like he's just, like, literally constantly fucking tweaking and then thinking that he's making coherent points. Meanwhile, he's just, like, squawking. Like, who the fuck looks at this guy and goes, yeah, I really... Even, like, the aesthetics lovers. Who the fuck looks at a guy like this and goes, man, this is my guy. This is the guy who's speaking truth.
Options. They keep us here. You know, they put certain foods here. They offer to pay us money. And I'd love to see the statistic of when welfare came out, how communities thrived or plummeted after that, because they didn't have a drive for themselves. They're under the illusion that they're going to be taken care of.
That is a very dangerous thing for people if you can keep them complacent and, like, with a certain level of income, and just keep that amount of money where they don't have to do anything. And a lot of people get conditioned. But the other thing is, like, how do you get people off of that? Like, without extreme willpower and discipline and, like, working really, really hard to get off.
Wait, I mean, there is evidence for this. Like, oh God, 90% of fucking... Like, 90% of conservative commentary unironically fucking revolves around, like, just, oh, man, it'd be crazy to find out what kind of evidence there's out there. You know, what kind of fucking welfare, what kind of evidence is there's out there for whether or not welfare helps people. It's, like, not that hard, man. It's not that fucking hard. Just Google it. It does. Giving people and families small amounts of money is dangerous is so fucking stupid.
Off of that, and then deciding you're not going to accept that money anymore. Like, for some people, it's easier to just stay in that little system.
And that goes on in every level.
Yeah.
That goes on every level. When every finance level you hit, you kind of... I mean, it gets easier with the more finances, but...
It gets a lot easier.
It gets a lot easier.
It's a lot easier.
Yes,
but
yes.
The thing about it is that it's human nature, but B, there's a lack of hope. So, like, if you gave that welfare check to places where people are thriving and doing things that they love to do, then it wouldn't be so bad because they just keep doing things they love to do and thriving, right? And then maybe they would find other stuff to do for a living and they wouldn't need welfare. But if you're doing it to people that live in despair, that's when it's sick.
When it came to things,
this is
like
so fucking idiotic, dude. I mean, literally look to any country with upward social mobility, actual social mobility. I can't even talk. Look to European countries, okay? European nations that have some level of social democratic provisions, a higher safety net, and you will see that not only are they happier, but they also have higher levels of upward social mobility. It's so fucking strange. I still can't get over Joe learning that you guys consider to be an unavoidable reality as a future automation renders swaths of people unemployed. And then every time it's been brought up since, he goes on a tangent about how it would make everyone lazy, lol. I don't get how you can fucking behave this way. Like, I don't understand. Not to be parasocial, but I think you should rest, my guy. Your health is more important. Not to be parasocial, but you are being parasocial. I'm fucking 31, about to be 32-year-old ass adult, bro. I know, like, if it becomes a detriment, I'll stop. You know what I mean? Calm down, please. That's crazy to me. I'm like, I just got some sniffles. Like, I don't even have a headache. I had a headache yesterday. I don't even have it today, so it's fine. Oh. The idea that like social safety nets and entitlement programs will have a depressive effect on people wanting to work is so stupid. There are plenty of people who work super fucking hard that are still recipients for entitlement programs, SNAP benefits, things of that nature, because their wages are kept low purposely. Companies like Walmart rely on this kind of thing. Okay? Very frustrating. My friend knows Jim Brewer's kid. She's gay and hates him, lol. Yeah, that's not surprising. I'd be fucking so sad if my dad was Jim Brewer. There's not that many dads that are worse than fucking Jim Brewer, let's be real. Like, what is this?
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has proposed increasing the debt ceiling for a year in exchange for sweeping budget cuts that would likely result in less federal money for housing, education, health care, and the environment. McCarthy also pushed for tougher work requirements for recipients of SNAP, that's the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and to expand domestic mining and fossil fuel production. McCarthy outlined his plan in a speech at the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street.
Before we borrow another dime, we owe it to our children to save money everywhere. Our proposal.
Okay, here's the World Bank. I'm looking for like some kind of quick video that I can play for you.
Social safety nets can be a powerful, direct investment in the well-being of individuals and families because they can reduce their vulnerability and build families' productive assets. Social safety nets include cash, food, and grants transfers, education and health services, nutritional programs, school meals for children, public works for creating temporary jobs and income, and fee waivers for housing, health care, and education. More than 1.9 billion people in 136 low- and middle-income countries benefit from social safety net programs. Yet 10% of the world's population, or 55% of the world's poor, which means 773 million poor people, are not covered with safety net programs. Worldwide, because of social safety nets, there has been an 8% reduction in the poverty headcount and a 15% reduction in the poverty gap. For each cash transfer of $1.08 US, there is an impact in the local economy of $2.52 US, because the money is spent in the local economy and local livelihoods benefit. But the largest safety nets are in middle-income countries. Only 1/3 of the poor in the world are covered by safety nets. Take Rajni and her husband Kumar. Along with their 4 children, they earn meager daily wages by occasionally working in fields belonging to better-off farmers. The children do not go to school. They cannot afford medicine and are often hungry. Imagine Rajni and Kumar standing at the bottom of a ladder. Each step on the ladder signifies conditions for a secure life, livelihood, education, health, house, savings, while the 2 side poles of the ladder signify regular income and absence of natural or man-made disasters. Without these, the prospect of falling down the ladder is high for the family. A well-designed safety net not only catches people from falling into poverty, but it can also help them jump back to a better economic life. By making the family self-capable, they no longer require government aid, and they graduate out of the safety net program. However, social safety net, which has a positive result in one context, can have a negative result in another. How? Cash or food transfers, if made on time, prevent families from selling assets. Many programs require that people work on public works, or they require that people send children to school or get health checkups to receive a cash transfer. But if people don't receive the cash or food transfer as they were promised or on time, then this can actually cause a burden to an already poor family. Skills and social training must be tailored to the trainee profiles and needs. But if training does not provide value to their well-being and does not increase their chances of earning better livelihood, then it is a waste of their valuable time. Productive public work, such as repairing or constructing irrigation canals, roads, affordable housing, can lead to long-term income opportunities on productive farms, easy access to markets in towns and cities, education and health, housing, and to productive, healthy lives. These types of public works are a positive means for graduation. But if instead people are made to spend their valuable work hours on projects which do not increase their opportunities, or actually erode forests, water, or land, then this has a negative value. Joining supporting cooperatives and savings associations can give people opportunities for keeping savings for hard times or invest productively. But providing loans to already indebted people who do not have the skills to be able to invest a loan into a productive activity can only make those people more burdened. Securing people's ownership of productive assets, such as through the provision of grants, fee waivers, and land rights, can lead to graduating out of poverty.
I left her outside on her own, and she came here on her own volition. Oh. She knows you have the treats? Yeah. Of course, that's a big part of it. That's a major component. Yes, absolutely. Like right here, you can't really see. There it is.
However, one size doesn't fit all. To be successful, the design and type of safety nets must be aware of deeply seated inequalities that may be there, and be aware of the cultural, social, political, and economic context of the locality. The right safety net helped in Rajni and Kumar's context. Now their children go to a school. In fact, Kumar helped in building the school, for which he earned a daily wage. The family received a regular monthly cash transfer for 3 years, which helped them meet their basic expenses. The children eat free lunch at school prepared by Rajni. A social worker helped Rajni get training and funding for her catering business. Rajni and Kumar are members of a savings group. Together, slowly but steadily, they are able to have a secure life and plan ahead for the future.
I've decided to let her roam free. Let's see what happens. Let's see what she does with that. She can pee everywhere probably. Oh, this is pretty funny. Just in, WWE and Vince McMahon are being sued over racist scripts. On another occasion, a writer allegedly proposed that a Muslim wrestler's secret in a script that he was behind the 911 attacks, which of course tracks with exactly what we know so far. The funnier part about that was that that dude wasn't even Muslim, nor was he Arab. He was actually fucking Italian. We know all about this shit because, you know, we are big fans of the racism era of WWE. I look forward to hearing more about the process, the writing process, and how they came to these conclusions. Mohammed. Oh, here. Today in Ohio, at a hearing discussing banning gender-affirming care, someone brought up demons.
But did you just call our Hindu, Muslim, and Jewish members demons? I heard you say if they did not have Jesus Christ in their heart.
If you don't have the Holy Spirit inside you, there's a phrase you can't say, Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. And if you are open to those other gods based on that faith, you're allowing other gods, non-Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh gods, to possess your physical form.
Follow up. So
that would be described as being giving access to your physical form. You're the mystery, hidden from angels for generations, the hope of Christ, hope of God, Christ in you. So if you're not down with that, so
it's so cool. They're like, a guy who believes this openly says it and thinks this way. Like the level of confidence that he has when saying this is so wild. But it's pretty funny because, like, if you talk this way about, like, Sephiroth, or, I don't know, Attack on Titan, everyone would laugh at you. They'd be like, shut the fuck up, you nerd. Shut up, you fucking dumbass. But because it's about, like, because it's the United States and evangelical Christianity, it's, like, not only allowed, but also you get to guide and dictate policy. It's so sick. Like, it's literally like going up to a fucking hearing, okay? And just talking about how, like, Aaron Yeager did nothing wrong. You know what I mean? Like, deeply, just talking extensively about this shit. You know what I mean? And then people going, yeah, you're right. We are going to craft legislation surrounding this. You're so right. Thank you. Please give us more.
to speak. If you're of another religion that's not of that, you've given access to non-godly entities to make your decisions.
Representative Liston, could you bring this back to HB 68, please?
Well, so I'm concerned that he's calling our members demons and saying that that's why we support this, or we are against this bill.
No, we're all hopefully human entities, but like what you allow to rule your spirit, your soul, and a body, right? And what you allow to rule in the spirit controls your physical soul and your body if you're in order. But a lot of times your body's in control, uses the spirit to feed its energy. It's kind of a medical physical conversation. I'm not calling you demons. I'm just.
Bro, you're schizophrenic. Like, you need to go to a doctor immediately.
Bring up the fact that you might be possessed and making decisions without the discernment of God.
All right, and I will just say on behalf of my members and those we represent of other religious backgrounds that any opposition to this bill, I will strongly say, is not from possession by demons. But
so
thank
you very much for
You said I'm not literally calling you demons, even though I am. I'm metaphysically calling you demons. And because you're overcome with demonic energy, you simply cannot understand. Oh, here's another unhinged Joe Rogan theory. Let's take a look.
And what if that's why our cities are falling apart? That's why crime is rising. That's why we're embroiled in these tribal arguments that seem to be separating the country, and some of them
because your conversation right now is exactly what's happening. I agree with you, but why are you making AI another tribe? You know, that's why we're tribal.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what if that is the reason why all this is happening? What if the best way to get human beings to, if you want to take over, why would you fight us? They've seen Terminator. They know it's guns and tanks and all this craziness. How about just continue to degrade and erode?
Are you talking about artificial intelligence? Did you just say they as in like Skynet? This implies that a computer, which has like tremendous amounts of processing power, is as stupid as Joe Rogan and can only come to conclusions about how to overtake humanity by watching a James Cameron movie. No, Joe, that's you, dog. You are once again tapped by your own lack of imagination. Hey. Kaya, stop. She fucking hates the Hezbollah rug. Oh my God. I think she's heard that Hezbollah beat his cat. So she's just fucking constantly. Anytime left to her own devices, she will run up. Matt, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Road, the fiber.
Oh, it could be because it smells like Fiona, maybe? I don't know.
Of civilization, to the point where you have to, there's no more jobs. You have to provide people with income, universal basic income, free electricity, free food, free internet. So everybody gets all this stuff. You get free money, free food, free internet, and then nobody does anything. And then people stop having babies, and then birth rate drops off to a point where the technology you give people is so fantastic that nobody wants to miss it.
Okay,
Nobody
Mr.
wants
Sunshine.
but this is what I would do if I was an artificial general intelligence. I would say, listen, I have all the time in the world. I don't have a biological lifetime. And these people haven't realized that I'm sentient yet. So what's the best way to gain complete and total control? Well, first of all, trick them into like communism or socialism or something where there's a centralized control, and definitely have centralized digital money. And then once you've got all that, give them technology and perks and things, and divvy up all the money from the rich people that you subjugate and give that money to people, print it, do whatever the fuck you want. And then get people to like a minimum state of existence where everything's free. Free food, free internet, free cell phones, free everything. And then wait for them to die off.
And for what purpose?
Because you don't need them around anymore.
Owned with like one,
what if it's already
one fucking question? What's the purpose? Ah, you just don't need him around. Hey, stop. Oh my God, she's fucking up the Hezbollah rug. Now she's gonna move on to a new target. Puppy jail time? No, I'm just like letting her fucking roam. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. YOLO. I caved. Hey. Hey. Going behind the PC, which is scary. I don't want her eating any of the cables or some shit, you know what I mean? Oh, she's running around.
Here. And what
Okay. Wasn't there a magic raid that wasn't the first time the Wizards of the Coast hired Pinkertons? This is I think Charlie did a video on this. Let's take a look at that. I know a lot of you love when I watch Moist Critical videos on here, especially Weeby, because every Moist Critical video implies that I'm not watching a fucking yet another dumbass Bill Maher video, which is very concerning for him.
I was an extra.
What is this? YouTuber gets rated over trading card drama. Here it is.
All of you know I like to collect shiny trading cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering. There's just something about a holographic card that just activates all the neurons in my tiny little primitive smooth brain and makes me clap and have a smile on my face. Now, I've collected cards for a long time, and Wizards of the Coast has produced a lot of the cards I've collected, early Pokemon sets and Magic the Gathering, for example. And what they've recently done to another collector is unforgivably cruel. They unleashed the fucking Pinkertons to go to this man's house and scare him and his wife and confiscate some Magic the Gathering booster boxes that he had recently purchased. That sounds like the plot to a Breaking Bad episode when someone didn't fully compensate Tuco for the drugs they bought. Now, the reason there was an issue with his purchase is because the YouTuber made a video showcasing the boxes that he got, and it turns out the boxes he received were not the ones that he actually ordered. He had ordered a booster box set called March of the Machine, but what he received was March of the Machine, The Aftermath, which was an unreleased set, and he unveiled the cards a month early. It was a leak, and it was a problem with the distribution because the names are so similar. He believes what happened is the person he tried to purchase March of the Machine boxes from
Oh, they should kill him. Yeah, that's how this works now. America, baby. You know? Fuck it, YOLO. Permajail. Oh, did we make a mistake? Turns out it's your problem now.
Accidentally sent him the unreleased boxes because the names were so similar and they got confused. But he didn't steal the product or anything like that. He didn't knowingly purchase unreleased product. He just got sent the wrong thing. But Wizards of the Coast, they took this as an affront to God. I'm sure all of you have heard the name Pinkertons before because they were literally the bad guys in Red Dead. Like, they have existed for 170 years. I had no idea they were still around. I thought they went extinct like fucking 100 years ago. But they still currently operate today. And Wizards of the Coast dusted off the old hotline right to their desk and ordered an operation for them. I'm not here to do a deep dive on the history of the Pinkertons. They engaged in a lot of terrifying shit a long time ago, and I don't know to what capacity they still operate and do business today, but just their reputation enough is horrifying, and the fact that Wizards of the Coast used them as their first means of communication with this YouTuber is frightening. As far as I know, Wizards of the Coast didn't make any attempts to directly communicate with the YouTuber to resolve the situation without making a big hoopla out of it. It seems they just immediately, slapped the Pinkertons on the ass and told them, get out there, sport. Time to engage Operation Pinkerton Pain Train.
I do find it pretty funny that, Normie Jesus is, very aware of the Pinkertons being bad. For those of you who don't know, the Pinkertons are, early formations of police, I guess, or private security. Maybe you know it from Red Dead, but they are the bad guys. They engaged in corporate espionage. They destroyed unions. They are, they're just like private militia for corporations. They're like cops but less restrained. Yeah, even worse.
The largest toy.
No.
fan.
Let's watch the rest of the Charlie video and then we'll watch.
And then sent them right to the man's doorstep. And when I was reading about,
yeah, Pinkertons are very real. Yes. They also engaged in slave catching as well, asset extraction. What?
Truth. I don't like the Pinkertons. They're muscle for the bosses, as if the bosses ain't got enough edge.
So you'd side with me on principle?
Now I'll finish my fucking sentence.
Excuse me.
I don't like the Pinkertons.
This show made me say, it made me say so many bad words. What was God, Deadwood was such a good show. What was the did they use cock sucking all the time? Yeah, I was like, I think still to this day I say cock sucking all the time because of the show. Like the amount of the sizable impact that no. Enough exploration. Enough. Done enough. She's literally eating the fucking Logitech USB cord that is the camera to the fucking puppy watch camera. Oh. Hey. No. No. Click. No. Nope. No. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, she's out here fucking taking out the cameras, dude. She's anti-CCTV. It's fucked up. Anyway, let's continue with this Charlie video. Where the fuck was it? I lost it.
About this story and watched the video the content creator posted about the situation, I immediately pictured Wizards of the Coast higher-ups donning these dark cloaks put over their head, kind of like Darth Sidious in Star Wars, sitting around this giant table like an Austin Powers supervillain lair, brainstorming on the best course of action to reclaim the stolen goods, even though it wasn't stolen. And then they came up with the scariest option they could at the time. They treated this YouTuber, his name's Old School MTG, they treated him like Cobra Commander, and they were sending the G.I. Joe after him, all over a fucking trading card leak that the guy didn't even mean to engage in the first place. Yes, he did film the opening of the Aftermath box, which was a leak and it was early, but they could have just asked him politely to like take it down and even ship back the product, and they would maybe just give him what he meant to buy. This was clearly an issue in the distribution, not with the YouTuber himself. He didn't mean to buy this set because it wasn't out. He just wanted some March of the Machine 6th, boxes, and it became a big deal. So much so that it escalated to Wizards of the Coast sending the Pinkertons, which is just wild. You know, the title's not like a joke. The Pinkertons, and this is news to me, are still real. You know them as the bad guys in Red Dead, but they are like a real firm. So basically, in a nutshell, there's a YouTuber, I believe his name is Old School MT.
Okay, this is the rest of it is like clips from the show, clips from the stream. So let's watch the history of the Pinkertons.
2. Homestead,
Alan Pinkerton, the Knights of Capitalism, extra history.
Pennsylvania. Just before dawn, thousands of striking workers surround the Homestead steelworks. They have their families with them. Someone shouts. They turn. 2 barges, loaded with 300 men of the Pinkerton National Detective Agency, float toward the riverbank. They've been hired by the chairman of the Carnegie Steel Company to disperse the striking workers, allowing the factory to reopen with non-union labor. The workers know exactly what to expect from the Pinkertons. They violently protected Western railroads from cult heroes like Jesse James, Butch Cassidy, and the Sundance Kid. They provided the damning but controversial evidence that sent non-union members to the gallows after the Haymarket affair. And in Pennsylvania, Pinkertons had already been used as strikebreakers during the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, and snuffed out the secret society of Irish coal miners known as the Molly Maguires. These were the mercenaries of the oligarchy, the Knights of Capitalism, and they're carrying Winchester rifles.
It's kind of funny to think that, like, I mean, they were literally cops before cops existed. Because remember, policing is so firmly built into our minds as this, like, profoundly important institution. But, like, the original organizational structure of the police wasn't a real thing. Like, there wasn't, like, actual... They had, like, a sheriff and then, you know, the posse comitatus or whatever the fuck it's called. You know, they would have, like, slave catchers. They would have, like, a sheriff with, like, a bunch of other people who he had deputized. It was basically just, like, they didn't actually have, like, a national or federal or national or state level, like, formation for the most part. They had, like, marshals and stuff. But, you know, they mostly had, like, bounty hunters, right? You just winged it. Isn't it, what is it called? Isn't it when you have a posse, there's like a term for it? Did I say it wrong? I don't know. But yeah, they were the fucking, you know, the first formation of the police pretty much. While I finish my food.
Real quick up top, please welcome our fantastic guest writer for today's episode, Dr. Bob Whitaker, a professor who studies the history of law enforcement. He's also the creator of the awesome video and podcast series History Respond, which invites historians to comment on historical games. So you should definitely check that out if you want to hear what actual historians think of everything from Assassin's Creed to the return of Obra Dinn. Thanks, Bob. In America's Gilded Age, there was no greater friend to the robber baron and no worse enemy to the working man than the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. Yet the reputation of the Pinkertons stands in stark contrast to the history and politics of the agency's founder, Alan Pinkerton. The story of how a progressive working-class activist from Scotland founded an organization synonymous with ruthless capitalism represents one of the greatest paradoxes of American history. Born in Glasgow in 1819, Alan Pinkerton was part of a large family living in desperate poverty and spent most of his teenage years as a homeless, illiterate cooper. Like many underemployed British men, Pinkerton was soon caught.
Come on, dog. This is like typical Scottish. Brilliant, innovative, absolute fucking dogs of the British, dogs of the English. That sounds exactly like, don't get mad at me, but, you know, let's be real. No, Scots are left-wing, dude. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty who are, but those Scottish people also absolutely know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about when I say there's plenty of Scottish people. There's plenty of Scottish people who do like being the working rabid hyenas of the English. Some
caught up in the major political movement of the age, Chartism. Named after the People's Charter of 1838, Chartism was a working-class movement that pushed for universal male suffrage in Britain. And the
Bro, I put her down and she fucking passed out instantaneously. Like, she is so incredibly passed out.
Primary goal of Chartism, beyond suffrage, was to alleviate working-class suffering related to unemployment and low wages. No goal made more sense to an impoverished cooper living in the rough. So Pinkerton joined the Glasgow Universal Suffrage Association, and soon he became one of the group's most vocal advocates of violence to achieve working-class goals. And he backed up his words with action in 1839, when he traveled hundreds of miles to participate in a march on Newport. There, 10,000 Chartists descended on the Westgate Hotel, which was being used as a temporary jail for local Chartist leaders. Armed with homemade weapons, the Chartists engaged in a skirmish with British troops, leaving dozens dead and wounded. British authorities captured the leaders and transported them to penal colonies, while the remainder, including Pinkerton, escaped with arrest warrants dogging their steps. While on the run, Pinkerton reevaluated his situation. With Chartism reeling, there seemed no hope for him in Britain. And so, in 1842, with his new bride Joan, Pinkerton boarded a passenger ship to start a new life in North America. And with help from Chartist friends, Pinkerton was soon able to set up a barrel-making business in Illinois. Having escaped poverty and arrest warrants back home in Scotland, the Pinkertons settled down to family life. Yet on his way to historical obscurity, something funny happened to Alan Pinkerton. In 1847, Pinkerton was searching an island in the Fox River for wood for his barrels when he had...
As good as this channel is, I cannot overlook the fact that he said Illinois. No, that's... As much as I like to... As much as I like to fuck up state names, okay? Like Illinois, no. Okay, Mr. Arkansas. Really? Yeah. Not Illinois, okay? No. Nevada, Arkansas. All of that makes sense. You can't do Illinois. Or that you refer to Scots as Scottish people. McSquack. Scots, not Scottish people. Shut up, McSquack. What is this? Kaya's own trading card? Kaya's Onslaught. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains double strike until end of your turn. Foretell. During your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card from your hand face down. Cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost. Your trail ends here. Not redeemable at the top of the hour where there's a 3-minute ad break. The only card you can use then is a $5 a month subscription card, which you can use at the top of the hour to defeat the impacts of the 3-minute ad break. That card is the one that you should be using right now because the top of the hour is upon us. You no longer want to, there's another card actually. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can also get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, that's the luck card. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. When there is ad break, there can be no freedom. But when there is freedom, there will be no ad break. Vladimir Kaya Lenin. All right, let's continue.
Happened upon a counterfeiters camp. Like all new territories and states in the Midwest, Illinois suffered from gangs of counterfeiters, which managed to flourish because federal currency laws.
Or every time he says Illinois, I get like it feels like it hits me in the face. I can't be alone on this. Also, I got to
did not get extend to the new territories, and counterfeit currency was especially a problem for immigrants like Pinkerton, whose unfamiliarity with the new money often led to getting swindled. So after discovering the camp, Pinkerton returned with the local sheriff and a band of deputized citizens. The posse descended on the camp, arrested the counterfeiters, and destroyed their equipment. Following this episode, Pinkerton became a permanent sheriff's deputy. Yeah, that's right. The wanted chartist from Glasgow was now a lawman in the West. Counterfeiting pointed to a common issue faced by American law enforcement at this time. Namely, how to ward off criminal activity in a country that was growing, both in geography and population, beyond the means of the state. Because what recourse did a county sheriff have when criminals could just escape justice by simply leaving that sheriff's jurisdiction? And this issue was most evident on the railroads, which cut through multiple municipal and state jurisdictions, and through areas with no legal structure at all. So seizing on an opportunity, Pinkerton began to develop a private police force that could protect westbound cargo. And thus, Pinkerton's National Detective Agency was born. Now, there was a bit of bravado involved in calling a Chicago-based company national, but the word was critically important to Alan Pinkerton's clients. They needed a police force that wasn't beholden to local or state boundaries, and perhaps more importantly, wasn't subject to the corruption that afflicted police departments and sheriff's offices throughout the country. They also needed a force that could provide security without relying on badges or uniforms. In other words, plainclothes detectives that could blend in with suspected criminal groups to gain intelligence. By 1860, Pinkerton's detective agency had lucrative retainers with 6 Midwestern railway companies based in Chicago. Most of their work with the railroad companies focused on testing railway employees.
So interesting that they were the first formation of like federal law enforcement, And what did they do? Why were they designed? What were they doing successfully? Oh, that's right. Corporate espionage. Interesting. I mean, certainly, obviously, our federal law enforcement agencies now don't do that, right? I mean, they don't work as an entity, like as another arm of the government that is defending capital. Certainly not. No, that would be really weird.
In this testing, a Pinkerton agent would pose as a criminal and offer conductors and station agents bribes in exchange for free rides or access to cargo. With the success of the Pinkerton agency, Alan began enjoying a level of social prestige and financial security he had only dreamed of back in Scotland. And with this newfound...
This motherfucker literally did that. Once I see a bit of this money, this socialism shit is over.
Alan began to pursue another transportation project, the Underground Railroad. The Pinkerton family were ardent abolitionists, and their Chicago home became a way station for escaped slaves venturing north to Canada. In fact, Allen even hosted and raised money for the wanted abolitionist John Brown in the run-up to Brown's famous raid on Harper's Ferry. And when the Civil War came in 1861, Pinkerton...
Wait, this makes no fucking sense. I thought they did do... Guess you gotta take all the bad things you said about them back. No, I thought they did do acid extraction. Well, I guess this entire video is like literally about how... this video is about how like this went so far away from their like... They went so far away from their original intention, but... Yeah, dude, there's literally... Okay, I'm sure it's going to get to it. Hold on.
And helped to foil an assassination attempt on his Illinois acquaintance, President-elect Abraham Lincoln, in Baltimore, and also worked closely with General George McClellan, an old railway buddy, to scout Confederate troop movements. Bolstered by this association with wartime leaders, Pinkerton was able to expand his business in the post-war period. Yet for all of Allen Pinkerton's fame as a defender of Chicago area immigrants, as a station master on the Underground Railroad, as the protector of Abraham Lincoln, and as the bane to vicious criminals like Jesse James, his agency was also inextricably linked to the defense of property and capital. As a private police force, the Pinkertons were not beholden to the will of the people, but instead the will of the highest bidder. And although much of their anti-union work happened after Allen Pinkerton's death, the anti-labor perspective of the agency was present at the very beginning of the organization, with the aforementioned testing of employees at train stations.
But it just follows from having some guys in plainclothes doing stuff across jurisdictions. That's just the private secret police. No, that's precisely what it is. But it also predates like actual formations of the federal law enforcement agencies. So that's why I'm pretty sure that they literally did engage in slave patrols, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, am I misremembering this? Yeah, long before the Federal Bureau of Agency, maybe they were, the long before there was a FBI, there was a Pinkerton National Detective Agency. The agency was established in the United States by a Scotsman, Allen Pinkerton. He was, at the time, the largest private law enforcement organization in the world. Historian Frank Moore writes, by the mid-1850s, a few businesses saw the need for greater control over their employees. Their solution was to sponsor a private detective system. Pinkerton's agents performed a variety of services for the people who hired them. Basic security guard work, strike breaking, private military contract work. During the labor strikes of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, businessmen hired the Pinkerton Agency to infiltrate unions. Yeah, the homestead. Okay, I was Pinkertons hired the nation's first female detective. They were like libbed up cops, dude. They spied for the Union Army during the Civil War. He was a Union man and a staunch abolitionist. During the Civil War, he organized secret intelligence for General George B. McClellan. I think the reason why I'm getting it mixed up is because as the chatter correctly pointed out, the earliest forms of police were literally slave patrols. And the earliest form of the FBI is Pinkertons, so I'm mistaking the two. Now, obviously, the two, work hand in hand, but I think that's the reason why I was misremembering. Well, I didn't even know about them because Charlie said they were evil, but turns out they helped my people. I guess I was a she for this one. No, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? No, they are evil. What the fuck? Just because they were like, just because the main guy was a labor not a labor, sorry. Just because the fucking dude was like pro ending slavery doesn't mean that he wasn't a fucking shithead otherwise. The fuck are you talking about? They literally are the beginning of the FBI, okay? Do you know what the FBI has done to your people in contemporary history? The continuation of all the things that others did to your people? That's it. That's the whole point. No, you're being a sheep now. Anyway, he'd be like, yeah, let's free the formerly enslaved African people here so that we can fucking kill them when they try to unionize for a corporation that they now work for. They sent escaped slaves back over the Confederate lines to spy on the South while Pinkerton was the head of the security apparatus. That doesn't seem like a very nice thing to do. Okay, let's continue with this video.
So given that anti-labor work was a feature of the agency, what did Alan Pinkerton, the former Chartist and poor immigrant laborer, make of this situation? Writing in 1878, Pinkerton argued that America's working class were negatively influenced by foreign political ideologies, namely anarchism and socialism. And through the strikes of these workers, Pinkerton contended the true working spirit of the honest laborer was being destroyed. For Pinkerton, the American worker didn't go about his betterment the right way, as though Allen himself wasn't motivated by similar ideologies when he stormed Westgate Hotel in 1839. And though Pinkerton himself may have become conveniently forgetful in his old age, the workers surrounding the Homestead Steelworks were all too aware.
Oh, okay, thank God. Holy fuck, they're actually talking about it, luckily.
Of who the Pinkertons were as they began to land. As the agents neared the factory, shots rang out. The strikers responded with everything they had. Bullets, stones, burning oil, burning rail cars, and even shells from a cannon. And in the Battle of Homestead, the Pinkertons reaped the consequences of decades of labor abuse, false accusations, surveillance, and testing. They were overrun. And when the Pinkertons attempted to surrender, the strikers shot down their white flag. Eventually, Union leaders accepted the Pinkertons' surrender, with several dead on both sides. And as the Pinkertons laid down their arms and disembarked, they walked through a gauntlet of angry strikers, who beat and berated them as they moved from the river.
That's
of
awesome.
The 300 Pinkertons who embarked that morning, 3 were dead, and the remaining 297 were injured, either from the battle or the gauntlet that followed. Although the Homestead strike ended in another labor defeat, it also tarnished the reputation of the Pinkerton Agency. In 1893, the U.S. Congress passed the Anti-Pinkerton Act, limiting the government's ability to hire private investigators or mercenaries. Although this law didn't apply to private corporations, it did give the federal government increased oversight.
Yeah, they do like security management now, don't they? Check my log. It's about Pinkertons and unions today. Pinkertons haven't changed. Oil Capital Sheet Metal v. Sheet Metal Workers Local 270 show Pinkertons investigating salts. I dealt with them as both a salt and organizer for the Teamsters. Yeah, they still do corporate espionage. As a union man of 19 years, the son, grandson, nephew, and cousin of Teamsters, machinists, UAW, and electricians, a former Teamster organizer and salt and current machinist, I hope every Pinkerton shows self-love and remembers to kiss themselves before bed tonight. Yeah. I've never done this and won't do it again. Please check my logs. Pinkertons haven't changed. Oil Capital Sheet Metal v. Sheet Metal Workers Local 270 show Pinkertons investigating salts. Salt for those machinists. Is it not machinist? I don't fucking know how to say it. Listen, man, I'm a bougie, bi-coastal elitist motherfucker, okay? I hate you, chatter. just wanted to say that a lot of engineers, especially in the Cali area, do in fact make over 100K a year. And the convo the other day that engineers somehow don't make over 6 figures was fucking laughable. I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify. If you make less than 100K as an established engineer, that's because you chose civil or mechanical or are just fucking stupid or incompetent. Engineers make that bag. You will never make as much money as I do for the rest of your fucking life, no matter how hard you try. Fuck you. Okay, how about that? Imagine calling a fucking dude who is like his lifelong dream is literally making fucking spaceships stupid or incompetent because they didn't become a fucking cloud or software engineer or computer engineer like you fucking dipshit. Shut the fuck up, okay? Go back to your IT job until it gets fucking completely rewritten by AI then. You non-solidarity having dumb cocksucking motherfucker. Dumbass comp sci dipshits being like, I'm a STEM lord. All the other STEM lords are dumber than me. Hasan, why are you so tough on smart people? Yeah, that guy was really smart. Fuck you, idiot. Maybe because I talked about my brother not making a lot of money and not making 100K as a fucking dude who builds spaceships for the goddamn one of the most significant manufacturing manufacturing houses for the American government in general, for the United States of America in general, and this dumb fucking comp sci shithead comes in 24 hours later to shit on him, to be like, oh, he's so stupid. He's just too dumb. He's just too dumb. That's why he doesn't make as much as I do as a fucking code monkey. Shut the fuck up. My brother's also an engineer, then I can also be ridiculously catty. It's so fucking stupid. And the reason why I brought that up, the reason why I brought that shit up literally was to say meritocracy isn't real. If that was the fucking case, then a fucking engineer who was like significantly smarter than me would be making way more money than me. Okay? And this dumbass fucking idiot still comes in here to be like, I make more money than the fucking as a software engineer than I do with fucking, dumb mechanical or civil engineers do. Both of those jobs are incredibly fucking dignified, you piece of shit. You're talking to a fucking Twitch streamer that you've given $25 to over the course of fucking 5 months to learn a fraction of fucking leftist concepts. And you're still in here flexing about your salary to a dude who literally makes more than you do in a year in a fucking month. What's wrong with you? While we're talking about fucking meritocracy being a lie. Holy shit. Insane that even in the fucking STEM field, I understand the disdain that so many fucking STEM lords have towards people that do, like, social shit, okay? Oh, poli-sci lol, that's not real. We should just eviscerate the arts in general, not realizing how important that is for, a lot of the aspects of humanity that you take for granted, okay? And then you fucking turn around and you shit on even other engineers at that point because you make more money than them. You're a fucking idiot. No idea why you're triggered. He was saying engineers make money. Why are you upset? Here's what I don't understand. I don't know if you guys are in the same fucking Discord, Splinter Discord cell or something, but like, how can you be so fucking stupid? Like, do you not understand? My brother is an aerospace and mechanical engineer. I was talking about how meritocracy is a fucking idiotic notion, an idiotic concept, considering that he makes significantly less money than I do and less than $100,000 a year living in California as a dude who literally builds fucking rocket ships. I find that to be a laughable concept. This fucking dipshit comes in 24 hours later to literally be like, no, your brother's actually a fucking idiot. I'm a software engineer and I make so much more money than he does. Okay? I'm an engineer too. I know. All of you, I'm not going to lie, dude. A lot of you motherfuckers have like actual dumb brain disease, okay? You do. You can, like, I don't know, build a fucking remote or whatever the fuck you're doing. But when it comes to, like, human comprehension of speech, you literally are operating at, like, a third grader's level. It blows my fucking mind. And I know this because I live with one. You know what I mean? My brother is the same fucking way half the goddamn time. It's insane. Trust me, when I ask him how he doesn't know how to spell yet, he's going to say, I'm an engineer. I don't need to learn how to spell. I've heard it a million times from my fucking dyslexic-ass brother, too. I don't need to learn how to spell. I'm an engineer. Fucking, who cares? I know you do. It's like a meme. Anyway. It's so weird, dude. 24 hours later, chatter comes in to fucking shit on my brother. Of course I'm going to pop off like that. Especially when he's coming from the dumbest fucking take possible. What an absolute fucking baboon, dude. I work in a similar capacity to your brother. This industry literally runs on underpaying and overworking smart people who will accept it because it's a childhood dream for most of us. People who aren't in the industry don't know. Exactly. I see it. I know it. I live it. He just wants to fucking make spaceships. That's it. So he will just take a mountain of shit every fucking day, like a 1%, 2% increase in his salary, that ends up being like, you know, a 7 to 8% pay cut in general every year because he just loves doing the job. That's it. He just wants to make spaceships. So if you come in here with your dumbass fucking ticking time bomb of a job and be like, "Puh, I make more money than he does, fuck you," you're a piece of shit. There are so many fucking jobs in this country that are severely and significantly underpaid because they rely on the better nature of the human beings that have taken on this incredible task. Nurses being one, teachers being another one. All of these jobs are historically underpaid. The only reason why I brought up the engineering subject matter is because a lot of people think that engineering is historically a decently paying job. In the United States of America, even engineering, even satellite engineering is not, aeronautical engineering, aerospace engineering is not as well paying of a job as you think it is. That's it. $70K a year is great though. No, it's not. Not for Los Angeles, California. It's not. That's so weird, man. Especially because, like I said, it's so dumb to come in here and be like, dude, I make more money than your brother because your brother's a fucking dumbass. It's like, okay, well, I make more money than you and your dad combined. Does that make me smarter than you? No, so shut the fuck up. Like, imagine thinking your salary is tangibly tied to, like, anything meaningful, like that you are contributing to society or how fucking smart you are.
Site over the activities of the Pinkertons and similar organizations. The agency was never the same. The story of Alan Pinkerton and his agency is a story that touches on so many important topics in 19th century America. Capitalism, immigration, industrialization, labor unrest, slavery, and ideology. And it's a tale that has echoes today in its warnings about the dangers of private policing. But it's also a story about a complicated man who went on an incredible journey. One that a poor boy living in Glasgow might find too incredible to be true. Special thanks to our educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph
70K in LA is like barely living category rather than the just surviving category, chatters? Yes. Anyway. Very weird, dude. I mean, when 14-year-olds can make more than entire bloodlines just from TikTok lip syncs, it's kind of clear your career salary doesn't mean much in regards to character and intelligence. Thank you. We are on a platform where the #1 fucking revenue generator eats his toenails on a daily fucking basis, okay? And like plays Minecraft speedruns and will never defeat Forsen's 1810 record for like 16, 17, 18 hours. And you're over here, like, you're over here being like, no, how much money you make is like directly associated with how intelligent you are. Especially in like, brother, I literally live in LA, but 70K does allow for decent living in LA for a young professional though. It's entirely dependent on what part of LA you live in and what your living circumstances are. I literally make medical devices for a living and don't make 100K. You know, everyone has different circumstances, but 70K in Los Angeles is not like poverty wages or whatever, but it's not you're not exactly fucking, you know, flush. You're definitely having a hard time coming up with rent if you want to live by yourself. And I know that because I lived through that. And I was more comfortable when I had 2 roommates and making like a 65K to 60K salary. But certainly when I moved on my own, that was impossible. So, like, you have to remember that. You know what I mean? I live in LA. Do you have any roommates? Because if you're living comfortably with 70K in Los Angeles, you probably, A, have roommates, and B, have a job that doesn't require you to have, like, a dramatic commute. You know what I mean? I mean, it's almost always edge cases regardless. This 30-second
Background.
My background?
Your CV.
I've been with the firm for 2.5 years working with Eric that whole time, but I hold a doctorate in engineering, specialty in propulsion from MIT with a bachelor's from Penn.
What is a specialty in propulsion exactly?
My thesis was a study in the ways that friction ratios affect steering outcomes in aeronautical use under reduced gravity loads.
So you're a rocket scientist?
I was, yeah.
Interesting. How did you end up here?
Well, it's all just numbers, really. Just changing what you're adding up, and to speak freely, the money here is considerably more attractive.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate reality, but a lot of people do leave the industry, even if they don't want to, specifically because they just make a lot more money in other sectors. America will not stop until every single fucking person is working in the finance sector. Like everyone has to do finance, dude. There's no other way to do it. From the dumbest guy to the smartest guy, every single person has to work in finance because it's the only sector in America where you still actually make money. That or I guess selling t-shirts, you know, doing what I do.
The Pinkerton National Detective Agency established itself as a premier surveillance and intelligence body during the second half of the 19th century. Founded in 1850 by Scotsman Alan Pinkerton, the Pinkerton Detective Agency was once the largest private law enforcement organization in the world. Today, we're going to take a look at how the Pinkerton Agency laid the foundation for the modern FBI and CIA. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what other secret agencies you would like to hear about. Okay, so let's talk about the friend to honesty and a foe to crime. Alan Pinkerton, born in Glasgow, Scotland in 1819, was a political and social activist who was enough of an agitator to earn himself an arrest warrant in 1842. Not looking to spend time in the slammer, he and his wife, Joan, fled to America. They made their way to the Chicago area, where Pinkerton found work as a cooper, building and repairing barrels and casks. The Pinkertons eventually settled in Dundee, Illinois, where Alan set up his own cooperage. One day, while he was out chopping wood, he happened upon a group of counterfeiters. He captured and turned them in, which gave him some adulation in his community. Soon, people were asking him to investigate local crimes. In his memoir, Pinkerton recalled he was suddenly called upon from every quarter to undertake matters requiring the detective's skill. He was good at it and soon attained the role of Kane County's deputy sheriff in 1846. A few years later, in 1849, he became the first police detective in Chicago. In 1850, Alan Pinkerton, who was then a police officer in Chicago, Illinois, founded the Northwestern Police Agency with lawyer Edward Rucker. This group eventually became the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. The agency built its name mainly by working with railroad companies, providing services ranging from investigation and private security to the pursuit and capture of criminals. The Pinkertons, a moniker they adopted, quickly became the respectable choice.
The reason why we're watching a bunch of fucking Pinkerton videos is because they're kind of shitty. Not even kind of shitty. They're historically shitty. They're historical villains in American society as, a group of, like, private military contractors at a time when, like, policing was just being formed as an institution. And they basically created, this goes, this perfectly explains it. They laid the foundation for the FBI and the CIA and did the same things that the FBI and CIA still does to this day, which is like, protecting the interests of capital. And these guys still engage in anti-union activity, corporate espionage, and the like. And most famously, recently, the MTG company, Magic the Gathering card company, was it Wizards of Waverly Coast or whatever? They literally fucking sent the Pinkertons to a YouTuber's house because they accidentally sent the YouTuber the, unreleased, what is it, Wizards of the Coast? I've literally worked with them. I don't even fucking remember what their name is. Anyway, like Hasbro basically sent a toy company, basically fucking sent a YouTube channel, a YouTube content creator, the corporate paramilitary soldiers to threaten this fucking random YouTuber because they fucking put out a YouTube video with the unreleased box that they had sent him on accident.
For security in the Chicago area. By 1866, they would be so successful they were able to open branches in New York City and Philadelphia. After Abraham Lincoln became president in 1860, the agency impressed him too, when Pinkerton agents, including Kate Warren, the agency's first female private detective.
Why is there so much pro-Pinkerton propaganda on YouTube? Like both of the videos that we watched kind of make it seem like they were good and not like questioning the legality or illegality or why it wasn't immediately made illegal, even though it was made illegal later down the line because of how fucking out of hand it got, where you could just do like murders for the sake of a corporation.
Discovered a plan to kill Lincoln in 1861. It was intended to take place while the president-elect visited Baltimore, Maryland, on the way to Washington, D.C. In truth, the case pretty much cracked itself when the would-be assassins, Cipriano Ferrandini, accompanied by the Palmetto Guards, openly discussed their plans in front of a disguised Pinkerton. Ferrandini boasted about how with his first shot, the chief...
It's kind of cool that Red Dead literally did a better job of showcasing how fucking corrupt and violent the Pinkertons were than like half of these like YouTube historians. What the fuck's
Trader
going on?
Lincoln will die. Then all Maryland will be with us, and the South will be forever free. After hearing this, Pinkerton arranged for Lincoln to travel by secret train to escape the threat. Lincoln assumed the disguise of her invalid brother to avoid notice. The president-elect made it to Washington safely, and due to the detective agency's
He
success.
said invalid. Bro, this guy is literally fucking... He's not only a history YouTuber, but he also is like literally a part of ancient history, dude. He used the R word from like Deadwood times. You know what I mean?
Lincoln hired the Pinkertons as a secret service of sorts during the Civil War. Kate Warren's life-saving plan, which required her to stay awake through Lincoln's entire journey, became famous, and the agency soon thereafter adopted the slogan, "We never sleep." Once President Abraham Lincoln hired Alan Pinkerton, he earned the wider political support of the famous detective. The Pinkerton agency not only provided bodyguards to the president, but they also gathered military information on the Confederacy. To accomplish this, some Pinkertons disguised and planted themselves with the Confederate military. Even Alan Pinkerton himself took to traveling under the alias Major E.G. Allen as a means of gathering intelligence. As a fellow abolitionist, Pinkerton became close with the president, serving as both a protector and confidant. When the Pinkerton agency hired Kate Warren in 1856, it was because she was a woman, not in spite of it. The Pinkertons were well known for tracking down thieves and infiltrating criminal groups, but Warren had a way for the detectives to increase their efficacy. Warren walked into the Pinkerton office in Chicago and told Alan Pinkerton about her particular skills to acquire information in a way men couldn't replicate. Pinkerton, who figured Warren wanted to apply for a receptionist position, was resistant at first, but also pragmatic enough to give her a try. Warren's skills weren't limited to stereotypical feminine wiles. During her first big case, she befriended a train robber's wife and obtained information about the location of his money stash. Pinkerton was so impressed by her results, he took to hiring women one step further and built a full female bureau of agents to work for the agency. Purportedly, there are no pictures of Warren because she was that good at her job. Sounds like we should do a story on that lady. Thanks to the work of Kate Warren, the Pinkerton agency's logo became a large eye with the motto, "We never sleep."
It's wild that like, what the fuck is wild that they're just like, yeah, the Pinkertons were famous for union busting, and they did it with the girl bosses that they hired, and they did it in a very woke way. Like any story that mentions the Pinkertons without talking about literally not only just like routinely fucking engaging in violent measures to like break strikes, work stoppages or the like, you know, union busting, but like also corporate espionage is doing a disservice to the history of the Pinkertons because that's what they were hired for. They're making it seem like these guys were like, oh man, at a time when there was no cops to solve crimes, the Pinkertons would go and, you know, find the train robbers. And it's like, no, man, they literally were like doing corporate espionage. They were also attacking other corporations at the behest of one corporation that fucking hired them. They were like mercs, you know?
Then in 1938, a story by mystery writer Raymond Chandler, creator of the famous fictional detective Philip Marlowe, coined the term private eye. While the eye ostensibly stood for investigator, some have suggested that the Pinkerton logo may have been the origin or at least the inspiration for the expression. Eventually, other fiction writers picked up on the term and turned the adventures of various private eyes into a thriving literary genre. The abbreviation PI still exists today, although the romanticized image it evoked waned over time. Alan Pinkerton used creative and innovative techniques to investigate crime and gather information during the Civil War, including sending African Americans behind enemy lines of the Confederacy. For example, take John Scobell, a former slave the Pinkerton agency recruited in the early 1860s. Scobell posed as a cook, laborer, and vendor, but also often assumed the pretense of a servant of other Pinkerton agents. The information Scobell supplied to the Union included details about troops and local conditions. As a black dispatch, Scobell played a vital role in the war. Sounds like we should do a story on that guy. After the Civil War, the Pinkertons continued to work for the government, but increasingly became the police force of the American West. Railroad companies in need of protection from outlaws like Jesse and Frank James hired the Pinkerton Agency. The James brothers and their gang robbed trains throughout the West during the late 1860s.
This is crazy.
And early 1870s. The Pinkertons used operatives and detectives to try and stop them, but to little avail. The outlaws were ruthless. The bandits even killed a top Pinkerton agent, John W. Witcher. His body was discovered with wounds from famished wild hogs. In response, the Pinkertons attempted to be equally ruthless in their efforts, reportedly firebombing the home of the James brothers' mother in 1875. The agency's actions
well deserved, yeah. No, totally. That's just a footnote, dude.
didn't catch the bad guys, but they did manage to maim their mother and kill her younger son. The Pinkertons also took credit.
Bro, why is he writing for them so hard? No, he didn't just. You said no commentary? No, I wish he did no commentary on the firebombing. He said, "Oh, the Pinkertons managed to kill this dude's mother and his son."
For breaking up Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch, helping drive Butch and the Sundance Kid out of the U.S. That duo fled to Bolivia, where local authorities allegedly took them out. By the 1890s...
Yeah, when I said how the Pinkerton agent... When I thought he was writing an article about how the Pinkerton agency laid the foundation for the FBI and CIA, I thought they were going to say, like, look how bad it is. Because my brain is that broken, I guess, where I literally personally assume that, like, someone is going to talk about it from, like, a leftist lens. And he literally was like, no, they laid the foundation for the FBI and CIA, and that's super fucking sick. Like, they were doing murders on... like people that, you know, even the fucking mob doesn't touch. You know what I mean? Like the moral compass of the Pinkertons, which laid the foundation for the FBI and CIA, was literally worse than the fucking mafia. Okay? Like individuals that the mafia doesn't touch. Family members of shit the Pinkertons thought were fair play. And that's very cool.
There were more than 2,000 active Pinkertons around the United States, with 30,000 reserve operatives in the wings. For comparison, the U.S. Army of the time had fewer than...
They've yet to fucking bring up, like, strike busting and shit.
...and 30,000 men on active duty. The agency was so large, the state of Ohio banned them, fearing the agency could act as a private army or militia against them. By 1906, there were 20 Pinkerton agency offices across the United States. Eventually, the Pinkerton Agency's complex methods and systems established the basis for formal government agencies. Organizations like the FBI, the Secret Service, and the CIA took on roles and duties once performed by the Pinkertons, who also functioned as the top information repository in the United States. The creation of the FBI and these other government bodies didn't finish the Pinkertons off, however. They continued to serve as the private investigatory...
There is no way that he's like, this is positive. Wow. It's so sick that the FBI was formed. Bro, this is a History Channel. Talk about why the FBI was formed, please. Okay, actually don't. On second thought, I legitimately... I legitimately don't want to know how he covers the FBI's original formation. I don't think that he is going to talk about it in a negative fashion.
Government bodies didn't finish the Pinkertons off, however. They continued to serve as the private investigatory arm of industrialists, bankers, and corporations. Companies increasingly hired the Pinkertons to bust unions, as well as prevent uprisings among laborers.
Oh, thank God. They prevented uprisings.
By the 1890s, disputes were so volatile, it was practically open warfare between workers and their employers, many of whom recruited the Pinkertons to defend their businesses. In July of 1892, the Carnegie Steel Corporation hired the Pinkertons.
Dude, what were they fighting for? I'm willing to bet you don't fucking work on the weekends, YouTube Andy. Like, what the fuck? Dude! He said defend corporations. What the fuck? Yeah, these uprisings, these violent uprisings were really bad. What were they fighting for? Against child labor, losing fucking digits when they're working in factories because of a lack of workplace safety standards, 8-hour-a-day work weeks, or 8-hour-a-day, 5 days a week work weeks. You know, things that we just literally take for fucking granted now. That's what the fuck who writes a YouTube video and they're like, I'm so glad the Pinkertons were defending the Carnegie Steel interests.
To break up a strike in Homestead, Pennsylvania. The workers unionized and negotiated a 3-year contract in 1889, but the company endeavored to bust the union and impose new conditions. The head of the plant at Homestead, Henry Frick, shut out the protesting workers from the factory, causing a riot. The company called in a force of 300 Pinkertons to face 10,000 armed strikers. At the end of an all-day exchange, 9 workers and 7 Pinkertons died. The state militia later arrived to settle the entire dispute. After the riot, Pinkerton became a dirty word in many circles.
Not this one, though. Not at the Weird History YouTube channel. He did say the laborers hated them for good reasons. Brother, this entire video is written like the Pinkertons paid for it or something. Like, he just glanced over, like, defending businesses and defending the Carnegie interest like it's a fucking mom and pop shop being, like, attacked, you know, by random people.
Until his death in 1884, Alan Pinkerton remained active in his eponymous
He is not a political commentator. Why are you expecting him to do that? I don't think people understand an accurate assessment of historical, of historical events that took place can very easily be misguided or lead the audience to be misguided when you literally cover it with this weird neutrality that makes it seem like the boundaries of which these people were fighting on are on equal footing. Okay, if you look at robber barons and don't mention that they are robber barons, you're basically making it seem like this is a mom and pop shop and this was just like not a understandable labor dispute that actually led to a lot of amenities that you take for fucking granted, but instead like a situation where these lazy fucking laborers were just like demanding way too much from their jobs providers. Okay?
agency. He even went above and beyond in his efforts to capture Jesse James by using his private funds. After he died, Pinkerton's sons, Robert and William,
they are historians, not advocates. Yes, the problem in this circumstance is, how long have you been in this community? Oh my God, I'm going to cry. When you take on a neutral tone when describing certain historical atrocities, okay, you're basically carrying water for those who committed the historical atrocities. There is no such thing as being an apolitical historian, just like there's no one that is rid of any biases when covering the news in contemporary society. Okay? Go ahead. Describe slavery and the Holocaust in neutral terms. See how that works out for you.
inherited the agency and helped it grow to a massive size. Robert ran the New York office, where he focused on...
The reason why I'm, like, additionally surprised is because, like, at least, like, the Pinkertons are notoriously, like, bad guys in American popular culture, which is why it's shocking that independent YouTubers would cover them in such a positive light.
Providing security at strike sites. Meanwhile, William headed the Chicago base and turned his attention to solving crimes.
He also literally brought up the firebombing that these motherfuckers engaged in on family members of a dude who, like, they fought against. And he made it seem like, oh, well, you know, they couldn't get him, but at least they got his mom and his fucking son.
Pinkerton's grandson, Alan Pinkerton II, took over the agency in 1907. His son, Robert Pinkerton II, then inherited it in 1930. When Robert died in 1967, the family's leadership of the company finally came to an end. Today, a global security firm, Securitas AB of Stockholm, Sweden, owns the Pinkerton agency. What do you think of the Pinkerton?
And they happen to subscribe to, they happen to pay for this video. Yeah, even other people. I love how we talk about violent murderers, strikebreakers like they're heroes, and don't think twice about FBI and CIA basically being the state-run version of them. Yes, I'm implying that the U.S. government saw strike breaking by the Pinkertons and said, hey, I bet we can make a ton more money doing this, corporations who lobby and fund us. And that's exactly what they do to this day. I'm glad that, like, you know, Red Dead and Rockstar did a better job of, like, fucking, another great video, the TV series Deadwood made it look like a lot of Pinkertons with nothing but hired thugs, not highly trained and skilled specialists. I wonder if that is accurate. They were both thugs and specialists. The moral bankruptcy and the ruthless effectiveness are far from mutually exclusive. Bro, where do you get your information from? You couldn't be further from the truth. Bro, what? But they literally didn't? They didn't what? Where's that fucking article that I was reading from, which made a much better job, which did a much better job of, like, describing this agency's, like, wrongdoings from the fucking jump. Where the fuck did it go? From Dr. Sandra Trappin. Okay, this is like the invention of the police and whatnot, but let's get to the Pinkerton side of it. Okay. During the labor strikes of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, businessmen hired the Pinkerton agency to infiltrate unions. They provided guards to help keep strikers and union organizers out of factories. In some cases, they were employed to intimidate workers. The Pinkertons were also employed as guards in coal, iron, and lumber disputes in states that included Illinois, Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Before you dumb motherfuckers chirp about any of these things, your great-great-great-grandfather was not a fucking factory owner, okay? You're in here right now. Your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was working on the motherfucking assembly line and getting their shit pushed in for daring to fucking unionize, okay? You dumb, stupid, ungrateful fuck. So these guys were the class traders that betrayed them, okay? I know that a lot of you fancy yourselves not as, the permanently exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires, but none of you are him, okay? You do not have a deed to the factory, and neither does your great-great-great-great-grandfather, who fought so that you could at least have a fucking weekend, okay? As Vitali points out, the early police forces were created specifically to suppress workers' movements. Pennsylvania, as it turns out, was home to some of the most militant unionism, resulting in numerous strikes and violent confrontations in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Local police were sometimes sympathetic towards the workers, who were often the bulk of local constituents, so mining factory workers, owners turned to the state to provide them with armed forces to control strikes and intimidate organizers. The coal and iron police committed numerous atrocities, including the Latimer Massacre of 1897, in which they killed 19 unarmed miners and wounded 32 others. The final straw was the Entricide, is that how you say it? I don't know how to say it. Coal strike in 1902, which miners and employers waged a pitched battle that lasted 5 months and created national coal shortages. Here's one of the most famous and bloody strikes of the 19th century in Homestead, Pennsylvania. In 1892, the wealthy industrialist Andrew Carnegie demanded production to be raised. This was a demand that the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers Union refused. The striking workers took control of the mill and sealed it off, effectively denying the company its own mill. Carnegie's plant manager, Henry Clay Frick, hilarious name, then hired a police force of Pinkerton detectives to take back the mill using armed force if necessary. Industrialists like Frick employed Pinkertons to spy on their unions. The police acted as strikebreakers and were often implicated as agent provocateurs, fomenting violence as a way of justifying their continued paychecks. 300 Pinkerton detectives with armed rifles boarded barges and sailed up the river in the early hours of July 6, 1892. After arriving at the plant on the river barges, the Pinkerton agents squared off with thousands of striking workers in an all-day battle waged with guns, bricks, and even dynamite. But as it turned out, the strikers had discovered the plan and roused the town at 2 a.m. to defend the plant from the Pinkerton invasion. When the private police force made landfall, they were met with thousands of strikers and their families who worked together to drive them off. Before this, the state of Pennsylvania's initial response to the uprising had been to authorize a private police. In the end, the vastly outnumbered Pinkertons surrendered. More than a dozen people were left dead, 3 Pinkertons and 6 steelworkers, and others were wounded. On November 20th, the strike officially ended and Carnegie achieved control over his labor force again. The fallout from the melee crippled the steel union, but it also branded the Pinkertons as hired thugs, leading several states to pass laws banning the use of outside guards in labor disputes. The state was like, let's relegate this back to the police force. You know what I mean? They were like, hey, let's leave the fucking state violence to the hands of the state, the violent hands of the state, which is the police force. Which side are you on, boys? Okay? Which side are you on? Political leaders and employers decided that a new, more legitimate-seeming system of labor management was needed to be paid out for the public coffers. The result was the creation of the Pennsylvania State Police Force in 1905. While Frick's hardline stance ultimately led to the demise of the Union and the Pinkertons' role in the conflict helped cement their reputation as the paramilitary wing of big business, anarchists would later unsuccessfully attempt to assassinate Frick. The broken Union and Homestead eventually joined the United Steel Workers, formed later in 1942. The Homestead strike still stands out in history as an example of how difficult it remains for unions to contest the power of management and secure the interest of workers. Pinkerton's Landing Bridge, as it's now known, is the nickname given to the Pittsburgh and Lake Erie Railroad Bridge in Munhall. The bridge crosses the Monongahela River between Mulhall, Pennsylvania and Rankin, PA. You also have noteworthy Great Railroad Strike of 1877 and the Battle of Blair Mountain in West Virginia in 1921, where they literally used artillery. You know, they had fucking, they hired women and they worked with abolitionists, but they were still gigantic fucking pieces of shit that were, you know, union busters. And they were hired thugs that were working for corporate interests. Okay? Yeah, they used planes to drop bombs on fucking striking coal mine workers in Blair Mountain. Anyway. It's like kind of odd to cover these guys as like, you know, a good group of individuals for that particular reason. Especially when like history ultimately wasn't very kind in its assessment of the Pinkertons as you know. Anyway, that's also kind of the they were not great. This is about Hasbro and MTG, yes. Not great at all. I did cover the trans lawmaker being banned in Montana, which is not a real place. It's fake. It's made up. Cannot convince me that it's real. You will never convince me that it's a real place. Sorry. Anyway, there's two things that I kind of want to watch. This is body camera footage of a 19-year-old wearing police gear getting arrested for impersonating a deputy and pulling over cars. A 19-year-old Tennessee man was arrested in Oklahoma police. I don't know if this is like fun. And then this one is The Villains covering Jaylene Fleer, a San Diego County sheriff who is going to jail for being a pedo. I think we got to watch this one.
Never seen a more despicable set of facts as I've seen in this case.
These were the remarks of the judge who presided over the case of Jaylene Fleer, a San Diego County sheriff's deputy. The 27-year-old looked clean as a whistle in his day-to-day routine, but a private investigation caught up to him, leading to an interrogation that led to a search, which then led to a reveal of over 20 felony charges. In this video, we'll take you through the interrogation that finally put this monster behind bars. Special thanks to 5-0 Patrol for sharing the original interrogation clip. Jaylene Fleer was a San Diego...
This is from, again, The Villains. I'm unfamiliar with the channel, but I'm excited to watch this
Diego
video.
County Sheriff's deputy who once starred for Santana High School in baseball and football. He is married and was expecting a baby at the time, but instead came the San Diego County Crime Stoppers who received tips regarding the sheriff's quote-unquote lewd behavior. Their 2-month-long investigation led to a lot of evidence that needed answers. This is how the interrogation went down.
This story with us, of course, in regards to the report that we're investigating.
Okay, I'm going to spoil this, but they were investigating him for avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long. And at the top of every hour, of course, there are legal methods that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break with, which is, of course, a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free, you get one free Prime subscription that you can use here. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Wiki Tiokami, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Dynamic Jab 13, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Here's the 3-minute ad right now.
You're not under arrest and you are not being detained. Do you understand?
Yeah. Because the interrogator is acting upon tips from a non-profit organization, she has to set the disclaimer that this interrogation is voluntary and that he can leave whenever he wants to. He can even choose to not answer any important questions and can request a lawyer anytime he wants. But the interrogator has such a simple and open communication with Jaylene that he looks at this interrogation like a conversation. Later on, he starts to open up about himself.
Football, baseball, went to Grossmont College for a little bit, played baseball there. I got a job here. Worked at Dick's Sporting Goods before this, so this is my second job. Started working with this department for coming up on 5 years now.
So baseball seemed pretty important to you back in high school. What position?
Pitcher.
Cool. How's your arm holding up?
I mean, soreness every once in a while, but I haven't thrown for a while. So.
Yeah, no, it still kills me. I played softball.
Okay, nice.
So I was, third, short, center, and pitcher.
Here in San Diego?
Yeah, down Hilltop, Indian Valley. And have you always worked corrections?
Yeah, I attempted to go out to the patrol, went to the academy.
Wait, are you telling me this pedophile cop is from Clanty? No shot. Stop it. I also got a new, not an ad by the way, but I got a new Quest bar that I'm going to test out right now. It's a protein bar, but it's like caramel chunk. Caramel chocolate chunk. So it's literally, I think it's like a chocolate bar. I thought it was a chocolate bar. Maybe it's not. 180 calories, 20 grams of protein. I haven't tried it yet. I'm about to give some to Kaya. Yeah, we're not going to do that because that would kill her. but let's see if it's good or not. Okay, it's very good. It's good.
Did you have fun at the academy while you were
Oh
there?
yeah, I enjoy it. It's good. I mean, camaraderie and stuff like that. So.
Okay. Married? Have any kids?
Oh yeah, married. Recently got married this last year in September.
Okay.
We have a kid due on the way in August.
Oh, okay. Boy, girl?
Boy.
Very nice. Unfortunately. Yeah. Were you, like, hoping for a girl?
No, I said looking forward to
Oh,
it.
looking forward. I thought you said unfortunately. I'm
No,
like,
no, I'm excited. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. And your wife, how long have you known her?
Actually, preschool. Yeah, we met in preschool, went separate ways.
Because, like, she was in preschool, I was in high school.
Met her back in high school. Things, like, I was trying to date her, but she was playing it hard to get again. Yeah. Then college came around, tried again, and actually ran into her in PV, like, about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we reconnected then and got married, had a family, bought a house.
And I hear your schedule recently changed. How do you feel about the schedule change?
Yeah. 12 and a half in a row. Kills you. 7 off is nice, but it flies by, so.
Yeah, and then the 7 drag once you're here. So at least you're on your last day today, right?
This entire discussion is important because it will create a pattern of events that could lead to a bigger crime. First, she establishes the background. And now she moves on to the place where the crime happened, social media.
So, how about social media? Are you active on social media at all?
Facebook and Instagram. Had Snapchat back in the day, got rid of that with my wife. We got caught in the academy with her and stuff, some stuff, but.
Can you tell me about that, or?
What?
I mean, it was with another recruit in the academy, but.
Okay. So you're communicating with another recruit?
I was back in.
This guy has unspoken risk for sure. He's literally a pedophile. Unspoken riz? You mean pedophilia and also criminal riz. What the hell are you saying? It's like, this is the biggest oh no, I'm so sorry, I did not know moment for this guy.
I stopped. Everything got cut off. Got rid of. I mean, I didn't delete the Snapchat. I just got deleted the app. So I haven't used it for like, I don't know, a year and a half now.
Okay. So on Facebook, just because I like to jot down everybody's social media when I can, what's your Facebook login? Like your username?
I think just under Jalen Fleer.
It's your name?
Yeah.
What?
Cool. And then you said Instagram?
Instagram, yeah.
Okay. What's your Instagram username?
I think.
Okay. And then you said you got rid of Snapchat, but when you did have it, what was it?
Just Jalen Fleer.
Jalen Fleer? Yeah. Okay. So the one that you had there, and has that account since been deleted, or just deactivated?
Just delete the app. I think it's still there.
Okay. And I know when it comes to Facebook, you connect it to an email address. Do you know what email address is connected to it? And then your Instagram account, what, same email?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And I know sometimes with Snapchat, they'll have you either sign up with a phone number or an email.
I believe it's my phone number.
Sorry, I was looking at her doing a flip. Impressive. Impressive skills. Oh. She's so fucking sweet. I can't stop. I can't stop. It's so hard. It is so fucking hard to pay attention to anything when she's just like no. She knows I'm paying attention to her. I want her to go back to sleep. That's the thing. So I don't want to pay too much attention to her because I want her to go back to sleep. When she wakes up fully, then we'll do belly rubs.
Okay, very cool. So,
By knowing his social accounts, the interrogator is trying to piece Jalen's social accounts with the anonymous tips so that a connection can be verified. By now, Jalen is too open with his social accounts, and it took him this long to ask the obvious question.
I don't know, do you have any questions for me before we kind of...
I will ask what this is about.
Yeah, so we're looking into some allegations that were made. We're kind of, it started with a Crime Stopper report, so we're just kind of going from there. We did receive a picture that, when we looked into it, it looks similar to you. So I don't know if you can take a look at the picture and just tell me if you've seen this picture before. Oh, I have like 15 million things here. Okay. So this picture right here.
Yeah, that's definitely.
It blows my mind that she's so cool, calm, and fucking collected. You know what I mean? How is she so cool, calm, and collected when, like, talking to a dude who is a pedophile? Like, has she done this before? Is she just, like, that good at her job? Like, it's kind of crazy.
Let me have the gross one.
Okay. So this picture right here, how old were you when it was taken?
I don't know, 20.
20? Have you ever used this picture on any social media site?
I think it was Snapchat back in the day, yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. Have you ever shared this picture with anybody on Snapchat?
Yeah, probably with my wife, to be honest. I mean, obviously I talked to other girls back in the day too, but I can't remember. Right off the head.
If you had to guesstimate how many times you may have shared the photo, how many times?
That one, maybe just a couple times, once or twice.
Okay. So definitely to your wife.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've used that photo for your wife, and you were about 20 years old in the photo. You did share it on Snapchat, and then maybe some other girls you were talking to?
I mean, yeah, this was a long time ago, so I don't really remember who it was.
Okay. Have you ever posted it as, like, your profile photo, or posted it on Instagram? Oh, I forgot to ask you, are your accounts, is your Instagram and your Facebook, are they private? To add somebody?
Yeah, I believe I had to, yeah.
You can't just
request a friend.
Yeah, you can't just be anyone. So that one's at least a little bit better, where it's like you have to actively search for somebody, right? You in the photo, and is
Bro, you notice that the sheriff's body language and posture has dramatically changed from a welcoming, inviting conversation to one who is the subject matter of an ongoing investigation. While the detective is doing a profoundly good job, an incredible job of welcoming the sheriff. The sheriff himself is starting to slowly catch on. His arms are crossed.
Is that a gross font? Is that gross font?
Yeah, it's
gross font. Okay, cool.
This picture here was the first piece of evidence. The interrogator wanted to know how the quote-unquote anonymous...
This photo is not doing her good. Like, what is this photo? It looks like she's, like, leaning forward. I don't know what's happening.
Anonymous tip could get a hold of a selfie like that. You can't download pictures of each other on Snapchat unless you actually send them. And it was never uploaded on Facebook and Instagram, so this means that he intentionally sent this picture to someone who is, according to the interrogator, a quote-unquote young female on Snapchat. Based on Jalen's facial expressions, you can tell that he's now realizing where this is going.
Your schedule. I know that you work every 7 days on.
You watch this before on stream. Thank you. Thank you, chatter. You're my favorite type of chatter. We definitely have not watched it, but you probably watched it with someone else, and your mind has melted into thinking that, like, all Twitch reactions are the same, but you're so certain that you wrote it twice.
What is your wife's schedule?
She's every Friday, Saturday off, day shift, so typical 9 to 5.
Okay, so she works 9 to 5, and you work, like, the complete opposite schedule?
Depends. Every 3 months we rotate, days and nights.
Okay. And how long have you been on nights now?
nights now, probably a little over a month now, a month and a half. Can I ask, is this something I should have lawyers on?
So right now, and I'll go over the Bahila with you, we're investigating allegations that were made that you were communicating with a younger female on Snapchat and potentially some material might have been shared.
Okay.
Some photos, some images, stuff like that. So we, of course, want to be able to hear what happened from your side, if that in fact did occur, or if it didn't occur, we want to obviously determine.
The interrogator now learns his schedule, which will help her fit the pattern of the investigation. He once again jumps in to ask if this is something that he should have his lawyers on. Once again, the interrogator's response puts him at ease that he's not being treated as a criminal and they're only investigating allegations. The first time she mentioned texting the quote-unquote young female on Snapchat, he didn't respond much. But this time, he gave an answer that led to the revelation of his Tinder profile.
And from your side, if that in fact did occur, or if it didn't occur, we want to obviously
Everyone that I talked to, was about my age, I remember.
Okay. So who have you talked to?
My wife. This was back then when I had Tinder.
He describes that the only use of Tinder was when he met an ex-girlfriend. They dated for 3 years, and then he got married to his wife, who he had known since preschool. Now, in case you're wondering why we haven't displayed the second picture, it's because it's a nude picture. He recalls that the only person who had access to this picture was his ex's Tinder account and his current wife. His wife is loyal enough to not leak it, and even though he had a bad breakup, his ex would not leak that picture. You can tell he's denying to share the real source of this picture because deep down he's well aware of who he sent it to.
So, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day. And yeah, some save stuff, but I don't know who would save a picture like that. A nude, maybe, yeah, they would save. Not that one.
And there's nothing wrong with this photo, right? It's just
No,
you.
I agree. I don't know how it would get in the hands of a younger person.
Okay. There were also some conversations that were exchanged between you and this person.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, the editing is so wild on this, but I kind of like this channel. I'm not gonna lie. The editing is so weird, but this channel is the villains are the. I kind of want to see other. What the? Okay, never mind. I might have spoken too soon. Why you won't survive a Russian supermax prison inside the life of a Rikers Island prisoner? Why you won't survive a Philippine supermax prison? What the fuck? I can't tell if this is like the dark truth about billionaire mega yachts. I can't tell if this guy's like a based abolitionist who's talking about like how awful the prison conditions are. Why child molesters instantly get killed in jail. Inside the life of an Albanian Mafia member. Oh my God, this is the most me-coded YouTube video. Did they make this just for me? Inside the creepy lifestyle of Japanese prisons. Oh my God. Okay, I want to watch the other ones. I don't know. This could be like kind of base or just fucking weird. Funny gorilla vegetable video. Cookie dough. I've seen this video 1,000 times at this point. I'm sorry to report. Let's watch the rest of this and we'll look at the other ones.
I didn't talk to anybody younger though.
Not on Snapchat?
No.
Not recently?
Not recently, no.
He not only continues to deny sending this picture, but also sending this picture to a younger person, quote unquote, recently. The word recently implies that he may have sent it to someone a long while back who he's not trying to disclose.
Now, you said all of your social media accounts are private, right?
Yeah.
And I know you're a law enforcement officer, so I know that you've also taken the time to make your plates confidential.
Back in the day, I don't think my current ones are though.
Obviously I ran your plates. So you're still driving the Ford Fusion?
Yeah.
And is it black or gray?
It's gray.
Okay. And you got tinted windows on it still?
Yeah.
And so, when it comes to the photo, I really want to understand why this person would be in possession of the photo. But the only one who could really help me with that is you.
Yeah. No, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know. No.
Okay. Well, along with the photo came some additional information about your personal life.
Okay.
At this point, it's like, oh my God, look at her freaking out. Sorry, we interrupt this part. She's dreaming. Big time. A cutie. Absolute fucking cutie she is. Oh my God. I love her.
And based on some of the information you shared with me today, it seems to add up.
Okay.
So is there any reason why the person would say they're you and share your information?
Sounds like it'd be someone that knows me then, obviously. I don't know who. I don't have any enemies that would be doing something like that. Can I ask what information was shared? What they know?
We know that you're a baseball player.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people know that.
Yeah. So that information was kind of shared.
Okay.
Your work schedule.
It's been 5 years that I've worked here.
Specifically the transition to 7 days on, 7 days off.
Really? I haven't shared anything like that recently. I couldn't tell you who that would be.
So let's take it back a little bit.
The reason why the interrogator used the word recently is because the sender knew his current work schedule, something that was enforced just a few months before this interrogation. Now the information's not adding up, and it's clearly implicating Jalen. Now we have a username, J178211. 17 is the college jersey number, 82 was the high school jersey number, and 2011 was the graduation year. Now he claims to have quote-unquote never heard of this account, but it suggests that this account sent the nude pictures. Things are not looking good for him.
Shared any images of your penis?
Law tip 101. When you're engaging in the act of like pedophilia, you probably shouldn't use incriminating numbers that directly pertain to your age. You know what I mean? Not that I'm like giving any advice to pedophiles here on how to do better pedophilia, but like you have to be a uniquely stupid type of pedophile to basically be like using your first name and also how old you are. That like it's an absolute lock that it's you and you're also absolutely doing pedophilia. Law tip, if you have to ask whether you need a lawyer, you do. I mean, yeah, that's a very good one. Also, here's another law tip, and perhaps the more important one. Don't be a pedophile. I know, you come here for the hot takes, and sometimes you hear something where you're like, wow, Hasan, thank you for your bravery. Okay? I know. By the way, speaking of which, this is kind of a fucking brave take in libertarian circles, okay? Let's be real now.
With anyone?
Yeah.
And how many times would you say you've done that?
A lot.
Can you kind of explain that a little bit more to me?
I mean, my wife, my ex-girlfriend, back in the day, Tinder and stuff, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you know how Tinder is. High school, even, junior high, it.
Did you ever share any videos of you having sex with anyone?
With anyone? No. I've always had personal videos of me and my wife. That was it. And my ex actually had one, but.
What does your ex look like?
Bro, he went from I've never shared nudes to like, okay, maybe I shared it with my ex-girlfriend and my wife to like, yeah, I got some videos of me fucking my wife that I may or may not have sent around. Like every single second on this is just unwinding for him, where we're finding out that he's like literally constantly filming himself fuck. He's like, I've never actually fucked without a camera present. Like they call me the Hunter Biden of fucking. Like what Hunter Biden to crack cocaine is, it's me to fucking, okay? I've literally filmed myself. I film myself jerking off. I can't stop myself. I film myself fucking my wife. Just like Hunter Biden with crack cocaine, he has to film himself.
Too long? Okay. So you've never shared any videos?
No, I have not, no.
Just still shots?
Yeah.
So when it comes to the Crime Stopper that we're investigating and the Snapchat account, and of course your phone number and everything in connection with it, and some of the combinations of numbers and everything there, you can understand why obviously we have a growing concern. And of course your picture's attached to it, right? Which is even more like either someone's...
Can I ask what, you said you got new ones too?
There were images that were shared, yes, that...
Can I ask, I know, I'm sure you got them here, can I ask to see what they are?
You want to see the picture?
Yeah, so I can get an idea.
Do you ever even not do? Yeah. So I don't actually have a clear shot of one. Yeah, so I did not
Okay, I understand.
print out those
I wait till I have
pictures.
a lawyer, because this is kind of, I'm uncomfortable with this. This is weird. So
Of course, like, you definitely have the ability to do that, and of course, you know, this is completely voluntary. And so...
I just don't want to get caught up on something. I'm working this career. I don't want to get caught up on something.
I fully understand. Yeah. So,
He doesn't want to get caught. That's what he's like.
you can, yes, 100% elect not to speak with us. You are not under arrest at this time.
Yeah, I understand.
Stop. She does
Obviously,
not have
given
a
the fact that
bounty.
we're
She's
here
not a
and the
pirate.
fact that we're speaking.
Even though she does behave exactly like an anarchist pirate would. Pissing, shitting, farting, not actually fucking washing herself, constantly trying to break down the boundaries, constantly eating, constantly trying to look for adventure and roam the world. Monkey D. Floofy.
To you, I know that your bosses are going to want to speak with you afterwards. Yeah.
In this part, the interrogator has confirmed some details which are vital to the investigation.
What?
It was only after the discussion...
Okay, this editing is so unhinged. I need to see more of this channel. I feel like they're probably like right-wing, but it doesn't matter. It's still, I might watch them.
...of the nudes that he finally decided not to share further. But another interrogator in the room, who was just observing, entered to ask 3 questions of her own.
I have a couple of questions, but you don't want to answer, or can I ask you the questions? Because you can choose to answer or not answer. So if I ask you a question and you're like, I don't want to answer that, you can tell me that. One of my questions was, I think I missed it, but when was the last time that you had Snapchat? Because I know you said you deleted it, but I didn't hear when you deleted it.
I just deleted the app. I deleted that when I was in the academy.
In the academy. When did you go to the academy?
It's like a little over a year ago.
A year ago, so in 2019?
Yeah, right at the beginning of 2019, January.
Okay, and then what years did you go to college at Grossmont?
2011 to about 2013, 14.
And then I just want to make sure that we all understand each other. When my partner says a younger female, you understand that we mean someone under the age of 18?
Yeah, that's obviously why you're here.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have a younger sister, yeah. She's 19 right now. 20, sorry.
Oh, okay. And then my last question was, when she was asking about the house and the decorations of your house. In any of your rooms in your house, do you have that new look where they have like the barn door outer rail type thing? It's like a country, I don't know what you would call it. I see it a lot on like those DIY shows.
Yes.
Do you have those in your
I do
house?
have one,
Okay.
Here's what the 3 questions were confirming. Firstly, he deleted the app, not the account, so chances are that he could reinstall, use, and later delete it to look clean to his wife. After all, their schedules don't match, so he might reinstall it when she's not around. Secondly, the college years were confirmed just to set a timeline of activities. And the 3rd question was just a clarification in case he later ends up denying what they meant. After these 3 questions, he chose to have a lawyer present and denied answering any more questions. By law, he was free to leave, but that was after he turned over everything to Johnny Law.
With the next step, however, I'm going to go ahead and pull some documents here.
Nice, dude. I mean, it's great. Yet another glaringly obvious example that, like, cops, 1, always behave like they're above the law, and 2, are deeply unfamiliar with the law. But what is always surprising is that they're also unfamiliar with, like, how cops operate. It's like, bro, you're a cop. You know that this is a questioning. Like, you know that this is a tense situation. She unwinded you a little bit. But the first moment where you were like, oh, do I need a lawyer present for this? You should have gotten a fucking lawyer. Except you didn't because you thought, one, partially that you are above the law, and two, that you are just completely oblivious to the law itself. So you just went and did this. Good job.
So there are a few steps that we're going to be taking after this. Again, you are not being detained by us or anything, but we are acting on behalf of the court moving forward. Okay. So I will give you a chance to read through this. This is a search warrant that was granted this afternoon by a judge. The warrant does allow us to grab some DNA swabs from you. As well as any mobile devices that might be in your possession or potentially in your locker. Do you have your personal phone with you here?
I do have one.
Okay. Yeah. Is it inside your locker?
It's on my person right now.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and hand it to us, we definitely don't need to go in and grab it from you. But the search warrant does require that we take it from you. Okay. Additionally, it does allow us to have access to your vehicle. Is your vehicle parked here?
It's parked a few blocks away.
Okay. Do you remember exactly where you?
It's over across from Cap's Pizza over there.
Cap's Pizza?
Yeah.
And is it like in a parking
It's in a parking lot.
Okay. Is it like one of those paid parking lots?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cap's Pizza. I'll put a note on that. So the warrant does allow for us to also process your vehicle.
Bro, this cop is too good. The detective is like way too fucking good. Actually.
You guys are going to take my vehicle?
No, we're going to process it here. After that, we will also have access to your locker. Are your vehicle keys inside your locker?
My vehicle keys are in my vehicle right now.
They're in your vehicle?
Yeah.
Dude, this is how cop cars get like stolen all the time. Oh my God. I'm not even kidding. Now we know. Remember how we were like, whoa, in a time span of like 2 weeks, 2 Los Angeles Police Department cruisers were stolen? How does that happen? Now we fucking know. She literally went, what? You left the keys in the vehicle?
Do you have a code?
I have a code.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that code with us?
Am I allowed a lawyer to say no to that?
Well, the warrant allows for us to have access to your vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, so you bring it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll give it up to you.
Okay. I'll jot it down. Thank you.
I don't even know the number. I know the
Now he's realized that there's no turning back as the so-called anonymous tips turned into an investigation and finally
Kaya Piker, thank you for the 10 gift.
He turned into a search warrant for everything he owns. Literally everything. The officer was later put on desk duty for a couple of weeks until the investigation went.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, come. Bro, they just have like, that's insane. Like, this guy's being investigated for pedophilia. What the fuck? They put him on desk duty? Like, I don't get it. Like, what does it take for a termination? Like, I get it, like, innocent until proven guilty, but like, when you're a cop, you have access, even on desk duty, to like a shitload of information that like the average citizen doesn't. You know what I mean?
Its course. His DNA swabs and everything were collected, and then in came the shocking revelations. In the court case of People versus Fleer, there were 4 victims between the ages of 12 and 14, but prosecutors allege Fleer to have contacted more than 40 who described themselves as minors. The prosecutors read graphic letters of his encounters in the court. He even engaged in sex acts with a 14-year-old girl and contacted numerous other underage girls over social media with the aim of meeting up for sex. Count 6 said on or about April 8th that Fleer unlawfully participated in an act of oral copulation with a person under the age of 16. And Counts 7 and 8 said Fleer lewdly committed a lascivious act upon the body of a child 14 or 15 years of age. Jalen Fleer pled guilty to 20 felony and misdemeanor charges and was sentenced to 10 to 12 years in state prison with no probation. and he will have to register as a sex offender for the
10?
rest of his life. What
Wait.
started as an investigation in
Wait, you get 10 to 12 for like literally doing statutory rape? What the fuck is going on? That makes no sense. Like, actually, uh-oh. No, 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 come here, no. Like a biblical amount of piss just happened right there. I don't even know how she did it or when she did it. Holy
2021 led to the arrest of this madman in 2021. At the same time, we have to commend the efforts by the interrogator here, who was able to take out so much of the information from him voluntarily. But even if he had refused to talk, the search warrant had already come through, so there was no point in hiding anything. However, considering that he was charged with 20 sex offenses, do you think that a 10 to 12-year sentence was enough? Well, make sure to tell us in the comment section below. And as always, thanks for watching.
Jesus Christ, that was insane. Okay, I kind of want to watch the other videos now.
Common wisdom in New York City and the streets of London tells you one thing. Don't fuck with the Albanians.
Points in my life where I had real people trying to kill me. And I'm talking about real people. I'm talking about Albanian gangsters with murder charges.
You've seen them in Gangs of London, Taken, and even in Grand Theft Auto 4.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Oh my god, this channel is so unhinged.
But what really is the Albanian Mafia? And what's it like being a member? Stay tuned as we take a look inside the life of an Albanian Mafia member. You'd think that the Albanian Mafia operates differently than Cosa Nostra or the Sicilian Mafia, but you'd be wrong. The Albanian Mafia has evolved over the last 80 years, and doesn't just consist of ethnic Albanians. From what we know about their activities, the entire Mafia is made up of families, ranging from Albanians, to Serbians, to Macedonians, and even Greeks. They have clans spread across the world, including Australia, Europe, the United Kingdom, and, more famously, the United States. And they're almost impossible to infiltrate. Even the ones in New York City are said to be too widespread to penetrate, and that's according to the FBI. They're just too secretive and operate with surprising criminal savvy. Just like the Sicilian Mafia, the Albanian crime families rely deeply on honor, trust, and loyalty. They have their own internal laws, which make all other official laws secondary, or even useless. They use a specific term called besa, which literally means faith or oath in Albanian culture. If one person gives another their besa, it means that they verbally bonded themselves with trust. As we mentioned before, the Albanian Mafia doesn't just consist of ethnic Albanians. There's no one unified governing body that tells each family what business to do and how to do it. The Rodaj organization, for example, consists of mostly Albanian Americans and even some Italian Americans. The families in Germany consist of Albanian immigrants from Albania, North Macedonia, and Kosovo. There's no one Albanian Mafia. It's a collection of families with connections to Albania and the Balkans. There have been Albanian crime organizations that have been apprehended in polycriminal activities, human trafficking, drugs, prostitution, racketeering, and more. But what does a typical life in the Albanian crime world look like? Let's take a look. Jevdet Lika, better known as Joey Lika, was considered the king of the world of drugs in New York, moving $100 million worth of Turkish dope at one time. In Hoffman and Headley's Contract Killer, Lika was described as being a frightening member of international crime. He had his mobsters trained and ready to make assassinations against John Gotti,
Turkey
Paul
mention.
Castellano,
Turkey
or
mention.
even President
Let's go.
Reagan if he wanted them to. He was well known for his dislike of Italians, and they were afraid of him because of his violent nature. Lika used to work alone until 1980. He then joined Jevdet Mustafa, who was one of 4 Albanian exiles who wanted to assassinate Enver Hoxha, an Albanian communist politician. Mustafa ended up failing his mission and shot himself in the head in 1982, so Lika moved on. He continued trafficking heroin into the United States.
Lamau, classic Albanian assassin move, dude. Trying to fucking execute Enver Hoxha and then shooting yourself in the head instead. This video has it all. It's got Enver Hoxha mentions. It's got fucking Turkey mentions. It's got Albanian mobster shooting himself in the head mentions. I mean, it's fucking awesome.
States, and the Mafia couldn't do much to stop him. Until 1985, when he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. At the time of his sentencing, Lika had transported over $125 million worth of drugs from the Balkans, Yugoslavia, and Turkey, and pumped it into New York, California, Texas, and Illinois. At his trial, Lika was joined by his Albanian relatives. And it's even reported that Rudy Giuliani, who was overseeing the trial, was sent death threats by Lika's father. To try and make the charges go away, Lika issued a $400,000 contract to Giuliani's prosecutors. In a statement later on, Giuliani noted that it was the first time in his life that his life was threatened by a defendant. When you're considered a rival of the Lucchese and Gambino crime families, you know you're not to be messed with.
Okay, I love this video so much. Rudy Giuliani mention, but also fucking hilarious that like the Albanian mobster literally thought to go after the fucking prosecutor. Like it's so stupid, man. It's so incredibly stupid that you'd be like, yeah, oh, are you investigating my son? Guess what? I'll fucking kill you. That's awesome.
Alex Rodaj began his career in crime as an associate of the Gambino family. He's not the only Albanian who's done this, though, considering that plenty of...
Why do they keep showing this footage of, like, a bunch of Albanians waving their flag? What the fuck does this have to do with the Albanian Mafia? This is the third time they used this B-roll in the video.
Albanians have adopted to other crime families in the past. By the 1990s, Rodaj began collaborating with others to form a group, including Albanians and other Cosa Nostra members. The group started out with illegal gambling in Morris Park in Westchester County. Of course, Rodaj was successful, and then he wanted more. In June 2001, he and
Where's the Turk Mafia? Bitch, you're looking at it.
6 of his men entered Soccer Fever, a Greek social club that was actually a gambling racket run by 2 Greek associates of the Lucchese family. The men were armed and beat one of the 2 guys on the head with a pistol, scaring the others away. By 2005, Arnold Squitieri, a Gambino family underboss, had had enough. He decided to have a sit-down with the Rodaj Corporation at a gas station in New Jersey, and arrived there with 20 armed Gambino men, while Rodaj arrived with 6. According to the legendary undercover FBI agent Joaquin Garcia, Squitieri told the Albanian mobster, "You took what you took and that's it, or there's going to be a problem." The Gambinos outnumbered the Rodaj Corporation 20-6. And Alex's solution? Blow up a gas tank if a gunfight happens. But none of them had to die that day. A year later, all the main players involved in the sit-down were in prison. As far as we know, Dobroshi is currently living in Kosovo, and his wife and 2 children live in Prague, far away from him. But the Kosovo Albanian crime boss was in the 1990s one of the most powerful heroin and arms smugglers in Europe. He was so prolific, in fact, that by 1993 he was captured in Norway. And in 1994, he began his 14-year sentence in Ullesmos prison for trafficking heroin in Norway as well as Sweden and Denmark. But he couldn't be kept behind bars for too long. He and his associates pulled off a well-coordinated operation in 1997, and he managed to escape from Ullesmos. He chose the Czech Republic as his new place of residence, and instead of living a quiet life, he quickly dominated the Albanian drug mafia there. A mere 2 years later, on February 23, 1999, he was arrested yet again in Prague and sent to a Czech prison. Sometime later, he heard rumors that there was a plan to assassinate him in his prison cell. But before that could happen, Dobroshi successfully extradited himself to Norway to complete the rest of his sentence. According to Bosnian authorities, Nasser Kelmendi was the head of a huge criminal empire. He was known as possibly the biggest drug lord in the Balkans, but he had a violent streak ever since his teenage years. In 1976, when Kelmendi was 19 years old, he was sentenced to 18 months in prison for attempted murder in his hometown of Pec in Serbia. By the 1980s, he was free and smuggling gold and textiles into Kosovo from Turkey. In the 1990s, while the former Yugoslavia was under international sanctions, Kelmendi smuggled oil, tobacco...
Bro, law tip. Always get extradited to Norway. This guy did it. This guy did it all. Also, none of this is like a day in the life of an Albanian Mafia member. It's just like one specific Albanian Mafia guy. And I do feel a little duped about this. Because I was thinking like, this was going to be like a day in the life of a true Brexit geezer type shit. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not even a day in his life. It's just like his whole life. I did get clickbaited a little bit.
And drugs. From there, he slowly built his criminal empire. Kelmendi owned many businesses while he was active in the 1990s and early 2000s, including a cigarette factory and several hotels. The Balkan crime boss at one point was so powerful that Interpol stated that his organization had influence in Montenegro, Kosovo, Macedonia, Croatia, Serbia, Germany, and the United States.
This was short. I need more than that. Feminism is dividing this country? What the fuck? In South Korea, most men in their 20s and 30s oppose feminism? What the fuck? Finally, dude, the fucking based Koreans, like, Jesus. Feminism is dividing this country too. How about that? How about nobody's talking about how, feminism is dividing this country. Women are not offering coochie to the incels, okay? God, look at this beautiful dog. Oh my God.
Thousands are here today in Seoul protesting against what they describe as a growing anti-feminism movement in South Korea. Women fear that their rights are at stake because men are claiming to be victims of reverse discrimination and state that feminism has gone too far.
여성 성평등 삭제 말고 성평등 정책 추진 체계 강화하라.
In South Korea,
it goes so far in Seoul that men will sit in a designated pregnancy seating and prevent pregnant women from being comfortable. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Korea, a battle between men and women is spilling out onto the streets. Gender equality has always been elusive here, but a younger, louder generation of women is demanding that things change. This focus on women's rights was triggered by the global Me Too movement, which began back in 2017. As women across the world shared their stories, women here also stepped forward.
최근 연예인들의 성폭행 문제가 끊이지 않고 있습니다.
옆자리에 앉아서 허리를 감싸 안고
증거는 될 수 없지만 저한테는 있었던 사실이에요.
The allegations implicated politicians and priests. Actors and artists were named and shamed.
정말 부끄럽고 참담합니다.
Dude, this is the staple Japanese and Korean press conference where like 1,000 cameras are fucking blaring and they have like a million microphones in front of their faces where the guy says, "I'm deeply ashamed." Like I feel like I've seen this so many times.
정말 부끄럽고 참담합니다.
But as the allegations grew, so did resentment among some men.
이것도 페미니스트 분들이
Oh my god, they got the Andrew Tate. It fucking no shot, bro. No fucking. Remember what we were talking about yesterday when I told you, like there are just like dick riders for fucking misogyny out there that will just literally be like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about what's going on. I just love misogyny. I'm just gonna ride it. They are doing Andrew Tate with like the same podcasting setup.
남성의 성기에 좀 집착을 하는 부분이 있다.
저는 얘네들의 발화 권력이 정말 무서운 부분이라고 봐요.
정말 무소불위의 권력이죠. 그리고 저는 이제 남성성이 거세되면 거세될수록 강간이 많이 일어날 거라 생각해요.
Lee Hyun-jun is 29 and works as a manager at a pet food company. At the height of the Me Too movement, he joined a group that opposes feminism. They call it gender harmony.
사실 그 당시에는 페미니즘이 근데 그 인기에 힘입어 남성들에 대한 매도, 뭐 조롱, 모욕 굉장한 많은 일들이 벌어졌습니다. 그래서 남성들이
Yeah, I'm really glad that Korean men are standing up against men being feminized. Bro, what are you talking about? Like this is like a Western invention that you have completely jumped on board with. Like, I don't know enough about Korean culture, okay? But in many other parts of the world, like the concept of like gender norms are very different, especially in like, you know, a place like Korea where androgyny is seen as like a positive thing, which there's nothing wrong with for the record. But it's so odd to just be like talking about this on American boundaries, like on Western boundaries in general. You missed it? When the guy said feminism causes rape? Oh my lord. This might be true. I heard specifically in South Korea, feminism is an issue and they're all rad femmes. Apparently the feminists are called like humanists or something else. It's not seen as a good thing in Korea. I don't know who told you that. Meanwhile, women got slaughtered in the middle of metro station because they're female, lol. K-pop idols have been canceled in Korea for even mentioning the concept of feminism or reading a feminist book.
화가 나서
What's androgyny? Literally look up like how pretty every fucking idol is and you will understand.
여성들을 멀리하기 시작.
Like from the perspective of like Western understandings of like the rigid binary gender norms, literally every fucking K-pop idol does not clear that. And there's nothing wrong with that. I want you to understand. There is nothing wrong with like looking whichever way you want to look, but it's like weird to me that that's your idea of androgyny. I mean, does androgyny mean gay? No. It's like gender non-conforming. But again, this is very stupid. Oh, God. It's a very stupid concept because like gender identity is very different in every country. It's very different in the same country in different time periods. You know what I mean? So that's why people are just like, what the fuck? You're so wrong about Korean gender norms. I'm like, no, dog. I'm looking at it from like an American perspective, from the Western standpoint. As a naturalized Korean American, I think a lot of the resentment really boils down to they're hella salty that they have to serve in the military or serve the government in one form for 18 months. They can't really bitch about that publicly because a decent population will laugh at them. But I think the patriarchal society is sort of righteous when girls don't serve in the military. Don't you ever get tired of people not wanting to understand very basic concepts? Well, this is one that's like a hot button issue because K-pop stans are like, oh, I know everything about Korean culture, even though I live in fucking Iowa, and you're being racist to Korea right now because you even are like talking about it, even if you also personally recognize that you don't fully comprehend what the fuck is going on. Like, you shouldn't even speak on this matter. They get like really fucking unhinged. So that's part of the reason why they will get like this conversation will go to a place that is like deeply and undesirably unproductive. Even though yes, South Korea is a engineered capitalist right-wing dystopia where it's a, capitalism on overdrive. But the thing I'm mentioning here, the thing I'm trying to explain here is basically that like the rigid gender binary, or our understanding of the rigid gender binary is like a contemporary Western understanding of the rigid gender binary, totally invented, totally new. And not only that, but also a lot of other countries don't even subscribe to that or have their own unique gender norms, right? Own standards of beauty, for example. So it's always funny when like you see someone in a different country talk about like very Western, very American podcaster focused topics. What I mean by that is like in Turkey, right? When I hear someone talk about like cancel culture, I'm like, bro, what do you mean cancel culture? Bitch, you get canceled by the government. Like, you can go to jail. The fuck are you talking about cancel culture? Inflation is out of fucking control in Turkey. Your currency is worthless. And you're over here talking about like what dumbass Americans talk about when they like their conditions are very different. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like because of cultural imperialism, because America and like the neoliberal monoculture that America presents is so warm, it's so welcoming, and it's something that like a lot of people want to LARP as. People just feel like having these like silly arguments make them feel closer to Americans, I think, in a way. Like, yeah, Putin talking about cancel culture is a great example of this. You know what I mean? In the midst of like invading Ukraine. You know? That's why it's like weird to see that. That's why I find it very odd and very funny as well, especially when your own current contemporary culture does not fucking have American standards. So you're basically just LARPing as like an American dude bro podcaster when you're fucking complaining about this sort of shit.
그 상태를 보고 있자니 가만히 있을 수가 없었습니다.
Yes, the concept of gender nonconformity is anti-colonial. Gender binaries are colonial and rooted in white supremacy. Do you know what two-spirit means? Smile, smile. Yes, I do. And I know. I'm referencing that.
How are they being humiliated by women?
뭐 고추가 3cm니 뭐니 거기에다가 남성들은 모두 잠재적 강간 범죄자, 남성들은 하등 쓸모없는 존재.
What do you think the consequences of the Me Too movement were in South Korea?
네, 남성들이 여성을 믿지 않게 됐습니다. 그래서 미투를 당할 수 있으니까 하이힐을 신은 여자가 계단 아래로 떨어지고 있는데 거기에서 닿으면 미투 운동을 당할 수 있으니까 자리를 피해버리고.
And you mentioned false rape accusations. I mean, do you think that's a significant amount?
지금 많다고 생각합니다. 다른 나라에 비해서 좀 많을 수도 있다고 생각해요.
Okay, we've seen data though from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office that less than 1% of rape cases in South Korea are false.
그러니까 강간 무고가 1%가 안 된다는 말씀이시죠? 실제로 네 피해자의 증언만이 오직 유일한.
The vast majority of feminists in Korea are TERF, swerve, radfems, very different from feminists in the West. Brother, feminists in the West are fucking also TERF, swerve, radfems too. Okay. There's a lot of there's a distinct lack of intersectionality in white feminist back movements, okay? Trust me, that is not unique to Korea. It's not shocking to me at all, though. It's just funny. It's like they're just like us for real is just the thing that I keep seeing over and over again. But yeah, a lot of people in the chat have mentioned that the Korean feminist movement is also not like this idealized, like intersectional feminist movement, and they got a lot of unhinged ideas too. And this is like, I mean, these guys are obviously reactionary and out of control and silly overall and funny to laugh at. But someone brought up this 4 no's or no dating, no sex, no marriage, like women going their own way. Like there's like misandry abound in Korea as well, apparently. What the fuck? The 4 no's are no dating, no sex, no marriage, and no child rearing according to the movement. Marriage rates are plummeting in South Korea where wives are often expected to work. I mean, this is from, I guess it's from AFP originally. 4B is the feminist movement persuading South Korean women to turn their backs on sex, marriage, and children. I'm a straight woman who is no longer interested in having relationships with men, says Bonnie Lee. So like some feminists are what, doing a separatist movement? Women going their own way? Dude, this shit is so funny. That's awesome. Like they're trying to legitimately what, craft fucking... Isn't the current leader of Korea like literally an incel, by the way? Tucker Carlson returns? What the fuck? Oh, he's in his wood panel. Uh-oh, he's going to be extra racist. Okay, I can't wait to watch that in a second. I'm so glad we watched this Vice video, though. I'm really, really, really captivated by it. So much so that I'm not going to forget the top of the hour ad break, but I almost was about to forget. But, you know, I'm a lot more careful about the top of the hour now. If you no longer want to see those ads, though, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, all you need to do is subscribe at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break that's coming to you right now. Women go their own way, men go their own way, but everybody goes the wrong way at the top of the hour unless they're subscribed. You can also get gifted a sub. Is Hasan hella orange? Is my monitor fucked? No, I am hella orange because of the lighting at this time of the day. It looks like I'm in Mexico. I got the Mexico filter going. Hold on, I can fix it. Got better? A little bit better? I think. A little bit better. Shutter speed changes. It's no different than the abstinence pack after the Supreme Court repealed Roe v. Wade. Yeah, that one is like feckless and silly and stupid, and most people laughed at it, though, so I don't know how real this is. A growing number of South Korean women are banding together to reject rigid patriarchal norms and vowing never to wed, have children, or even date and have sex. I've always felt that as a woman, there are more disadvantages than advantages to being married, says Lee, a 40-something professional who lives with her dog near Seoul. Okay, you don't have to fucking... I mean... Come on now, Associated Press of France. You just... Okay. Let's move on. Okay. Now she has even gone further, embracing the nation's radical feminist movement 4B, the 4 no's. No dating, no sex, no marriage, no child rearing. Yeah, they're femcells. Marriage rates are plummeting in South Korea, where wives are often expected to work, raise children. It's literally capitalism. It is capitalism paired up with patriarchal norms that is literally causing women and men to behave this way. This is so fucking funny. It will never not be funny that, like, oh my God, this is awesome. It's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Let's just blame the women to have choice. Great. Wait, what? if you choose to not do any of these things, that's great. But like, that's not going to stop me from making fun of you. This is MG Toe, but for women. And the main reason is because they want to be better at capitalism. Like, they want to do more capitalism. Like, that's it. My goal is always, you know, just be normal. Just be normal. Just be normal. This is objectively not that. If you think that there isn't an issue with societal norms and the way people are existing in society, when you see movements like this popping up left and right, I don't know what to tell you. It is important to remember that class society creates patriarchy, not the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, and the mention of the lives with her dog as a 40-year-old is absolutely a picture that they were trying to paint there, for sure. In the marriage market, your previous life and your work experience don't matter, explains Lee, who has 2 master's degrees. For some ridiculous reason, being highly educated also becomes a minus point. What matters the most as a potential wife is whether or not you are capable of caring for your husband and in-laws. She has witnessed well-educated friends hitting barriers at work and experienced problems at home after having children. Such difficulties are the subject of a recent hit film, Kim Ji-young, born 1982. Based on a controversial feminist novel, it centers on a married South Korean woman who has quit her job and struggles to raise her child with limited support. Women viewers rated the film an average of 9.5 out of 10 stars on the South's top search engine. Men gave it a 2.8. A growing number of women are turning their backs on the traditional expectations of South Korea's male-dominated society. Uh-oh. I can't wait for the fucking dumb motherfuckers in, like, Western PUA, the manosphere, to get a hold of this. Oh, man. I think it's just femcells versus incels. I have a Korean American and Korean friends in Korea, and they play white, black, Latina chicks that move there for the K-drama, K-pop dream. What? Slay? What the fuck are you saying? Korean women have the burden of taking care of kids, husband, and her husband's parents. Is a lot to ask. Wait, did I fucking run the top of the hour ad break after that fire segue that I delivered to you? No, I did not. I forgot again. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Thank you for reminding me. I don't think a Westerner realizes how women are treated in East Asia, Korea, and Japan. Women are often viewed as property here. It's not capitalism, it's women getting treated like shit by men. What's wrong with wanting to be single? Like what? There's nothing wrong with wanting to be single, but when men are doing the men going their own way, there is a serious issue. It's literally the same concept, just on the other side. You're just looking at it and saying, oh, it's a defensive posture, and it's totally valid because it's women who are oftentimes subject to ridiculous patriarchal violence. That's the problem. So, like, you know, there's no issue with choosing not to participate in this. It's not the same. Okay. If you cannot comprehend how sad it is that women are very openly stating that they would rather, like, they are choosing to join a movement where they're saying, like, I don't want to fucking participate in dating. I don't want to participate in any kind of, like, cohabitation with men so that I can thrive in the fucking workplace. I don't know what to tell you. It's the same exact principle behind men too. The only difference is that men can get away with making that choice because we live in a patriarchal construct. We live in a patriarchal society. But both are still symptoms of capitalism. Okay? Do you understand? It's still ridiculous. No matter which way you cut it, it's an aberration. It's a clear demonstration that there's a problem. Okay? We are supposed to be able to cohabitate spaces. You're just doing it from, like, I guess the woke side. You know what I mean? Where you're like, oh, well, this is marginalized people. I have talked about black separatist movements and my criticisms of said movements, for example. I think that is, you know, it's a defensive posture, but it's still not a smart one. It's not a valid one. Society should be moving towards working together. Hyper-atomization is another negative byproduct of capitalist, hyper-individualist societal organization. Okay? It's very weird for me to have to make this point to a group of people that should be better at understanding. Law patriarchy existed before any organized government, Hasan. Yeah, no. Go ahead. Explain to me how it's actually natural to live in patriarchal formations, even though there are plenty of, different forms of social organization. Take literally any fucking anthropology class and you will understand that concept. It's pretty super basic. But explain to me how, even if it was literally something that we had in perpetuity, how the appeal to nature fallacy is actually the right way to live. Literally, as you are on twitch.tv. What is natural about your fucking dingus ass existence, you weirdo? You are currently sitting in an apartment, literally communicating with someone thousands of miles away, most likely, via the internet. Our entire existence is about overcoming nature. That is why it is a fucking idiotic fallacy to try and appeal to nature when we're talking about, human cohabitation. Anyway. It says there are about 4,000 followers. It's 52 million. It's like the happy science movement. Oh, okay. That actually makes no sense. If there's only like fucking 4,000, there's no official size of the 4B movement, but his members say it has at least 4,000 followers. Why the fuck is this an article, dude? I mean, that's a lot of fucking femcells, but still. Like, that's nothing. What year is this article from? Oh, it's from 2019. Meanwhile, a separate feminist YouTube channel that features boycotting marriage and child rearing has more than 100,000 subscribers. Leah has also adopted some of the tenets of Escape the Corset, a movement against South Korea's strict beauty standards. Some adherents have shared viral videos of themselves smashing their makeup collections. My life is not your porn. Female protesters rally against spy cam porn? What the fuck? Whose victims are mostly women, cases of sexual misconduct. Oh, this is like, this is the same energy as Japan. That's what it is. It's like, it's the weird fucking psychopathic perverts, doing upskirt photos and shit like that. Yeah. I linked it because that's what the incels are reacting to. You don't understand, Hasan. Almost all the love hotels in Korea are spy cam bugged. The final straw for Lee came last year when a progressive male politician who used to proclaim himself a feminist was convicted in jail for raping a female aide. Holy fuck. I realized this society is a system that I cannot accept as a woman, and from then, any encounter with men, be it marriage or dating, became meaningless to me. Yeah, we're sick, man. We're fucking sick. This is a sick society, okay? With many fucking gender-based violence scars that have not been healed. Chad, I think Hasan is saying that separatist movements are highly unlikely to lead to positive change. Separating yourself from every man for the sake of gaining more rights is unlikely to get you more rights. Separating yourself from men simply because you want to is totally fine. But expecting it to be the politically powerful statement is a bit silly. Is it close? Yes. It's unproductive. Just like, Your take is really disgusting, bro. It ignores their current situation. It's like you're telling them to fight capitalism instead of men when capitalism isn't their current issue. What? They don't specifically say they're doing it to be better capitalists. They're separating themselves from the patriarchal standard, calling them dumb for being voluntarily celibate instead of dismantling capitalism is stupid because fighting capitalism is impossible from their current condition. Okay, have fun with that is what I say to you. Okay? Yes, I am disgusting. Then I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, no, you're right. It's not. Capitalism is not an issue. You're right. No, totally. When someone says that, like, men in positions of power have dictated the standards that, like, every fucking Korean woman has to sit at home and take care of their partners, and that when they get pregnant, they get fucking fired, that has nothing to do with capitalism. That's totally something separated. You're right. Not their current issue. Yeah, okay, dude. No, go ahead. Have fun with being a femcel. I don't know what to tell you. No one called them dumb? No, I did. I think this is dumb. This is not a fucking adequate solution for anything. And also, not only that, but I do think that this is a symptom of a fucking diseased society. Like, that's it. People are behaving like, yeah, people are, it's socialism or barbarism, and people are choosing increasingly to be barbarians. They're choosing barbarism over socialism every fucking time. The less likely it becomes to imagine a world that is rid of capitalism, the more people lean on, like, hyper-atomization. Closing yourself up to 50% of the population is not sustainable at all in any way. What the fuck is wrong with chatters? Then call it virtuous. A disease society that can only be solved by wiping all humanity off of the face of the earth. We are the parasites. Okay, calm down. Bro, Red Scare propaganda went so hard all around the world is crazy. I mean, South Korea is a CIA client state that we designed, so it's not shocking to me that in such a short period of time and since its inception, since it, like, turned from a brutal military dictatorship where you could be literally executed for being a communist, being outed as a communist, to a 3 chaeballs in a fucking trench coat country. Similar, not dissimilar to the United States of America, as a matter of fact. That evolution happened in such a short time frame that it is no shock to me, at least, that these are the kind of regular externalities that were going to occur. Like, it's literally... It was bound to happen. You know what I mean? What the fuck is hyper-atomization, or whatever that word is? Atomization, like separating yourself into smaller subgroups. Yoonji Hye, a 24-year-old YouTuber, feels South Korean women are often expected to be passive, childlike, and bubbly, as well as attractive to be desirable. She has fully embraced escape the corset, cropping her hair short and going barefaced, shunning the country's booming beauty industry. I used to spend hours mastering makeup techniques, watching YouTube videos, and spend about $200 on beauty products every month. Her ex preferred her with long hair and did not support her feminist inclinations. Now also a 4B member, she does not miss dating or sex, explaining there are other options and ways to please yourself. Like, I'm not even saying this is going to collapse society, by the way. Don't make no mistake. I think a lot of people misunderstand this. And I don't think that this is, like, as damaging as, like, fucking incels in general. But having said that, I do think it's still silly. You know what I mean? And a reaction that is unproductive. The ongoing issues that women face all around the world and in South Korea as well. This isn't a fucking femcel, guys. It's women choosing she does want to do with shit is what I'm saying. You're so angry that you're like not even typing correctly right now, Justasia. Women withholding their unpaid labor is productive. Oh my God. Anarchist cinemarxism. Please, dude. Please, 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 dude. Anarchists have this tendency to turn everything into like this weird fucking... Anarchists will, at the fucking tip of a hat, become like the most rugged libertarians, okay? Where they literally look at pregnancy and like, and like having a relationship like it's unpaid labor. Okay? Not everything is fucking transactional. The entire purpose of, you know, living in a post-capitalist society is removing that transactional nature from like normal human things that you would otherwise do for your own sake. Whether it be for pleasure, like fucking, which is not always about having a child. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. Maybe some of you got so lost in the fucking sauce while you were reading this article that you like literally were like, every time someone fucks, it's for having a child. Like you're some fucking Baptist pastor, you know what I mean? Pastor in a Louisiana church. What the fuck is going on? Oh, this is literally Marx 101. He mentions this in the manifesto. I understand child rearing being a, yes, I get it. I know. Okay. This extends far beyond that. And the entire point of this is supposed to be that this should not be something that is, what do you call it? Like seen as a transactional and, you know, something that you need to fucking take time away from work on. Capitalism's individualistic philosophy makes people feel useless or demeaned when they can't take care of themselves or need to rely on someone else, which is expected the role of women. So ultimately, yeah, it's capitalism's fault. Anyone and everyone can make this move if they want to, and I don't think this is going to have deep societal impact that is damaging and everlasting. Okay? But I still am going to say it's silly. I actually don't understand why these women withholding their labor is any different than any other workers' movement. Child rearing and taking care of in-laws is a full-time job and they can withhold that labor. Well, I'm not talking about like taking care of in-laws, or child rearing in general, but I'm talking about like dating men, okay? Completely writing yourself off from interacting with like, you know, half of the population on the virtue of their, you know, their sex is kind of wild. And you can try to turn that into a, fuck yeah, got that shit, bitch. I fucking owned it. Sorry, hold on. My ADHD is kicking in high gear today. No society that has adequate social safety nets and I don't know, prosperity and actual mental health institutions and better standards of living, better standards of existence is going to have these kinds of fucking issues, okay? That's my point. And instead of solving any of those things, people are just like, okay, my immediate solution is to just like write off men in general and go my own way. Okay, good job. Go ahead. People don't need to be sober or on drugs. Not talking to anyone else who doesn't agree with you to handle capitalism is fucking kindness. Is literally just that. at this fucking dog. Holy shit. Interacting doesn't equal dating. That pushes the idea that men only want to be with women in order to date them. What? Are you talking to me or are you talking to what these people are stating? Because... shit. So they're not doing feminism just right how you like it? No, I just don't... Bro, if you think that it's like, it's actually a feminism to, what do you call it? Marriage, motherhood, dating, and sex. Like, to withhold yourself from having sex with men is feminism, is the most transparently fucking idiotic way of misunderstanding any fucking social movement in general. Like, you're withholding yourself from having sex, dude. Okay, have fun. It literally is a patriarchal norm to think that like sex is something that you're doing specifically for men, you fucking idiots. Shut the fuck up. The idea that like women only fuck for the sake of a man is an absolutely insanely unhinged dumbass fucking concept, and I cannot believe how many people are fucking defending this because it has a cool little fucking radical feminist association slapped onto it. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, women never get horny, actually. You're really fucking owning everyone by doing that. Like, what the fuck is this? What are you saying? Why are you defending this? What is happening? God damn it, dude. There will never be international class solidarity, okay? It's over. It was always over. It's never been more over than every single moment that like there's a new separatist sectarian infighting moment that leftist communities will not fucking seize upon. It's so stupid. Okay? It's dumb. Okay, then what's the problem then? Do you honestly look? And every time I have this conversation, I'm sorry, but the most mentally ill people literally just cannot stop themselves from like just vomiting out the most idiotic assertions that they are making. Okay, it's so fucking frustrating. This is why people are, and then because instead of going to therapy, this is their therapy because therapy is expensive. They turn around and become a lifelong fucking hate watcher that's gonna tweet about how much of a fucking rampant violent misogynist I am because I said that like the entire concept, like imagining sex as something that women are doing purely for the sake of like a man's desires, fulfilling a man's desires, is unironically a misogynist fucking perspective. You turn around and you just become like a lifelong hate watcher. If you honestly think it hurts women because they're not having sex, yes, it is fucking stupid. Okay? That is what I'm saying. For every single person that's like, I'm withholding dating and sexual gratification from people that I enjoy the company of, specifically for some fucking political movement, is absolutely stupid. I'm not mentally ill. I just think you're ill-informed. I don't hate watch. You have bad takes occasionally. That's it. You got to take an ounce of criticism. This is not criticism. It's not. We're having a disagreement, and you're misconstruing my fucking perspective by turning around and literally saying shit like this. None of this removes the legitimate instances of violence, sexual violence that women face in South Korea. Those are all very valid. It's just that like turning around and being like, yeah, the way to fucking deal with the problem is actually good, to like withhold yourself from having any kind of like normal relationship that you would have with men. I'm pretty sure they don't like it, the sex with violent men, so yeah. Yeah, no shit, dumbass. What the fuck are you saying? At what point did I say women should actually subjugate themselves to dating fucking shitty ass incels who want to fucking rape them? Like, this is... Why? Why do I even need haters when I have the most unhinged fucking weirdos in my community that literally do the work of 1,000 fucking Chan lords, okay? You said it's stupid to withhold sex? Yes! it's how can I make my sentiment more like A-worded so that like I am literally eliminating any other possibility of you misconstruing what I'm saying? It is stupid to assume that every single man is fucking violent and therefore shut yourself off from 50% of the population thinking that you are doing something political when you could be having a consensual, normal relationship with a kind, thoughtful individual, because such kind and thoughtful individuals exist even in patriarchal societies. Is that a better way to describe it? Because unfortunately, every single time I have a conversation with people, you literally will just go and just try to fucking say something entirely different that I never even mentioned. You're literally making it seem like I said you have to date like rapists or something. That's so aggressively fucked up. That is so aggressive. And it's so insane. This is not how human beings are supposed to communicate with one another. In the real world, I would probably smack the fuck out of you if you were to make an assertion like that. If you were a friend of mine and you tried to fucking make that statement, like I put words in my mouth like that, you would get slapped the fuck up. Okay? But because you have the guise of anonymity on the internet, you can just like behave in the most insane ways possible. And this is from a fucking fan. Why do I need haters? These are my fucking fans. Oh. I don't hate you, man. I know that's what fucking frustrates me more. The fact that you are like, oh, I'm a fan of yours. And even you have the capability of like coming in here, being in here every goddamn day. I know your name and recognize it. Come in here every goddamn day and still being like, it's very clear that you are like, look at this. Look at this. Look at what you said here. Reevaluate how you interpreted what I was saying. Okay? Have a sense of fucking dignity. You said it's stupid to withhold sex. I think the perspective is the overwhelming number of Korean men are, so they don't bother trying. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Thinking withholding sex is a useful / effective tactic comes from a place of feeling like it's the only real power they have. Exactly. And that is a literal fucking byproduct of patriarchy, okay? That's it. I mean, and again, go off if that's what you want to do. More power to you. I never left the fucking door open. Silly dog to go pee outside with ease. There's so many flies here now. Let's continue. Let's continue making fun of these fucking dumbass incels before I go back to talking about the femcel part of this conversation.
경우가 굉장히 많거든요. 사람이 있을 수도 있겠구나라는 생각이 들고 있긴 합니다.
Hyunjin and his group have plenty of supporters. His YouTube channel has more than 61,000 followers. Today, they showed up to live stream the International Women's Day rally.
여성주의 평화 안보 구축하라!
저는 개인적으로 되게 뭐랄까 이런 감정들만 있는 내용들이라고 할까요?
그 예시로 차별금지법을 강력하게 통과를 시켜야 된다라고 얘기를 했었는데 이게 사실은 표현 독재법이죠.
So Hyunjin is trying to find someone to speak to right now.
남자들한테 하실 말씀 많으실 것 같은데 좀 듣고 싶어요.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin in the regard that like incels also believe that women only have power by withholding sex. So, you know, you are like That's why I said it's like an inherently misogynistic fucking take. That like the power centers for women are like when they're breeding and dating men. All of your reactions and all of your worth is valued by what you can give the men. Live your life. Have fun.
안 들어주실 거예요? 너무하시네. 젠장. 자, 그러면 부스를 돌아보겠습니다. 한국 남자들한테 하고 싶은 말이요.
진짜요? 저 진짜 해도 돼요?
진짜? 진짜 하세요. 진짜 하세요.
씻고 다니셨으면 좋겠어요.
좀 씻고 다녀라. 씻고 다녀라.
그게 이제 성평등을 위해서 남자들은 씻고 다녀야 된다고.
네, 씻고 다녀라. 오줌 싸지 문 닫아라. 시민의식을 높이자는 얘기예요. 화장실 예를 들어 화장실 갔는데 남녀 공용이야.
네네.
갔는데 문 열어놓고 안전했으면 좋겠어요.
안전해야 되고.
여자들이 어떤 고통 겪는지 알아요.
공감해줘야 되고, 그죠?
성범죄주의가 좀 많이
해야
그쪽에서 누르시는 것 같은데. 저한테 막 화내시고 저는 여기 가만히 있는데 얼굴이 여기까지만 나오시잖아요.
아니 약간 아니 프레임이 약간 쉬워졌어. 성범죄주의라는 얘기를 난 처음 들어봤어.
So Hyunjin is speaking to some feminists right now, and it's getting a little bit heated. They're having a disagreement.
Bro, these dudes are having their own like 2013 era right now. They're like feminist owned compilations that they're making, dude. That's so funny. Oh my God, they're doing like triggered feminist gets owned shit. She didn't even say anything. She just said take a shower and like close. Bro, she literally said take a shower and close the door when you're fucking peeing. And this guy was like, how dare you? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna be stinky. Fuck you. Wow. Seems like there are a lot of larger issues that they're at play that neither one is talking about here. But it certainly does seem like one side is in the wrong. That's for sure. She's like, please don't film here. He's like, don't be threatening or coercive. What the? These guys are such pussies, dog. Oh my God. That is, oh, dude, I can smell them from over here as stinky butts. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, most of the world outside of USA, especially India and SEA, are going through their 2015 to 2013 arc.
위협적으로 하지 마세요. 위협적으로 하지 마세요. 폭력적으로 하지 마시고요. 쳐다보시고 와서 대화하세요. 대화하세요.
Yeah, I mean, I would be writing off men after if this is the interaction that I'm having with them every day. Okay, I take it back. No, it's valid. The writing off men entirely is valid now. It's so annoying. Oh my God, they're fucking stink cells, dude. Ooh, they're so fucking annoying. They're like, come on, come here, debate me. Debate me. You fucking have to debate me, please, woman. Debate me, female.
못하시는 남성과 여성의 자유를 파괴하고 남성과
I think we just oh my God, these conversations are so funny. I think we just witnessed their inability to have a conversation. Oh no.
못하시는 남성과 여성의 자유를 파괴하고 남성과 여성의 하모니를
The destruction of men and women's freedoms, the end of male-female harmony.
원천 차단시키는 그런 모습을 잘 볼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Was that successful?
네, 맞습니다. 그렇게 뭔가 만족스럽진 못하네요. 성평등에 대해서 정말 생각한 사람이라면 오줌 싸는 거, 샤워하는 거.
What? Bro, she literally said close the door when you're pissing and shower. Like basic etiquette that your mom should have fucking taught you or your dad. What the fuck? Yo, he's this butthurt about this? He's serious? Yo, this is y'all's hero? Oh my God, incels are so funny. Oh my God, globally. Incels are globally hilarious. At least in Japan, like, incels have the decency to just fucking go and, like, I don't know, harass, like, body pillows and 2D women instead. They're just like, yeah, fuck it. Like, I don't want to fuck. I'm done. I'm a hikikomori. I'm fucking staying out of this shit. They just don't touch anybody. They're just on their own. These motherfuckers are like, no, I'm going to go and actually, Yeah, and some of them are, you know, gunsmiths and make guns at home and do other stuff. But these fucking guys, these guys are so annoying, dude. It's like weaponized nuisance. Oh, wow. It's shocking to see this. So far away from the United States of America, but yet so similar.
이런 이야기를 할 수 있을까라는 생각이 듭니다.
But hygiene isn't what women are talking about here.
Like, she literally just was joking, okay? Like, clearly they're not there to promote like basic hygiene for men. There are much larger problems at play. She just made a joke, and this dude fucking lost his mind. Like, how are you gonna talk about that? How are you gonna talk about real problems with that guy when his reaction to don't do stink maxing is like, actually, this is unethical, and you clearly do not care about inequality. You're trying to do gender control. Fucking loser.
So can you tell me why you're here today? What are women facing in South Korea?
실제로는 많은 기업에서 성별 임금 격차를 이유 없이 지불하고 있고 혹은 노동시장에서 성불평등도 이유 없이 고용
I'm so glad that people were talking about how this is actually totally separate from capitalism, for the record. Thanks, guys. Thank you for telling me about how this movement, how the feminist movement in South Korea is so completely removed from capitalism. I'm glad.
차별이 진행되고 있어요.
What do you think is at stake for women in South Korea?
It was not one guy. No, shut the fuck up. It was not one guy. Shut the fuck up. It was 1,000,000% not one guy.
보장할 수 없다. 자기 권리를 보장할 수 없다. 계속 여성들은 끊임없이 죽어나가고 강간을 당하고 폭행을 당하고 그래서 자기의 오롯한 생존을 보장받을 수 없는 상태로 지금 서게 되겠죠.
The facts support these concerns. South Korea has the worst gender pay gap among developed democracies. On average, women earn a third less than men. And when it comes to violent crime here, almost 90%.
Why are women not talking to these kind of men seen as femcelly? You just pushed that narrative slightly and then took it back, babes. First of all, I hate you for saying that. I'm just going to let you know. This is so triggering to me. Like, it's so condescending. I'm not your fucking babe. You don't know me. I'm a 32-year-old man, okay? I'm at the age where I could be a fucking father to you. And you're over here calling me babes like the condescending little shit you are, okay? I hate that kind of fucking triggering ass femcel language. Like, okay, babes. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Who are you? What are we doing here, okay? I mean, we mean these men, clearly not all men. Choosing not to date these men isn't anti-men. First of all, I don't know if you're a part of the fucking 4B movement or not, but this is, no, it's not just these men. It's all men. This is literally about all men. That's the difference, okay? If they were saying, fuck these incels, I mean, I say that all the goddamn time. You made a sock account to call me fucking babes because I probably blocked your dumbass on another fucking account. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. No, 4B is about all men, not just these men. And it's all men at the behest of like, I don't know, a feckless movement that is supposed to be like helpful. It's not. Don't do that. Don't fucking call me babes. It's like the femcel equivalent, like a Stan Twitter equivalent of fucking little bro, saying little bro. There's so many, so condescending. Anyway, let's finish this fucking dumbass video.
Percent of victims are women, compared to around 50% in the US. But despite this, the country's new leader, Yoon Suk-yeol, is planning to get rid of the ministry responsible for promoting gender equality. In fact, he campaigned on it and won the presidency.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This motherfucker literally won by being an incel.
이야기인데 그러면 뭐 내가 선거 때 국민들한테 거짓말하라는 얘기입니까?
이제 남자가
It's a promise. Are you asking whether I lied to the public during the election?
국민들한테 거짓말하라는 얘기입니까?
이제 남자가 악이다. 남자는 사라져야 된다. 이런 militant feminist 이런 사람들이 한국 사회에 많아서
Ha-taek Young is a lawmaker from the ruling People Power Party and supports President Yoon's views on feminism.
Do you want to get rid of the Ministry of
Bro, they got whole ass incels in the fucking. They got like whole ass incels in office. What is happening, dude? This is awesome. Yo, what the fuck? They got an incel president and like what are they? They're gonna make like a ministry of like hurting women.
Gender equality and family in South Korea?
그렇습니다. 저는 여성가족부의 대표적인 폐지론자인데 그리고 이제 성 갈등이 심화되면서 대한민국이 세계 최악의 저출산.
Yeah, no, guys. South Korea is becoming the country with the world's lowest birth rate. Certainly has nothing to do with the work conditions. Please do not look at suicide rates in South Korea. Please do not look at living conditions in South Korea. Please do not look at the wages and living conditions in South Korea. Please, no matter what you do not look at how many hours the average work week looks like in South Korea. Do not look at the debt in South Korea. It definitely is the gender wars that's happening. Certainly. Yeah. The abolition of the gender equality ministry will certainly solve these problems 100%.
된 것도 여성가족부 영향이 좀 크다고 생각합니다.
Do you agree that some of the policies your party has put forth aligns with what anti-feminists want in South Korea?
한국에서 페미니즘 반대한다고 할 때 그게 성차별을 옹호하는 게 아니라 한 젠더에게 특권
I've heard that one before. These guys are awesome.
주는 것을 반대한다는 그런 뜻입니다. 한국의 페미니스트들은 이제 남성 역차별.
Okay. Vice definitely did not show these women as the 4B shit, okay? These women are just like normal ass women complaining about the exact same fucking inequalities that women complain about in countries like the United States of America, okay? Like, it's the same exact shit. Partially because, Western influence is pretty prevalent. It's, it's a big thing. Didn't they say they were 4B? I can't speak. No, I don't think those women did. No, these women did not say that they were 4B. They simply said, please, we do not want to be fucking sexually assaulted. That's the most normal fucking take, dude. They said, we want to be paid the same and we don't want to be sexually assaulted. That's entirely different than like a radfem movement that like sparks on top of that is like about, writing off men entirely or whatever. Like, this is just like perfectly normal demands that everyone should make. To look at that and then be like, yeah, these guys, like, if I can't sexually assault a woman, you're just trampling all over my fucking rights, is insane. That is a psychotic rapist, a psychotic pro-rapist take, okay? That's what that is.
And supports President Yoon's views on feminism.
Do you want to get rid of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family in South Korea?
그렇습니다. 저는 여성가족부의 대표적인 폐지론자인데 그리고 이제 성 갈등이 심화되면서 대한민국이 세계 최악의 저출산 국가가 된 것도 여성가족부 영향이 좀 크다고 생각을 합니다.
Do you agree that some of the policies your party has put forth aligns with what anti-feminists want in South Korea?
한국에서 페미니즘 반대한다고 할 때 그게 성차별을 옹호하는 게 아니라 한 젠더에게 특권을 주는 것을 반대한다는 그런 뜻입니다. 한국의 페미니스트들은 이제 남성 역차별론자로 이해되고 있습니다. 그래서 당연히 그런 신종 역차별.
How do you think South Korea fits into the global discussion about gender equality?
예를 들어 이란이나 최근에 아프가니스탄 같은 사회를 보면 여성을 학대를 하고 있고 이제 그런 사회 아주 심각한 여성 차별 사회에 대해서 우리가 좀 더 관심을 많이 가져야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
But women aren't privileged in South Korea. Something that activist Park Ji-hyun is reminded of every day.
최근에 한국의 이제 정치 상황을 봤을 때 이제 후퇴하고 있다고 느끼는 건데 정부 주요 인사들을 봐도 대부분이 남성이고 한국 사회에서 여성 국회의원이 지금 19%거든요.
As a student journalist in 2019, Park helped uncover one of South Korea's largest online sex crime rings, which launched her career in politics. But once she was in office, Park became the target of relentless digital abuse. Some of these messages are extremely disturbing. They include threats of assault and genital mutilation.
매일같이 많이 왔을 때는 이런 메시지를 보내는 분은 왜 나한테 이런 메시지를 보낼까? 내가 살아있는 사람이라고 생각했을 때 내가 나를 사람으로 생각하지 않는 건가?
Do you think mainstream politicians presenting anti-feminist remarks has made anti-feminism go mainstream within South Korea?
이 병리씨가 심해지고 있는 것은 부정할 수 없는 사실인 것 같아요. 네. 일본을 풀 대상이 필요한 거예요. 근데 그 대상이 여성으로 향하는 경우가 많이 있는 것 같고.
But Park faces an uphill battle getting men in South Korea to agree with her. A 2021 poll found that nearly 80% of men in their 20s believe they face serious discrimination. 70% of men in their 30s agreed.
Do you think groups like yours that are against feminism...
Holy shit, dude. Okay, incels are on overdrive in South Korea. My bad. Okay, I take it back.
...have the potential to be spaces where women get harassed unfairly?
충분히 있다 생각합니다.
Okay, that's like that's an insane statistic. What the fuck? That is crazy. What League of Legends and StarCraft does to a motherfucker? Yo, that is actually fucking wild, bro. What the hell? 70% of men? That is, no, there's no way that's real, dude. I cannot believe that. That is the most psychotic thing I've ever fucking heard, dude. Yo, dude, what the fuck? 20 to 29, 80% of men. That is fucking, that's a giant problem. That is a giant fucking problem. That's an entire country full of podcasters, dude. That's what it does to you, okay? Too much fucking League of Legends, too much podcasting. Oh my God, China's still on top. China's still on top, dude. Straight up. This is why they stop you from playing fucking League of Legends for more than 3 hours in China, okay? When you're a kid. That's a giant issue. It's almost the same here, though. Why more American men feel discriminated against? What is this? Percentage of men who say they're discriminated against? Independents, not at all. A little, a lot. On the Democratic side, why is this so hard to read, man? You think China has no misogyny? No, I was making a joke. Obviously they do. I was making a joke about fucking them stopping, playing video games for extended periods of time. Harvard Journal with a 5th grade amateur graph. Like, this is, I'm being discriminated against with this graph, dude. Okay. I need to see like what these people are they talking about on the basis of gender. That's what's profoundly important. Gets worse, keep
Poll found that nearly 80% of men
생각합니다. 하지만 저는 개인적으로 이 그룹을 이끌면서 가져가는 어떤 좌우명 같은 게 있다면 페미니스트가 페미니즘을 선택하지 않아도 되는 세상을 만들어보자가 제 지금 좌우명입니다. 여성들이 전체적으로 피해를 보고 있구나라고 생각해서 페미니즘을 선택합니다. 하지만 저는 그러지 않아도 된다라는 걸 좀 얘기를 해주고 싶어요.
Everything you've said to me in this conversation sounds like you are an anti-feminist.
안티페미니즘과는 거리가 다릅니다.
Yeah, bro. Come on. Come on, dog. Like, let's be real. You have a podcast. The likelihood that you're an anti-feminist is like immediately just, you know, a lot higher. Motherfuckers get a podcast and they say they're not anti-feminist. It's like, who are you fooling? Okay. Listen, I have a podcast. Fuck it. I have 2 podcasts. Okay. Takes one to know one, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Come on now. Like, come on now. You know, come on.
페미니즘은 여성을 모욕하는 것도 서슴지 않습니다. 하지만 저희는 여성을 지켜야 된다고 이야기합니다. 저는 남자로서 제가 사랑하는 여성을 지키기 위해 살아요.
Do you consider yourself a hero?
내가 영웅이라고 생각하는구나. 저는 영웅을 만들어내는 감독 정도가 아닐까 생각합니다.
So one day in the future you might be a hero.
What?
뭐 언젠가는요.
Like the heroism is what? Is the heroism coming from like what? Yelling at women that are protesting against rape? Like what is the I'm such a hero because I hope one day there will be other people who will also debate women at their fucking rallies about how you know, they should actually shut the fuck up from you know, being victim to rampant sexual violence. Like what the fuck? 안드류 테이트.
그저께 저희가 모욕적인 일을 당했습니다.
성평등을 위해서 남자들에게 하고 싶은 말이라고 했는데 소변 관리를 잘 못해가지고.
That's wow. Yeah, they had a real insulting case. Yo, these guys are fucking hilarious. The incident, man. The incident, a big incident happened where this lady made fun of us by saying we're stinky and they insulted our stink maxing, which we've been doing. God, they're so sensitive.
자, 여기 안에 굉장히 이 짧은 영상 안에 정말 수많은 메시지들이 담겨 있는 것 같은데 일단 첫 번째
충분히 성희롱으로 해석될 만한 여지도 있다고 보고
I want to talk about what happened at the rally. What were you trying to achieve?
하지만 그래서 페미니즘에 대한 이야기를 듣고 거기에 더 나은 어떻게 보면 페미니즘을 발전시켜서 성평화로 이끌려고 하는 시도들을 하기 위해서 정보를 모으기 위해 갔던 거였죠.
Right, but I mean, you showed up with a camera. You were live streaming the whole thing. I mean, and you came at the end of the protest. What were you really trying to do?
네, 정말 저는 대화 그 행사를 방해하고 싶은 생각은 없어요. 저는 페미니즘과는 거리가 있는 사람이니까 그 행사를 방해하고 싶은 생각은 없었어요. 그래서 분과 이렇게 이야기를 나눌 수 있는 기회가 되었는데 아마 그 대화를 듣고 좋은 답변은 드리지 못했을 것 같네요.
Are you surprised by her reaction, the feminists' reaction? I mean, you showed up in their space, right?
굉장히 놀랐습니다. 믿음을 가지고 갔는데 완전히
He said that she was sexually harassing them. That's so funny. These guys are. He said the urinating comment was sexual harassment. These guys are awesome. Okay, calm down. Lady, little lady. Complaining that men smell is honestly such a small issue to complain about when there's all those other fucking stats they could be talking about. Well, she was joking.
당한 느낌이었어요.
You'd even introduce yourself, though, as gender harmony people.
아, 네, 그랬었네요. 예. 근데 정말 그건 제 실수가 많은 것 같습니다.
And you also referred to the feminist in after that protest on Saturday as someone who was sexually harassing you. Do you think that's a fair description of what she said?
Bro, she is owning him so hard right now. It is not even funny. A lot of these guys fucking fall apart at like not only minor pushback, but also just a normal adult in the fucking room. You know what I mean? Like, kind of odd. Like, this is your leader? This is the leader of y'all's movement? Like, she just
said to you?
그냥 기분에 너가 성적으로 수치심을 느꼈으면 그게 성희롱이거든요. 한국에서는 그렇습니다. 그래서 성희롱이 될 수 있다고 그 충분히 요지가 된다고 생각을 했고.
What are you afraid could happen in South Korea?
가장 두려운 것은 남성과 여성이 스스로의 남성성과 여성성을 모두 잃어버리고 정말 성기만 다른 존재가 되어버리는 게 무섭습니다.
The incels don't get that she's joking. Obviously, ultimately, that sort of rhetoric just alienates the people you were trying to convince to change. Brother, that's insane. Like, I am an advocate for, tailoring your message towards your interlocutor specifically, but that is insane. Like, that dude is, like, broken. There's no way to fucking fix that guy. He needs to talk to a guy, first of all. No woman is going to be able to change his mind because he hates women, okay? Straight up. Like, but that's an insane thing. Like, be a fucking man, dog. Here, I'll use terminology that is maybe more misogynistic, but like, stop being a fucking pussy, be a goddamn man. Like, what do you mean? All right, well, what is this insanity here? Like, you folded, you fumbled, you crumbled at the sight of the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Overcome, adapt and overcome. You're fucking crying about someone making a joke. Saying that it's sexual harassment, like, that's pathetic. You're so fucking pathetic. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway, you don't have to crumble at the sight of the top of the hour, though, because you could technically avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. For the record. Not Christian F. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Little Toothache. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the third ad break now. What the fuck? The rest of this video is just...
Our reporters are on...
That's crazy. The rest of this video is just blank. Okay. That was weird. That was fucking weird. Let's watch Tucker Carlson, who finally posted on Twitter.
Shot at you.
I'm excited to move back to like familiar grounds of racism and misogyny in America.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true, and a bunch of hilarious people also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power.
Demographic change. You had to slide that in there, dude. Yeah. Why is nobody talking about demographic change? What's going on? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's really fucked up that people aren't constantly upset that, like, you know, white people are having sex with non-white people. You know what I mean? People are, they should be talking about that. What's going on? I think about that all the time. Miscegenation, very big problem. Back in the day, America used to be a proud nation, a nation where you couldn't do miscegenation. I don't know why I thought he was being paid to be a racist, but in reality, he's just racist. I mean, I think him being like ideologically a fascist did kind of, piss off the corporate overlords a little bit.
Natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media. Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this. That's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid. They've given up persuasion. They're resorting to force. But it won't work. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink, and they become weaker. That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail. Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words, there is hope. See you soon.
This sucks. You didn't even say anything that good. I feel like, this was a mid-ass speech, partially because, like, he doesn't have his, like, writers on board. This has 179,000 likes. Your monologue already has more views than your old slot on Fox News. Twitter is the future. Dude, I love that. Like, I love how fucking stupid these people are. Like, that's not how that works, you fucking idiot. Oh my God. That was a whole lot of nothing. We have these debates on Twitter Spaces. They don't happen anywhere else. It isn't permitted. Oh my God. Tucker, if the only way you can speak out about the truth on WTC Building 7 and related 9/11 issues was to leave Fox News, then we look forward to your news future free from their control. That's great. What's going on? I was fired from Fox News because I talked about 9/11. Murdoch uses one of his other platforms to shit on Tucker. Tucker Carlson's vulgar, offensive message about colleagues helped seal his fate at Fox News. Yeah, Murdoch doesn't like him. I guess he was like hemorrhaging advertiser dollars. I believe that. But I think the same could be said about the entirety of Fox News, even though he was their primetime show. So maybe he was also rizzing up his lady, who no longer his lady, his ex-lady. Murdoch's ex-fiance thought he was the Messiah. Lamau, yeah, I know. What happened with Ted Cruz is what I want to know about, actually. Because, like, there was a Ted Cruz thing that we like, kind of glanced over, but apparently he was just, like, saying that he wanted to do a fucking, Did you see the Fox News poll? Biden at 62%. Kennedy Jr. at 19. No. There's no way Robert Kennedy Jr. has 19% in the Democratic prime. No. No, I will never believe a poll ever again. RFK Jr. is blowing up on TikTok. Stop. Stop. This is what Ted Cruz said.
I think that the country deserves to have a credible assessment of these claims and what the evidence shows. And the mechanism to try to force that is denying certification on the 6th.
Ted Cruz plotted to steal the election before January 6th. I mean, this is some light shit. You know what I mean?
Who's deciding who gets inaugurated?
It would be the results of that commission and what.
I love that this guy, didn't Ted Cruz go to Harvard? Like, he cannot be this stupid. And it basically shows that he is just as stupid as the HVAC business owner. Ted Cruz looks like such a toilet clogger. He's the reason gas stations stopped giving the bathroom key out. It's wild to think that, like, a fucking senator is this stupid.
If they find, and if they found credible evidence of fraud that undermines confidence in the electoral results in any given state, they would report on that.
Steve Gaetz, special advisor for communications with Cruz, referred to a joint statement released by the Texas Republicans and 6 other GOP senators released on January 2nd, the same day. Cruz spoke with Bartiromo. The statement outlines the plans to challenge the 2020 election results on January 6th. Congress should immediately appoint an electoral commission with full investigatory and fact-finding authority to conduct an emergency. Yeah, he didn't even... What? No, he didn't... Dude, come on. This is such fun. Oh, man. That's why I didn't see this other than, like, on fucking soy-ass Reddit. Yeah, this is nothing. This is a nothing burger, dude. What the fuck? Jack Smith is going after Ted Cruz now. He asked for these tapes. What? Yeah, I don't know. What is this? This kid cooked you, bro? What the fuck is this?
If you're 30-year-old,
Stop.
1990s were like the Middle Ages, except not like sword stuff.
How old do you think I am?
30-something? I don't know. 40? No clue.
If you had to guess, what age, like, definitely?
52.
Actually.
Yeah.
You're right.
Everyone who's born in the 90s is dead now. Like, they didn't have stuff like this, like the street sign stuff.
Yeah, see? This kid's a fucking idiot. I would destroy him in the marketplace of ideas. I would destroy him. I would own him so fucking hard, he'd be going Google Gaga. He would literally relegate back to a time where he fucking didn't have object permanence, okay? Shut the fuck up, kid. You're a dumbass, dude. Dumbass baby, stupid child. What's up, dude? You're fucking grounded. How about that? You have no freedom.
You said street signs?
Yeah, they did have that, definitely.
Were there
Yeah,
more?
See, he doesn't even know. Street signs did exist in 1992, which is the first year that they existed. Fucking stupid. You're off by 1 year, dummy.
Horses in the 1990s?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
What do you think the 1980s were like?
They were like the Stone Ages. It wasn't like cavemen, kind of the evolution of cavemen a little bit, yeah.
In the 1980s?
Yeah. Cavemen were just so dumb.
Yeah, 40 years ago.
Really?
Are you actually surprised?
Yeah, I don't know time like that. If you're 30, you're old.
I logged this kid from XQC stream. He's banned now. There's no way this is a juicer. Average homeschool student, average juicer, bro. He probably average public school, you know, average forgotten kid. Shouts out to George W. Bush. No child left behind. Average child left behind. Here's an average MILF left behind. Ew, I can't believe I said that even as a joke. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm going to take it back. Here's an average, also caveman left behind. Cave woman. I'm going to go pee while I fucking say that. And it's shameful that I...
It's interesting he's taking a shot at you and Gaetz. I mean, you're on the very powerful government oversight, House Government Oversight Committee. You know, he and some of his family members may be called up to testify in front of you. Where do things stand like that?
Well, if I have anything to do with it, absolutely they will be called up to testify, and some of their business associates that help them with what appears to be money laundering. What also concerns me is what I saw in financial records when I went to the Treasury Department, Eric, with what appears to be human sex trafficking. These are the type of crimes that we are looking into, or potential crimes. I'm pretty convinced they're crimes, though.
It's interesting he's taking a shot at you and Gaetz. I mean, you're on the very powerful government oversight, House Government Oversight Committee. You know, he and some of his family members may be called up to testify in front of you. Where do things stand like that?
Well, if I have anything to do with it, absolutely they will be called up to testify, and some of their business associates that help them with what appears to be money laundering. What also concerns me is what I saw in financial records when I went to the Treasury Department, Eric, with what appears to be human sex trafficking. These are the type of crimes that we are looking into, or potential crimes. I'm pretty convinced they're crimes, though.
It's interesting he's taking a shot at you and Gaetz. I mean, you're on the very powerful government oversight, House Government Oversight Committee. You know, he and some of his family members may be called up to testify in front of you. Where do things stand like that?
Thank God they got Riley Gaines coming up. They go from Titan to Titan. You know what I mean? Ay, ay, ay. The fucking programming is so cooked. Hasana's been so chill since Kaya, and I love it. And not really. I still have my moments. I have my moments of weakness. Jesus Christ, I'm sneezing so much. I remember reading that South Korea was only one of 4 countries where the women are more women are victims of murder than men. The usual ratio is 4 to 1 male to female, which is also the global average. Bucking that trend by that much was enough to know that they have severe gender inequality. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, I take it back. You know what? Women going their own way in South Korea seems fucking valid. Jesus Christ. I think the South Korean man saw this guy's TikTok.
Definitely. Hey, could you stay on the phone with me? There's this guy walking towards me. Hey.
And I respond to that with graminoid.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Graminoids are plants with a grass-like morphology, such as hay.
Oh, got it, because I said hey.
We have a lot to learn, don't we?
I don't know, do we?
Perhaps you can obtain your well-needed education by accompanying
Can you still stay on the line?
at the Botanical Gardens this week.
Oh, thank you, but I'm just so busy. I can't.
So you're going to be busy through the entirety of the 10,080 minutes that comprise of this week?
I also have a boyfriend, so thank you.
Okay, I guess we're just calling, I'll just say it, you know what I mean? This is like, okay, I won't say it. This is not a Redditor, okay? This is, I mean, he definitely frequents Reddit, but, you know, it's a bit more than just Reddit.
Thank you for the offer, but no.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know why he's still talking, but just please stay on.
The ad hoc claim of the boyfriend. What a common but pathetic attempt.
The ad hoc claim of a boy. Stop. Yeah. Your coping is a chat's full of Redditors, but they're like this. No, my chat's full of another thing, and they're like this sometimes, but not really, because there's an entitlement that comes along with that hopefully a lot of people learn to grow out of. Not just Reddit, though, is what I was saying. Okay. So Jake Shields had some fucking banana shit to say about trans people. I mean, he just everyone's favorite prolific poster, Jake Shields, the #1 recipient for CTE research. Okay. And friend of the show, Jay Aubrey, tweeted about it. So the post calling out Jake Shields, who advocated the public executions of doctors and teachers of trans kids, have now been deleted by Twitter. My screenshot exposing Twitter Blue users gleefully supporting genocide is now gone. Trying to keep this one quiet at Elon Musk, he says. Twitter literally ripped it. I mean, here it is what it is. Would you support public executions of anyone who helps a child transition? This would include doctors, therapists, teachers, guidance counselors, etc. Anthony Gorman, yes. Buck, yep. AJ McGregor, yes. 100, 100, 100, yes. So, and then he said, things are being pushed to such an extreme that the cure is likely going to be just as extreme. So then Twitter went and like deleted all the photos, all the screenshots of it, which is very weird. Alejandro Carballo said, we are at the calling or execution of trans folks and people that support them stage. This isn't actually asking a question. This is incitement, especially when all the blue check repliers are gleefully replying they want to execute trans people. The entire reply section is full of Twitter Blue users saying trans people and their allies should be executed, some even wanting to be the executioner. And Jaubrey's post for it also got deleted. It was very weird. Very odd. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but Twitter removed the Jake Shields tweet about public execution of doctors and teachers, but Twitter also removed all screenshots reporting on it and pointing out all the blue checks agreeing. If you still see a cached version of the images still embedded in a tweet on your Twitter app, you won't be able to open them. Does Jake Shields still have his account? It's just free speech? No, it's not, for the record. Like, I know you're being sarcastic, but it's not just free speech. Or I know you're saying that that's what Elon is going to claim, but it's not. Calling for the mass execution of an entire group of people is not protected under the boundaries of even like American understandings of free speech. It's an actual call to violence, for the record. It's not only an actual call to violence, but it's actually it's not only an actual call to violence, it's actually call to violence against a protected minority too. So there's like, you know, additional qualifying additional factors at play that make it even worse. So censorship, shadow banning, freedom of speech, not reach. Our new labels are now live. It's not even just to protect the minority. It's also anyone involved in it beyond the protect the minority. Yeah, I mean, it's just like full-blown culling. Yeah. Find it very weird. It seems most of the call to arms. Swedish study says sex reassigned transsexual persons of both genders at approximately 3 times higher risk of all-cause mortality and controls. If we take that as a given, that the other study 2 to 3x suicidal rate is correct, then doing surgery or chemical sterilization on minors gains nothing and reduces mortality. My position is simply that we should wait until an individual is mature enough to make their own decisions before other adults make permanent, serious physical changes to them. The counter to my position would be that if we don't make the changes, however, when they're a minor, they may never reach adulthood due to suicide. However, that counter argument does not hold water if mortality is essentially unchanged, which it is. By the way, I regard cisgender as a slur. What? What is this long-term fault? First of all, this is transsexual persons. So immediately I'm like, this seems kind of like a weird ass fucking study. It's always funny though when people are like, oh, actually we care about trans people. That's why we don't want them to transition. That's cool. Yeah. No, totally. That Swedish study was published in 2011 and used data from between 1970s to 2003. I'm pretty sure gender affirming care and support has improved over time. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like a good really a good study to use here. Like why the fuck would anybody look at like whatever famous outdated transphobic study that you're fucking putting forward when like we know that you're not like pro-trans? Like everybody fucking understands that you are not interested in the safety, sanctity, security of trans people. You've made that very clear. In the eve of trial discovery, Carlson takes set crisis at Fox News. I think I'm gonna cover this tomorrow because there's like additional stuff here. We did the magic raid. Oh, here was transvestigators going fucking crazy. I love them.
Welcome to today's episode.
By the way, for the record, I just want to I want you to understand something. The more there are transvestigators out there, the better things will be for trans people. Okay? Because like there is no fucking shot that normies will look at transvestigators and think that they're normal. Okay? What does that term mean? It's people who think that like cis people are trans.
Of celebrities that you didn't know were actually the opposite gender. We're going to be covering Mandaya, aka Zendaya. Let's just get right into it. By now, if you've been following my page for a minute, you know male skeletal markers. Skeletal marker number 1, the straight across clavicle. We've got the
facts. I knew she was going to go over the clavicle markers. Everybody knows this. She said Mandaya.
brow ridge, we've got the deep socketed eyes, we've got the wide dental arch, we've got the can opener jaw, we've got the thick neck, we've got the shape.
It's so funny that she's like, yeah, Zendaya is a man. Meanwhile, like, if she's a man, then what are you? Oh my God, what was that? Did you guys see that? She fucking woke herself up. Bro, she doesn't even have the vaccines yet. And she's already shaking. She got them vaccine shakes, brother. Woke her ass right up. So as I was saying, like, again, trans investigators are awesome because they like do gender abolition, but in a transphobic way, which ultimately reveals the truth that people say about gender, that it's a social construct. And that also, like, even the biological markers for gender is not as like rigidly defined in the way that like people claim it is. So that's why I love trans investigators, because like they prove the point. You know what I mean? They quite literally prove the fucking point that like activists try to make all the time, or even like people who understand gender try to make all the time.
Arch, we've got the can opener jaw, we've got the thick neck, we've got the shaped like a V, we've got these really, really, really long arms and really big hands. These are just a few of the opposite gender markers. There are others to confirm, but when in doubt, look at the significant other or the spouse. Okay, this is just too easy. We have Tammy Holland over here. Body shape goes out like a peplum top. Got the very delicate wrist. Have a lack of brow ridge.
She said he's a wrist cell. What the fuck? Yo, chill. Just because he's a short king, that's kind of fucked up. She's tired of this bullshit. She's like, these transvestigators making me go to sleep.
No Adam's apple, smaller skull, and then in comparison to Mandea.
Yo, hold up, dude. What do you mean smaller skull? Fucking chill, dude.
It's very, very obvious that this individual has male skeletal markers and this has female skeletal. They all worship Baphomet, which is a transgender god that they have. And this is their religion.
She's joking, right? There's no
Study
way.
these markers so that you aren't deceived.
Bro, is she okay? Like T4T dream couple. Dude. No, is she all right, dude? No way. It's like, I feel like she's having like a schizophrenic attack, I think. What the fuck?
They all worship Baphomet, which is a transgender god that they have. And this is their religion. Study these markers so that you aren't deceived.
That's awesome. Yeah, this is great. I love that. It's a joke, I think. There's no way it's real. The Baphomet part is like basically revealing that it's like a meme, right? There's no fucking shot. In the show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the character Mac has a huge belly out of nowhere in season 7. The gang called him Fat Mac that season. He has a flat stomach prior. After season 7, Mac was clearly pregnant and getting fat. That season was a cover for it. Wait, this guy is joking, right? Oh my God. Wait, what? Oh my God, he's not joking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, he thinks it's MPreg. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. No. Bro, that's incredible. I mean, he said he took transvestigation to the next level, dude. He's like looking at, you know, fictional characters in a TV show, even though, like, pretty sure Mac did get fat in real life and then lost all that weight, but someone asked about the beard and he answers. No, look at this. Look. This whole story is a fabrication. My bet is the test will determine it's a female. The agenda, they will purposely try to make everyone that think it's a man look like crazy conspiracy theorists, in my opinion. DNA test ordered by officials to determine male or female prison. Did this even, this didn't even happen. This is fake. Why DNA x-rays of the hip will be just fine? Yeah, this is like not even a real thing that happened. This talk about male female makes me feel like I'm being farmed and not a human being. Dude, this is great. The Chiron isn't even real. This guy is like unironically this person. That's awesome. I love that. Dude, this is fucking such content, dude. I love how like people are just like free to live their best lives, dude. Mulvaney is not a transgender influencer standing up heroically for the rights of the oppressed. He's a delusional narcissist enticing confused children down a hellish pathway, and you're his virtue signaling enabler. That's funny. One, misgendering Dylan Mulvaney. Two, saying that like an adult TikTok influencer is actually like, I don't know, influencing children with her beer ad. Also weird. Clearly. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't stop. When you're a transvestigator, it doesn't stop there. You will inevitably become more and more unhinged. What is this? That's a lot of women. What the fuck? That's a lot of women to fuck for a gay guy. I fornicated with 1,780 females, and I live in this. What? I fornicated with 1,780 females, and I live in this $2.7 million house with pool and jacuzzi. 24-year-old? My man has the saddest hairline for 24. That's crazy. Why do they always bald like this? Who says fornicated? What a fucking goober, dude. I guess he's like using fancy English, you know what I mean? He's like showcasing his intellectual prowess by not using fuck, but instead using fornicated. Ma'am, stop moving so much, please. Lady. How tired she is. It's crazy. What have you done all day, huh? Nothing. pissed and shitted and farted. Sometimes in the right place, which was great, and other times in the wrong place. Take a good, cold, hard look at yourself, ma'am. Oh my God, her head is fucking too heavy. She's like falling asleep. She's bigger already. I'm gonna weigh her again tonight. Join free Telegram channel in order to learn how to build and scale an online business. Only got 3 fucking likes on that in 12 hours. That shit did not bang. What? Transvestigator in chat? What do you mean? Not a transvestigator. Bored. Look at her eyes. She's bored. She's looking up at me like, come on. Entertain me, man. She will fall asleep soon. That doesn't anger you how they spread such stupidity and some people eat this garbage up? No. No. It's pretty funny. It's not. It doesn't anger me at all. I'll be honest with you. Because it's so profoundly stupid that, like, it's one of those things where, like, the entertainment value is higher than the genuine damage. Especially because, like, I don't think real human beings are going to be looking at transvestigators and be like, yeah, those guys are spitting. You know what I mean? What was I gonna do? There was a bunch of other videos that we were gonna watch. I forgot. Yeah, only ejaculated 6 times in total. Had sexual intercourse with almost 2,000 females, 23 years old. What is this? Good video by Skateballin3 where he actually went through the Daily Wire interview process to become a video editor, deleted the NDA part of their NDA so they can't sue, and then actually got the job. Wish I thought of this. Going to apply to edit for Tucker.
Crowder came out the other week, and that's a very deep division there, which is sad. But Tim Cast or whatever else, we're very we're friendly with them. They'd come over here and hung out. So I think more we compare ourselves to how do we beat the New York Times? How do we beat the Washington Post? That's really what's on our gun sites.
What's the deal with technology companies lately? The tech industry, once looked at as incredibly profitable and viable, has mutated into a late-stage capitalism dystopian nightmare.
The tech industry usually leads the way when it comes to growth. Lately, though, it's been laying off people at a much higher rate than the rest of the economy.
Mark Zuckerberg announcing another round of layoffs.
I take full responsibility for this decision.
In the past 6 months, we've seen mass layoffs at companies like Amazon, Twitter, Meta, Google, Microsoft, just to name a few. And while the prospects for those who were let go from their cushy jobs as video producers are looking increasingly slim, there does seem to be one media company standing unshaken by the financial woes of the streaming wars.
The Daily Wire here seems to be the public enemy in this issue, which is kind of interesting because the Daily Wire is so powerful and so well funded.
It's 100% that Ben Shapiro is a figurehead. There's some good people at the Daily Wire. I don't want to attack them all, but I'm going to tell you folks, they are worse than the Democrats.
Ben Shapiro and all the guys at the Daily Wire who have been on an absolute tear of homophobia and transphobia. These men they've
been killing it.
There's something going on with them.
That's right. The Daily Wire seems to have just a little more cash than they know what to do with. shamelessly throwing it at anyone who will help spread their message of what some would call fascist hate speech, and others would just call good old-fashioned conservative values.
In fact, it sort of suggests that if there is a racial bias, broadly speaking on a cultural level right now, it mostly applies to what we would call white people.
The only group of people that in this country that are being erased in any kind of meaningful way, historically, are white.
To eradicate transgenderism from public life, that would be sufficient to attain that goal.
These people are demonic, okay? The trans agenda is demonic.
But there was one man, one hero, who said no to the Daily Wire. One true Canadian-American patriot, just a little more racist than the rest.
Well, Barack Obama, mother, I'm the president, or plowing that ad. You. And not all black people look like fat whores. Just gel together in my head. Matter of fact, I would like to send out gangs of retarded people to lynch pedophiles.
But the Daily Wire just couldn't seem to change Steven Crowder's mind, no matter how much money they offered him. Like a true proletariat and workers' rights activist, Comrade Steven Crowder bravely unveiled all the details of his $50 million offer from the Daily Wire.
Here's the thing, Daily Wire. Jeremy, and I really do hope that we can talk.
The answer is yes, that offer did come from the Daily Wire. I'm not trying to hide that fact. I'm not ashamed of that fact. In fact, I think it's a very good offer.
Daily Wire outed themselves very, very quickly. And sure enough, if you see all of the people who work there, some of whom I have relationships with.
And Steve and I had always been very friendly. I know Jeremy was even friendlier. I'm personally insulted by Steven's behavior here when he personally recorded a phone call with my best friend, Jeremy Boring, and then proceeded to release that publicly. That is disgusting.
I'm not suggesting that the guidelines aren't terrible. I'm suggesting that if making money off of those platforms is part of how you're justifying the salary you're paying someone, then when those go away, everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model? See, here's the thing, Daily Wire, they keep talking about a business. Well, I walked away from the table because I'm talking like it's about a country, about a movement. You've heard me say this many times. I want to pass the torch. I want there to be someone else to do this.
Now, I'm personally no Steven Crowder. I'm not a big fan of mugs, and I have a fully functioning heart. But if the Daily Wire is giving away job offers that big, maybe I could get, I don't know, $2 million? I feel like that's pretty reasonable. It's the Daily Wire! Starring Ben Shapiro!
These are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings.
Jeremy Boring!
Our country's in trouble. Conservatives are being canceled by Hollywood, the media, universities.
Matt Walsh!
Good to be here with my fellow right-wing extremists. It's a very dangerous group here, and I'm happy about that.
Candace Owens!
We are capitalists. We believe in the free market.
Michael Knowles!
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
Featuring Jordan Peterson!
What the hell are we going to do without men?
Andrew Clavin!
For more spectacular Clavin-y goodness, like and subscribe.
Brett Cooper!
When is the good fairy going to come with her magic wand and change my penis into a vagina? Bullshit. That did not happen.
And your host, Alex Novell! Thank you. Yeah.
This is an Austinok recommended video from an editor who's
I think it's important
clearly
to know
a fan of
exactly
mine
who...
and others as well. The channel's called Alex Novell. Respect for doing this, by the way. They infiltrated Daily Wire, got hired by them, and then filmed the entire process.
The Daily Wire actually is. It seems like they just kind of appeared out of nowhere when Trump was president. And while that's not exactly how it happened, it's disturbingly close. See, back in 2013, annoying lawyer and Breitbart columnist Ben Shapiro teamed up with Jeremy Boring, a successful Hollywood producer and close personal friend of Zachary Shazam Levi, to found a company called Truth Revolt.
Welcome back, and joining us now is Ben Shapiro, editor-in-chief of Truth Revolt, editor-at-large of Breitbart News.
Conservatives in general in the United States are having a very uphill go of it. They're having a very uphill battle.
Truth Revolt was a short-lived, bizarro clone of Media Matters that failed to resecure funding through the David Horowitz Center for Freedom after only a year.
David Horowitz is a fucking hate criminal.
Despite his failure, Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring had secured tons of fans in the conservative sphere. But perhaps the most important one of those fans was a man by the name of Ferris Wilks.
Women do not want...
I love this guy.
...weak, immature, pitiful men. That's not something that women used to say. I want to marry a weak, immature, pitiful man.
Hell yeah, brother. You're so right. You're so goddamn right,
if you're
Ferris.
looking for a mate, if you're a young man, well, don't be that kind of person.
An expert fracker and kingmaker for the Texas GOP, Ferris Wilks was enamored with the confidence and Hollywood experience behind both Ben and Jeremy, eventually offering them a small, humble seed investment of $4.7 million to start a new company that would be a powerhouse for conservative news and entertainment, The Daily Wire. So in 2015, with almost $5 million in hand, The Daily Wire would literally pop up out of nowhere.
Hi, black people.
If you're like 7 in 10 Americans, you probably haven't heard anything at all about Planned Parenthood killing unborn babies and then selling their body parts to the highest bidder.
While most people online...
Oh, God, they're so fucking unhinged. By the way, remember, all the money is on the leftist grift. That's why so many billionaires have come to me when I first started and said things like, Hasan, please, we want to give you $4.7 million to start your own, leftist media franchise that will then use every waking moment to shit on people like ourselves, the billionaires in question, that are giving you a small loan of $4.7 million. That's always how this works. When I had, 35 fucking live viewers, that's what was going on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give it to you. Hold on one second here.
Seem to automatically associate Ben Shapiro as the leader of the Daily Wire. The company's internal culture seems to actually favor Jeremy, the boring man himself. Employees at the Daily Wire don't even refer to Jeremy by name, actually. Instead, they call him the God King.
Do you remember when there were 2 genders and only 1.5 of them had to shave their mustaches? Oh, hi. I'm Jeremy Boring, CEO and God King of the Daily Wire.
Why is it that guys like Jeremy Boring or Elon Musk want so desperately to be liked and praised by either their employees or people online? So now that I've done my research and feel excited about my future employment, I can finally apply. The questions on the job application to the Daily Wire are super normal.
Sheep need not apply. That's fucking sick.
Questions like, the Daily Wire is one of America's fastest growing conservative media companies and counterculture outlets for news, opinion, and entertainment. Would you be comfortable working in a work environment that produces content that is political and conservative in nature? Would you? Or what about with regard to COVID? How comfortable are you working in an office during this time? These questions...
Everyone's a liberal. Never forget.
Questions fall into a category that I'm going to call yes or no questions. And sure, there's nothing...
This is you? Oh! This is Skateballin' 3. You're so typical. Typical fucking spammer. Typical, and then comes in today and says, HasanAbi Head takes on Steven Crowder like it's not him. Like it's not him, like it's someone else's video. No, we're watching it. It's very good. As you can see, the pinned tweet is also urging people to go and Hasan, you got to watch this guy, man. This guy's got some good ideas, dude. I know, I saw. We're watching. It's very good so far.
Nothing wrong with wanting to hire like-minded individuals for your company, necessarily, but you do end up building an office filled with sycophantic megalomaniacs who hate gay and trans folks. But I guess that's kind of what they're going for over at the Daily Wire.
White people generally are the least racist people on earth. I mean that in a very technical way.
All of us today would be in a worse spot if slavery never existed at all across the entire globe.
The next step to getting hired at the Daily Wire is what they call a one-way video interview.
Hi there, my name is and I'm one of the recruiters here at the Daily Wire. I want to personally thank you for your interest in working with us. Since 2015, we've been on a mission to impact and influence American culture. Conservative in nature, we are in search of hungry, humble, and smart individuals. Our teams are non-traditional in the sense that they actively try to break things, literally every day. We think differently, are entrepreneurial in our approach, and
Everyone's a liberal. Neoliberal monoculture, baby. Everyone's a liberal. Everyone's a liberal. It's always the same.
never settle for the status quo, because we are excited about the challenge and are all here for something bigger than ourselves. Your interview will begin shortly.
I guess this is their chance to see how familiar I am with the Daily Wire brand, but also to make sure that I'll aesthetically fit in with the diverse community at the Daily Wire. So now it's time for the big interview. My chance to make my future bosses at the Daily Wire see that I could be a valuable and agreeable worker. But I had to fit the part. Me? Look at me. I could never pass for an alpha male conservative. Or could I?
Stop treating me like an assemblage of body parts. I'm a human with a soul. I'm a human with feelings. So you stop that right now, internet.
Shaking with confidence and alpha male
Stop.
strength, I joined the video call.
Stop!
Ready to meet with the
No! Oh no, you fucking, oh no, you the Ben Shapiro eyebrow filler. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. They have to hire you at that point. Look at Brett Cooper. The more you look like Ben Shapiro, the more your eyebrows resemble Ben Shapiro's eyebrows, the more they will want to hire you. That is actually fucked up.
Daily Wire's director of post-production.
Holy fuck, I just realized this is frugal aesthetic editing, but for political commentary.
We're excited you had time to do an interview with us today. Right now we have a few different jobs open. Some of them definitely have to do with YouTube content and growing that YouTube content. And then also now as we make mini docs or other smaller shows like Jordan Peterson's Dragon Sponsors and Men or things of that nature, there's a few different projects I'd be interested in you working on, so you know the role that I'd envision for someone like yourself to be like, how can you work?
Bro, yeah, you Browmax, brother. That's fucked up.
Across variety, where it'd be like, okay, well, Candace has a new episode of something with a famous celebrity coming out tomorrow. Well, let's see if Alex can do the trailer for that, and he can pop out a trailer in 2 days that's really badass. Then also now you go back to editing a documentary on whatever it is, or maybe it's a YouTube video that's silly from Michael Knowles. For me, my goal with the team is like, how do we become as good or be as good consistently as the New York Times or Vox or Vice or whoever it is, and be, for me, I'm always pushing us to be more edgy and more interesting. I don't want to be the conservative media that our parents had. It's like, how can we be edgy as possible? And then when the people above us tell us we need to back off a little bit, then we'll do that, but try to be as edgy as we can.
You know, politics aside, you guys are a company that has one of the widest reaches on the internet. If you go on YouTube, you will have a very difficult time finding something that's not touched by the Daily Wire.
No, I appreciate it. I agree with all that. For me, and know that one of the things that we emphasize here is that people don't have to be ideologically aligned to work here. There's a guy, he just left working here to take a cool opportunity, but he worked here for 3-4 years, and he had the Andrew Yang stickers and all kinds of different, all kinds of different views, and there's nothing wrong with that. We're all welcome to that. Or just we want to ask because we want people to feel comfortable, because I can't tell you, we've gone through a number of interviews, we get all the way to the end, like, hey, here's a job offer. You want to come in? They're like, I don't know if I feel comfortable with the content. We're like, but we talked about this. So, you know what I mean? It's more just seeing, like, that aspect more than anything else.
Aw, these guys, man. These poor puppies, dude. They fucking have, they build this beautiful relationship with these editors, only to find out at the end of the day that their politics are just not, their politics don't match up. Aw, they've been hurt before, dude.
Else is the reason I asked.
Yeah, totally.
Pivoting from there a little bit, what kind of people annoy you the most, and how do you handle them?
What kind of people annoy me the most? I mean, probably the liberals.
Okay, cool. As far as being successful within this team, I think one of the things we're really big into, I know we're really big into, is we're really into the no assholes theory. We're really down to like, hey, we all get along. I think the company as a whole has that pretty much, not official policy, but like, there's a lot of lovely people that work here. We work really hard. It's a really startup environment, but everybody gets along. It's like the nicest people in the world to work with.
This is actually really interesting to see. Holy fuck.
And useful and
it's like really fucking, taking a look at the engine. You know what I mean? You just open up the hood, you take a look at the engine behind the scenes, and like the reason why he's saying like the no assholes policy is because like they have to have that because like there's a variety of different perspectives in the Republican right as well, obviously in the reactionary movement, but they have to maintain some level of stability and it just stop the infighting. And because it's like varying degrees of vice signaling that conservative movements are all about, they have to be like, yeah, there's no assholes. Like, you know, it's just like if someone specifically targets your identity in some way, like don't get mad about that.
I'm really excited for just the COO was talking the other day, just like the next 4, 5, 6 months for us. They just have all these huge ideas about things they want to do, and just like the company's going to feel so explosive for the next like 6 months. And like as I hear some of that, it's like, you know, hey, you can feel two different ways. I would say me in my first year working here, I'd be a little scared, like, oh, the 6 months, because I know the level of work that they're going to give us in the next 6 months is going to be intense. The part of me that's now, it's like you accept it's going to be intense. It's also going to be awesome. That part I love deeply, and so it's like, how do we find work-life balance while also doing all this cool shit?
Yeah, totally.
I look for, like, even now, if they talk about the next 6 months, I'm jacked about it. It's like, okay, let's see what we got. It's going to be fun. That's my goal.
Nice. All right, I appreciate that. Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course. Love it. Thank you so much, Alex. It's been lovely to chat with you, my man.
Yeah, it's been really great. Thanks for taking the time.
Of course, man. All right, well, you have a great day, dude.
After the interview,
They're not talking way too fast. I sped it up a little bit.
I was starting to feel like maybe this whole video was a bad idea. I mean, he seemed like a genuinely nice guy, except for that weird part where he quoted the Bible to me.
What was that line that St. Paul says? St. Paul says the gospel is preached, and so I'm happy.
But other than that, he seems like a hardworking guy who cares about what he does. I continued feeling like that for about, 5 more minutes, and then I looked him up on Twitter, and I saw how much he hates gay people. And weirdly, that made me feel a lot better about the whole situation. But seriously, let's talk ethics for a minute. Recording conversations without informing all parties is not something society would call ethical. I think lots of conservatives watching this might say something like, why are you doing this? Or, that's illegal. In fact, some government fat cat regulators would even say that it's wiretapping, or some other silly term. For all these reasons and more, I made sure to properly inform my prospective new bosses that I was recording our conversation.
I was doing some screen recording. What'd you say? I was doing some screen recording. What'd you say? What'd you say?
Okay, cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The fuck? There's no way. Bro, I don't think that's legally permissible, dog. Luckily, you fucking hid their faces and stuff, but goddamn, like...
Okay, so a few hours after my interview, I got an email from the Daily Wire's internal recruiter with some documents they wanted me to sign. One of these documents was an NDA. Ugh, the dreaded NDA. Non-disclosure agreements are infamous in the entertainment industry, not only for suppressing the free speech of workers in the business, but also holding them financially responsible for any supposed damages perceived by the company. And that's exactly the type of agreement that the Daily Wire served me with. There was a lot of language about keeping confidential information private, your run-of-the-mill NDA stuff, basically. But then, there was this cheeky little line right here. Consultant acknowledges that the unauthorized use or disclosure of company's confidential information would cause company to incur irreparable harm and significant damages, the degree of which may be difficult to ascertain. Accordingly, consultant agrees that company will have the right to obtain immediate equitable relief to enjoin any unauthorized use or disclosure of its confidential information. So what do I do? I mean, I obviously can't sign this agreement. Or can I? You know, contracts are funny things.
What do you do? I mean, I know about contracts being funny, like at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. That's a funny thing. It's only funny to those who are, of course, subscribed because they don't even see it. They're like, haha, what do you mean the ad break? That's right. If you want to be one of those people that doesn't see the ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe. You too can be one of those people that thinks it's funny. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break and you don't get to see it. You know, haha, what do you mean by ads? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
If you don't like something in a contract that you're supposed to sign, that's easy. Just delete it. So, I deleted all the language mentioning disclosure in the non-disclosure agreement. The way I see it, from a legal standpoint at least, if they were to, I don't know, sign this contract and then send it back to me without noticing any of the changes I made, that would be really beneficial to my whole right to make this video situation. So you have no idea how excited I was when they did exactly that. Signed it right there. The bottom of the contract that they didn't even read.
That's crazy. Oh my God. Okay, that actually does kind of... I don't know. I feel like that kind of does protect them a little bit, I'm pretty sure. But also on top of that, legally you have to disclose red line items when making changes to contracts. Still feels kind of illegal. But it is wild that like their lawyers wouldn't look at it. You're not a lawyer presumable, so you don't really need to have to call out your edits. It's their fault they didn't compare the NDA with their template. It is construed against the Daily Wire as the one that drafted the document. I guess you also would never really fucking have a lawyer read that. What is a red line item? So redlining is when you pay an incredibly expensive Hollywood lawyer to overlook your contract so they can make minor changes, but that minutia actually ends up with like usually a fuckload of revenue that they were trying to take from you. Or that sounded very personal. It's basically the same for every other industry. Wild that they sent him that, not through DocuSign, by the way. How would they not send it in this day and age? Daily Wire not using DocuSign? Are you fucking crazy? It's like free, isn't it? Which is where you can't do something like that. Like DocuSign or other free, things like that. Maybe it's not for the business. Maybe it's not free for the business. But regardless, like, that's crazy to me that they wouldn't use that for literally this purpose. This is why I've never not signed a DocuSign contract at this point.
Today is the day of the big edit test. I woke up to an email with all the juicy details. The challenge: edit 2 videos featuring the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro. First, a classic episode of Ben Shapiro Debunked, where Ben smashes liberal ideologies with facts and logic. So which topic will Ben be debunking this week?
Critical race theory is an outgrowth from the 1960s argument made by racial radicals that America's institutions were irrevocably shot through with racism, unfixable, and worthy of destruction.
So my first challenge is just a simple debunking critical race theory. How long do they want that in? 3 to 4 hours? Okay. This is definitely worse than I expected.
Ideals laid forth in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were not only not rooted in racism, they were ringing rejections of it.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Great. So now that we've debunked critical race theory, now it's time to move on to the second edit. This one's actually an easy one. Ben Shapiro reacts to woke TikToks. Okay, I think I've got something, but I don't know if they're gonna like it.
Huh?
Stinky.
Well, either way, I don't have much time left, so this is gonna have to do.
There is no way you did that.
Okay, so here a few things.
After the nearly 9-hour edit test, it was clear how like an uninformed person who watches Daily Wire content all day could be easily swayed by someone like Ben Shapiro. The brain rot of watching so much Daily Wire content that at a certain point, even if you aren't...
Why do you ghost Aiden's DMs? Just curious. Kind of sounds like you're a fake friend. How do I debunk you, mom, in the bedroom with the breakfast in bed? Good old brekkie on toast. Ew. British spotted. Opinion discarded, dude. What the fuck? Also, Aiden Ross has my fucking phone number. He doesn't have to DM me. I don't even think you can DM people like that. Because if you DM me on Twitter, I didn't see it.
Aren't aligned with their politics. You've talked about it so much and know all the personalities there, and that's exactly what they want. They want to be as common as the New York Times or Netflix or HBO.
I want to be like, how can we be bigger than the New York Times? I think the company is very much of that mindset. Our site's set on HBO and Netflix.
It's amazing the amount of hoops that the Daily Wire makes you jump through in order to get a job there. Doing job interviews and edit tests and just emailing back and forth with these people.
Holy shit.
All for a job that I don't even want. About a week later, I hear back from the recruiter about setting up the final interview. They told me during the first interview that if I made it this far, I'm basically guaranteed an offer. But will it be the $2 million that I set out for? We'll have to wait and see.
So that's the gang for today. So Alex, we're all pretty up to speed, you know, with your work samples, the test, viewed that. Everyone has been able to review your Spark Hire screen, so we definitely got some great background here. But just to kick things off, and even with previously some companies that are definitely more left-leaning, and I know, and sorry I haven't gotten back to you on this, but I know there was even, we were trying to work around like, how could we potentially get in touch with references, but also you don't want to burn bridges, you know, I understand that kind of conundrum there. So yeah, I guess kind of two-part question. How would you feel making the transition from those kinds of organizations to obviously Daily Wire, openly politically right-leaning? And if you were to come on board with us, would you have concerns about post Daily Wire losing opportunities because of having Daily Wire on your resume?
You guys are a lot more accepting of people who have different ideas. And I think a lot of these left-leaning organizations, they are not as accepting of people who have open ideas, which is why, you know, I'm sitting here in the first place. When I go to work for a company, I want to sit down and do my job. Regardless of what the company's mission is, I want to be able to be, number one, before anything, a worker.
We certainly don't want anyone coming on board who, if they had to, you know, animate or edit a certain video, they would be like, they wouldn't feel comfortable doing it because it's so, you know, in conflict with what they believe, you know.
For me, looking through your edit tests and things like that, and even looking through your YouTube channel, it's clear what I like most about you as far as you have a lot of interesting ideas. The ideas I really love, but some of the technical things as far as I want to work on tightening up some of those. And, you know, I can go into more detail about that, but make sure the job.
Hasan, you're gay, I swear to God. You fucking wish, bitch. I did fuck your dad, though. So, your dad's gay. Bam.
Idea, something that you're comfortable with.
Totally.
But yeah, just wanted to at least bring that up, as that was one of my thoughts going into this, based on the type of work I'm interested in you doing if we bring you on board.
And you know, this is the last round here. We're at Wednesday, so you should have an update from me by the end of this week.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Look forward to hearing from you guys.
Thanks so much, Alex.
Thanks again.
See ya.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
So despite telling me that they hated my YouTube videos and thought they were badly edited,
Even in watching through a bunch of your YouTube videos, some of them they feel a little baggy, they need tightening up, or, you know, parts here a little cleaned up, or here or there. Like the one about the guy with the burning ears and things like that, the weed salesman, has a very Tim and Eric vibe. It has that kind of a vibe, I'm sure, on purpose, as opposed to a tighter, very strong thing.
I still managed to get the job offer only an hour after the final interview.
Hey Alex, this is calling from the Daily Wire. I just want to say thanks so much again for taking the time to do a final interview with us this afternoon or earlier today, and actually calling to let you know we wanted to offer you the video editor position.
So, did they offer me the $2 million? $1 million? $100,000? No? Lower. Much lower. The Daily Wire offered me $62,000 with an extra $23,000 that I could earn working overtime.
And I'll kind of give you a little bit of a breakdown of the pay.
Low-key not bad. I mean, is that bad? I actually don't know what the editing marketplace looks like now. Like, my expectation clearly is not what I would pay. So for like a normal company, especially a right-wing company, as an animator, we deserve way more. No, but he's not an animator. He's just a simple editor, no? I do think that 63,000 or 60,000 plus 23 for overtime seems better than I would have expected from the Daily Wire. But remember, last time I worked at like a media company, like a media startup, was like 5 years ago. You know what I mean? So I'm basically asking you guys if that's like a good 60K is not good pay at all. That's poverty wages for a lot of people. No. You're missing the point. No. I'm not saying $60,000 is good income. For the record, I literally didn't. I did not make that kind of money, and I don't know what his like resume implies, like how many years of experience he has. But if it's like a fully remote job, if it's a fully remote job for like a relatively lower level, like entry level editor, I would say 60,000 is pretty fucking decent, if I'm not mistaken. If it's in Nashville, I mean, if it's not entry, then it's not decent. I just don't know what the average editor salary is for a media startup, and what the qualifications are. Like what the other jobs are. I mean, he obviously has like experience. I mean, he's a great editor, as you can see from this video. Wait, isn't he in the fucking chat? Why don't we just ask him? Yeah. Motion graphics editor, not remote, in office. So you'd have to relocate to Nashville. I don't know if they cover relocation fee. What do you think? Oh, well, you're going to say it in the video probably in a second. I can't believe you're watching my video. Sound stop. You guys, I'm shaking. Stop. People are just cosplaying their jobs. The NDA was specifically for the edit test. Okay, let's hear everything else.
A structure. This is a non-exempt position.
Also, it's a very good video, by the way.
Meaning
Congratulations.
it's hourly and you'd be eligible for overtime.
What? This doesn't make any sense. How come Steven Crowder gets offered $50 million? He's constantly getting banned from YouTube, and his heart literally doesn't work. He could drop dead at any minute. There's gotta be some way that I can convince them I'm worth more than 60K. Maybe the fact that I don't have a heart condition could somehow increase my value to the Daily Wire. But how do I prove that?
Alex?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Hey, good, how's it going?
Great.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry for the message.
No worries.
Good to see you. Yeah, welcome to the office.
So I went to the doctor, hoping to get a recommendation letter for my heart that I could use to bargain for the extra $1.92 million.
Okay.
I'm bleeding.
Okay, scared me at first. Are you comfortable holding it up like that? Is that okay? All right, good. You are all set.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Yep, you're good to go. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so now that I have a letter from my doctor affirming my peak physical condition, I think I can finally come back with a counteroffer to the Daily Wire. Hi. Thanks so much for the offer. That's so exciting. Unfortunately, the number is not exactly what I'm looking for in terms of base salary. But fear not, I think there's still a way we can make this work. Bearing in mind the fact that you guys offered Steven Crowder a $50 million contract, despite him being a super racist and not having a fully working heart, I'm hoping that I could at least get a cool $2 million, because while I'm not a super racist and don't have as many YouTube subscribers as Crowder, I do have a fully working heart. I would be glad to attach a reference letter from my doctor, confirming the pristine condition of my heart. It seems like our numbers aren't too far off from each other, so I've attached my professional references along with this email. All the best. Sadly, a few hours after sending my counteroffer, the Daily Wire replied with a thank you for your time.
Oh, no.
It's the business equivalent of when Disney says, have a magical day. Basically, go fuck yourself. The next day, the Daily Wire reposted the job on their careers page, a clear sign to me that they had to restart the hiring process all the way back from the beginning.
Oh, no.
So that was it. The jig was up.
I can't believe his counter about the heart thing didn't work. That's so strange. I feel like you have all the qualifications you need right there. What else do they need?
And it was time for me to move on. But what if I'm not quite finished trolling conservative media companies just yet?
There is a deliberate and venomous anti-white campaign in our country, and it drives me crazy, and we shouldn't put up with it. It is evil from the pit of hell.
Hello, Alex.
Yeah, hi. It looks like it's just connecting. Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Doing great.
I can't believe all these guys are named slurs, by the way. Like, you had to censor it, and they were all doing blackface, so you had to censor that too. Kind of crazy how racist they are. I mean, I expected it. I just didn't know that they would be like that aggro about it. You know what I mean? Like,
Cool. So you applied for the video editor position with Turning Point, correct?
Yeah.
Like, you know, we got a large variety of content. Like, we have a lot of story-driven content. But we also have a lot of kind of donor.
what story-driven content do they have? Ooh, donor-driven requests. Oh, interesting.
Driven requests, you know, things that can be simpler, not as exciting. Whether it's something that, you know, a donor requests, like they have an idea and they're like, hey, you know, it'd be cool if Turning Point would make this. And if it's something that, you know, agrees with our mission statement and something that we're excited about doing, we'll generally take it. I mean, we're competing with media in general, and like just the way that media has kind of been taken over by the left. Like, there really isn't any sort of like, well,
I don't think this guy fucking believes it, dude. Like, it almost feels like he has to do this because, like, he has to say these lines because they are trying to do self-selection. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, the left is taking over the media. It doesn't seem like he's saying it with his fucking chest. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, and I guess, or like any sort of like obviously leaning left or like obviously left voices that we're really competing with. It's mostly just kind of like just the grand scheme of media. And so really what we're trying to do is trying to provide an alternative that, you know, is pro-America, pro-freedom, everything that Turning Point stands for and what conservatism stands for, like trying to create a space within media that can, you know, like take back that audience and inject just like good values in the media again. And that can do a lot of good. I haven't seen it do a lot of good too. So if we move forward, it'll be a second interview.
Nice to meet you, Alex. This is going to be hopping in. Our last meeting.
Dude, another racial slur as a name. That's fucked up.
A little bit late.
No worries, no worries. So when you guys make like a video that gets requested by a donor, does that get delivered? Does that get delivered to the donor, or is that put out to the TPUSA channels? Like, how exactly does the distro happen there?
Yeah, it just depends. Sometimes it's just for them, and sometimes it's just a doc we did. So like I got to work on 2 documentaries last year that were donor financed, which was one was Border Battle, and then the other documentary was the Great Global Reset with Jack Sobick. So those are donor specific projects that would be distributed.
I see. So it's interesting because it sounds like you guys kind of balance this. You're a content house because you're producing content for your own channels, obviously. But then there's also this other side of things where you're producing content that doesn't always go out to like TPUSA. Sometimes there's stuff that just goes like internal distribution almost. So what would you say like the ratio is of Turning Point content to like external distribution?
Yeah, we're working on that now. I'll say that we're going to be doing more 70-30.
70-30.
70% of our own, and then 30 of theirs.
But just like the Daily Wire, Turning Point USA turned me down. At the beginning of this whole process, I was hoping to just troll the Daily Wire a bunch and maybe mess up their hiring process a little bit so they'd have to spend more time trying to find someone and less time making hateful content. But to do so, I had to change who I was and even stoop as low as producing some of the content that I ride so hard against. So was it worth it? Yeah, I think so. In the end, I don't think any worker should be forced to work for a nightmare company like the Daily Wire. But that's not the reality for most people. Instead, you have greedy losers like Steven Crowder getting paid $50 million to do online racism, while everyone else is left squabbling for fewer and fewer jobs with less and less salary. I realized after getting these offers
This was fucking awesome.
that I'd never actually turned down a job before. So maybe after watching this video, if you interview for a job at a company you actually like, you'll know that you're worthy and valuable. Or at least know that in a job interview, they want to hire you as much as you want to be hired. I hope you do.
That was awesome. Good shit. Okay, Alex. Okay, Alex.
week, and that's a very, you know,
Great video. Good job. Hopefully you don't get sued. I liked it a lot. Hasan, can you endorse me on LinkedIn as a great editor? Abso-fucking-lutely not, because that would require me to get on LinkedIn, and I would rather kiss myself than do such a foolish thing. I have literal PTSD from my time as doing as a biz dev sales guy at the Young Turks, from all the time I had to spend on fucking LinkedIn. It is absolutely the worst. I hope I don't get sued, love you chat. No, you did great. I already watched your rage react to my basketball in the beginning. In the beginning of this broadcast, and you are right, he was scared. Have you seen this new emerging labor icon?
Hey, Congressman George Santos here. Little messages for the national right to work folks. I didn't sign up for your garbage newsletter, so stop sending it to me. Hey, everybody.
What the fuck?
Hey, Congressman George Santos here.
Bro. He's done more for labor than Joe Biden.
Little messages for the national right to work folks. I didn't sign up for your garbage newsletter, so stop sending it to me.
Anyway, hold on. I feel like he's dumb and thinks he's doing the opposite. I don't know. What was I gonna fucking say? There was some other shit that I wanted to look at, but can't remember now. And my family's fucking chirping me behind the scenes to go get dinner with them because my cousin's last night, so I'm gonna end it here. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break. I will see you all tomorrow after leftovers. Okay. I'm so fucking sick. Jesus Christ. Another great day of streaming. Hope you guys appreciated that. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll be back tomorrow with more fun and more content. I love you all. Okay, bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The hole left at your fingertips, honey at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. So